Hannah Masuka. Can you speak English? I know that one. Akira Discar. How much is that? How do you say how much is that? Akira Discar? Yeah. That's about it. If I think long enough, yeah, Domo, the Gato.
This is an interestingly shaped phone to zoom in and then take a photo and see how much is
What goes on this weight on this red dot?
I'm going to pick that up. I thought it was just the rubbish. What is it?
That's a scam.
I have to peel it off.
No, they're all here.
365 4 of them.
Don't check.
Welcome back here to the Playlive headquarters. This is the 10K Horse Championship Day 1 brought to you by the Mixed Games Academy. I'm joined in the combox with Dale West, who's going to be joining me, calling the action through. Now, we did go to a couple of technical difficulties before the break, but I went down and saw Maddie Marshall and the team downstairs, and I believe they have rectified those issues. So I think we're going to be off and racing now after this particular break. Dale?
Yeah, I think we're back. We've got the limits there, updated chip stacks, and a whole new table too.
Yeah, the outer feature table's now been crossed over to put them onto the feature table right now. So as you can see, a whole new lineup of players, and the names are across the top. Gary Benson, Foddy Fatakis in there. Mitch Armstrong, Bradley, also known as US Brad. There's Ash saying, come on, Foddy, get him. Timothy Masters, Oliver Gill, Cale Burns, the Crusher. And MT is what we're going to call him because he only goes by that name essentially. But that's Michael Tomini, who's going to be sitting in seat 8. This is the 10K Horse Championship brought to you by the Mixed Games Academy and Shannon Vanderberg coming in clutch. $10,000 buy-in, so $10,500. $500 obviously going to the food and beverage package here at Playlive. And then if you want to re-enter back into this tournament, the re-entry is going to cost you $10,250, a 50% discount on your second bullet if you decide to come in, or any re-entry thereafter. I think it's actually a single re-entry only, so you can only re-enter one more time. 40-minute blind levels. We are playing horse, which is a combination of Hold'em, Omaha 8 or better, Razz, Stud, and Stud 8. We're going to talk you through the hands and give you guys a bit of an insight into who these players are playing on this feature table, and also talk to you a little bit about game strategy and what games are on offer for today. Dale, big horse guy yourself?
I do like horse, yes. What would be my favourite game in horse? Probably the Stud 8.
Yeah, sure.
I like those hands because definitely not in this field, but there are fields where you can trap the less experienced players like myself.
Yeah.
Where they can get stuck in a hand they probably shouldn't be in. And, yeah, you can extract chips, extra chips there. So
look at this. We get a beautiful view of Foddy's bald patch here from this cam. As you can see, Foddy sitting in seat 3. Gary Benson there in seat 1, the big man himself. Brian Nguyen's going to be sitting in seat 2, tracking the action. He's one of the dealers. He's not a player. He's got the iPad in front of him. Brian, one of the most experienced TDs in the industry, is going to be tracking all of this information for you. We're going to try and bring this to you as best as we possibly can. We do know that we have been dealing with a couple of technical issues, but from what we've been told, they have been rectified. As I believe the game in play at the moment is Omaha High-Low. 4 cards. You need 8 or better to qualify for the low. And then obviously the same high hand. You get dealt 4 cards. The object here obviously is to try and scoop the pot, getting enough in your 4 cards dealt to you to compete for the low and the high as the action starts.
yeah, I assume we'll see a lot of hands where you got good combinations where all 4 cards are working together.
Yep.
I don't think you'll see many where there's 2 at one end of the spectrum and 2 at the other.
There's Matty Marshall talking to Brian Nguyen, so obviously just still ironing out a couple of bugs, but we have been told that they have been rectified and graphics should show up relatively soon. Again, this is the Mixed Games Academy 10K Horse Championship. Eat your heart out, poker lovers. It's Foddy Fatakis. So here comes the graphics here, and all of a sudden we are back and shooting this out live on a 20-minute delay. Mitch Armstrong raising it up, making it 12K. The blinds have gone up to 6 and 12K. Or the limits, I should say. And he's all in, is he?
Yeah, he only had 2 big bets, I believe.
Right, so it's Ace, King, King 9 versus Aces, Jack 10. Flop's going to come Jack, Deuce 7, 2 diamonds. Turn card brings in the 4 of hearts, and the river brings in the 3 of hearts. So Ace 6 for the low for Oliver Gill.
I guess I can't.
And
I believe it's a scooper, actually, come to think of it. Aces for the high, and the ace-6 low is going to take it. Is that correct?
I think so. Can't tell what.
Hold on a second. It looks like a chop now. You can see the board now
Ace,
come
king
up.
of diamonds.
Yeah, the board's come down in the bottom right-hand corner.
There
I
it
do
is.
apologise that the board's actually inadverted there, so it's Jack. It should be Jack Deuce 7 with Jack of clubs, Deuce 7 of diamonds, and then came 4-3 of diamonds. So Ace King's going to take the high hand with the nut flush, and Ace 6 is going to take the low hand with a 6 low, 6 4 3 2 ace.
No short stacks.
Going to chop that up.
So yeah, he's survived there, Mitch, which is the start of something.
Mitch, as you can see, 4.3 bigs. And Mitch is a bit of a crusher, so I wouldn't be surprised if you see a reload for him. Oliver Gill, also a bit of a crusher. Quite short and stacks both of them, 4.3 bigs and 9.4 bigs. As I believe we have got some extra players who have joined this field. I did see a couple of new players when I ducked down there. We'll get some information about that shortly. As Daryl comes into the chat on Facebook Live, we are live on a 20-minute delay on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. Daryl's asking, how many runners have you got? I believe it might be 15, 16, or 17, somewhere in that range. It should pop up in the top right-hand corner when we get that information. The limits here are 6K, 12K. This is hand number 51, and I believe we do have the graphics up and going for you guys who stood by us before that break where we had some technical difficulties. Foddy there with the Ding shirt on. Shout-outs to the Ding merchandise. It comes around to Brad, who folds, and to Timothy Masters, who folds. Oliver Gill. It's going to raise it up, make it 12K to go. He's got the ace 6-4-8 suited to the diamonds. Cow's picked up ace, king, queen, 3. Lower diamonds, but also has the ace 3 working for him in the low. Gary Benson's going to fold 5s and 3s. And Foddy Fataka's getting out of there with the king 6-6-2 double suited. Pot, as you can see, is 39K. Off to the flop we go. A lot of first-timers on this feature table, so they're going to learn how to put the cards over the reader. As the flop comes down, Jack 7-9. We'll get those suits for you shortly. Brian Nguyen is tracking the action on the table in seat 2, one of the most experienced TDs. It's the first time him tracking cards, so just bear with us as we bring those cards up. The flop's going to come, like I said, Jack 9-7. I believe the cards on the flop are inverted. I might ask Matty Marshall down there if we can change that up. So it's Jack 7-9. 9 of spades on the turn. No help to anyone. No low possibilities, as you can see, Dale. And at the moment, Cale Burns, I believe, is out in front here with ace, king, high. But Oliver's going to have a bet and try and take this one down. Cale's decided to call here. Okay, sure, why not?
Sniffs it out.
And this, yeah, sniffs it out. Oliver Gill making the straight at the river with a 5 of diamonds. Prop card for Berkey. He makes that straight to the 9 with the 86. No low possible. Back round to Cale. He's got no part of this here. Pair of 9s, ace, king, high.
He's got the ace of spades. He might try something, but
He could.
if he does, I doubt it will work.
No, because Oliver Gill, as you can see, he's got 2.4 bigs. He's going to flick it in no matter what happens. Even if Cale decides to put a raise in, I can't imagine him ever folding. Straight at the river to the 9. And this is back to being good all of a sudden here, Dale.
Yeah, we can see what's going on.
We can see what's going on.
Cale's got a nice chip stack there. Chipped up well on the other table.
He's always got his chip stack, Cale. He's just an absolute crusher. 421K to his stack. 70 bigs.
So we're playing one more hand of that or no? We're playing 8 hand?
Gary Benson there, I believe he's the Hall of Famer.
He is a Hall of Famer? Yeah, he is. 100%. He's in the Hall of Fame. Big time crusher from Sydney. As Trutzy comes into the chat, mixed games are incredibly niche. Well done on streaming this. Most people don't even know the rules. I would agree. And a big... there's Shannon Vandenberg just talking about asking the players each if they can take an extra few seconds just so we can catch up here in the commentary booth, if possible. Just makes it a little bit easier for us to be able to call the action, especially in the stud games when there's so many cards out there. So they're going to help us out a little bit to make sure that We can bring you this action as best as we possibly can as Brad here under the gun picks up the ace-4, 9-8 suited to the diamonds. Background to you, Dale.
Yeah, he's got 9-8, maybe a little bit too high for him to stick around. What's he doing there? He's reaching for chips. Tough one to play out of position there.
Dale is in the booth with me, Monkey. Cal's going to raise up a monster. He's picked up the ace-king, 8-2. He's got the nut low potential with the ace-deuce. Ace-king also working for him in his high hand with a couple of spades to go with it. Michael MT's going to fold. Gary Benson's going to fold. Foddy Fatakis. That's Foddy there with the ding merchandise on. Shout out to Frenchie and Foddy. Picked up the 6-4-4-7. He's decided to call. So a lot of action. 4-way to the flop here. This is Omaha High-Low for those people who aren't sure which game we are playing. Object of this game is to have enough power to shoot for the low and the high as the flop comes down. Queen 10-9. Pair of 10s for Mitch Armstrong. No pair for the other two except for Foddy Fatakis, who does have a pair of 6s in his hand. But Mitch out with the best of it at the moment, flopping second best pair. That is Gary Benson, according to MSP in the chat, sitting in seat 1. It's going to go check, check. Checked all the way around. The 5 of clubs brings in the club draw for Foddy Fatakis. Obviously, no low is possible. We did discuss this low earlier, Dale. You need 3 cards or more on the board, less than 8 that do not pair for you to be eligible to pick up half the pot as a queen rolls off on the river. Mitch Armstrong with a check mark next to his name, queens and 10s.
Yeah, so the flop killed the low chances there, possibility, so looks like it's killed the action with it. Not much interest here. Lord Agar in the chat. Different Dale, I believe.
Dale West. You thought you might been another Dale. Dale Code. It's Dale West in the chat here with me, Monkey. As it looks like it's gone check, 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 check. And Mitch is going to take that down with queens and 10s. Have a look at this lineup just quietly. Cale Burns, Timothy Masters, Gary Benson in seat 1. Brad's in there. US Brad. MT. Oliver Gill, if you don't mind. Foddy Fatakis, the big man himself. And Mitch Armstrong. Foddy Fatakis and Mitch. Bit short on chips, but they're usually short on chips and then they just run it up.
Yeah, we've seen that plenty of times, haven't we?
We have. As MSP's coming in and saying that's one killer table. I totally agree. What a lineup. I agree with that comment as well. One of the nicest gentlemen I've met in poker. Shout-outs from Deb to Gary Benson. Gary's the guy sitting in seat 1 to the left of the dealer.
Do I have to say it? Yep.
As you can see, we've got a few people working this stream so we can bring it to you. So shout-outs to the team downstairs in the commentary. In the studio, I should say. I apologise for bringing this to you. It's a difficult thing to be able to stream, so we do appreciate everybody who has joined us in this stream. And you in the commentary box with me, Dale.
Yeah, the guy on the iPad down there, particularly in the stud rounds, he's got a lot of work. He's got to select each card individually for the up cards.
So bring in. Fold.
So the game,
so far so good.
The game has changed now. As you can see, now the cards are being shown. We've asked the players to take a few seconds before they fold their cards so we can call the action for you. I believe we might be playing Razz here, but I can't quite see the game card.
We're playing Razz.
Definitely playing Razz, which is the next in line after Omaha High-Low.
Gary must have been the bring-in with the king.
Yes, correct. So Gary Benson would have been the bring-in with the king. Brad's decided to come along, drawing to an 87 low. Timothy's up card hasn't been shown yet. Brian's working on that downstairs.
So I think there was 2 limps. I doubt Gary would have called a raise.
We are playing Razz, so it's the next in order. So we're going to be playing, obviously, in order, but in rotation. So Hold'em, Omaha, 8 or better, Razz, stud high and then stud high low.
7 hands of each. So is this 8-handed? 8 players at the table. They play 8 hands.
I'll get a bit of confirmation from that. If we can find out how many players are actually registered in Maddie or the studio downstairs, that would be great. And maybe you might be able to put that up as a graphic in the top right-hand corner. We have been asked that as a question in chat, if possible. You guys are watching the Mixed Games Academy, bringing you a 10K horse. Sure. This is the feature table.
Queen of hearts.
There are 17 players now in this field.
Queen of hearts.
The graphics should be up shortly.
Jack of hearts.
As Brian's trying to navigate through the up cards. As you can see, it's fast action. Brian's trying to keep up with the action.
And
Sitting in seat 2 with the headset on and the iPad in front of him. So we do apologise if there's a couple of delays here getting this information to you. I believe Brad was the bring-in for 2000 with the Queen showing.
complete.
Followed all the way around.
3 folds.
Gary Benson decided to complete with 6-2 in his whole cards with the 7 showing. Mitch Armstrong's picked up the Ace King 3. 2 cards working for the low. We are playing Razz. So we're shooting just for the low part of this hand, Dale.
Yeah, and you might get a call here from Brad too with the Ace 2 in the hole.
I would probably go along with this from Brad, but
Heads up.
he's
Lets it go.
going to let that go.
His hands face up when if he does
Jack of spades.
Yeah.
decide to play with the Queen up.
Yeah, agreed. Gary Benson shooting for a 7 low. Picks up a jack on 4th Street. Mitch Armstrong picking up a 4. Pretty good card.
Bets.
He's actually taken a
Call.
small equity lead, I would imagine, with that 4 of spades. It's gone bet call.
King of hearts.
King of hearts for Gary Benson on 5th Street. 7 of hearts for Mitch Armstrong. So now Mitch is shooting for a 74 low.
Bet 12,000. And
Yeah, and that's the street where the bet doubles.
And Mitch is
Gary
going to, yeah, Mitch is going to bet that. And Gary Benson going to lay down the king that he hit. As Don Parker been given the headset here to track the action. Brian did a good job there. We're all trying our best here to bring you coverage of this mixed game 10K horse championship for the first time ever. So we appreciate all the viewers tuning in for this particular event. We hope you like the mixed games. We're going to be changing it up. We have been showing you Hold'em basically all week. So for those mixed game guys at home, or those people who like playing more than 2 cards, this is the tournament for you. A 10K horse event.
Spasm just asking if we can put the game on the stream. I'm not sure if that's possible, but there is a card on the table with the game
7
on
of
it.
spades.
Yep.
8 of clubs.
Might see if Matty Marshall and the guys down in the studio can actually
5 of spades.
put that game information in there somewhere.
7 of clubs.
I'm not sure what's like I said before, it's the first time us doing this, so we're just working out all the technical difficulties and all the graphics for you to bring the action.
Folds.
We're hoping you're enjoying it back at home or wherever you're watching it from. As it goes fold, fold. MT brought it in for 2K.
6K.
Mitch Armstrong's going to complete to 6,000 with his 8 showing. Brad's picked up a monster here. 3 cards to the
Expect a
reel.
3-bet. There it is.
There's the 3-bet. He's picked up a monster here with the Ace 3-4. 3 cards working to a wheel already, with 4 more cards to come for Brad. As he re-raises it, makes it 12K to go.
7 folds.
Tim Masters going to fold. Gil's going to be out of there. Cal Burns obviously can't compete with King Jack 7. So it's Mitch. Brad going heads up in this one. Brad hasn't... Sorry, Mitch hasn't called yet.
9 calls.
Now he has. Here we go. So off to 4th Street we
Deuce of
go.
hearts.
Deuce of Hearts coming in huge for Mitch there. The Deuce of Hearts. And a 4
Checks.
pairing Brad on 4th Street. Mitch, a slight favourite at the moment, drawing it at 86. But Brad's got 3 more draws trying to peel out a wheel. So I can't imagine he's going to go anywhere. Mitch is going to lead out for 6K. Brad's going to come along.
5 calls.
Here comes 5th Street.
6 of hearts.
6 of hearts for Mitch.
4 clubs.
And another 4 for Brad. Brutal run out for Brad here at the moment. He's gone 4-4. And he has a 4 in the hole.
4,000.
Mitch also pairs up his 6, but pretty brutal run out for Brad there. He's just forced to have to fold. As
Yeah,
Mitch
such a-
Arms. Sorry, go ahead,
Such a
Dale.
nice starting hand.
We obviously can't call, obviously, when Mitch is showing 8 deuce 6 on his board. And
No, and Mitch doesn't have a 4 in
Yep.
his down cards either, so
sure. What's a wheeled from Paranormal Place with Pirano 3668? What's a wheel? A wheel is ace deuce 3 4 5. Now in Razz, the better way of like understanding this game is to reverse the order. So think of it more like if the wheel is ace deuce 3 4 5, change the order and make it into a numerical number. So 5 4 3 2 1, also known as 54,321, is the lowest hand numerical value you can get in Razz. That's also known as the nuts in this particular game. The easiest way to be able to understand this game better is to put them into reverse numerical order and then count down what it would be. So for example, Mitch Armstrong here has Queen 4 3.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4.
Just see if I can find one where we got 3 cards that are less than picture cards. So for example here, Mitch would have a 7 6 ace, so 7 6 ace, ace being a numerical value of 1. It plays low in Razz, the nut low card.
6 of clubs.
As the Queen peels off
9 bet. 6 game.
for Gary Benson. Gary here's got 6 4 7 with the Queen.
Either both high or both low.
He's going to have to throw that in the bin.
1 falls.
How many runners has been asked in the chat a few times? I believe we have 17 runners at the moment. I don't believe we've lost any of those players, Dale.
No, I don't think so.
And they'll be bringing that information up into the top right-hand corner shortly, I've been told. Currently 17 out of 17 entries with 170k in the prize pool.
Mitch came awfully close. Libby's that Libby? Libby's asking if the cards can't pair. Yeah, so you don't want the pair. You want 5 unique cards.
To the lowest possible value is how you play Razz. So 5 unique cards to the lowest possible value.
3 of
Ace playing is 1.
7 of hearts.
Then obviously 2, 3, 4, 5,
6 of hearts.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Jack of
Playing to the
hearts.
value of the card number.
Diamonds.
And picture cards are
Jack of
pretty brutal in Razz. You basically don't want to have any picture cards in your hand to compete for the low. Very rarely does a jack or queen or a king win the low. As you can see, Mitch Armstrong's picked up a couple of 6s with his 8. That's not competitive.
9 falls. 1 falls. 3 falls.
So the action's going pretty quickly here. Round to Kale.
Kale's found a hand.
He did. He had the ace-7 in the hole with the 2 showing. Now in horse, in Razz, I should say, the highest up card shown is forced to make a bring-in. The bring-in is the size of the ante, or they can choose to complete the hand if they wish to. Very rarely will you see anybody complete with a high up card like a king or a queen or a jack, because almost in every single situation they're heavily dominated. So most of the time you'll see a forced bet being put in there, the bring-in being the size of the ante. Limits up in the top left-hand corner, 6k, 12k, 1.5k ante. It's paid for and by all the players at the table prior to the commencement of the hand.
5 of spades. 9 of
So
hearts.
as you can see, Gary Benson with the Queen of Hearts, it looks like, making the bring-in for 2,000.
Bring in. 3 falls.
The ace has made the complete.
The ace has raised it to the structure, so he's raised it up to the structure, which is 6k.
5 of hearts.
Betting structures go
5 of hearts.
6k on the first up card, 6k on the second up card, and then double that for 5th, 6th, and 7th Street.
4, 4, 4.
Folds around.
Mitch Armstrong, as you can see, having the ace 4-10, good enough to go. You'll see a lot of completes or raises with an ace showing. It is the nut low card, so most people will raise if they've got any part of an ace with a competing low hand. So an ace 4, like you said before, with a 10, good enough to chuck in a raise. As Simon Shaheen walks into the building, as you can see just there in the background,
1,
so he might be jumping into this 10k too.
3, 4, 5, 6.
As we approach 5:15 p.m. You're listening to Josh Monk here, Monkey in the booth with Dale West. A special commentator coming in for the mixed game here, Dale.
It's good to see Simon walk through the door. I good mates with Simon, so I'll be rooting for him.
There you go.
He doesn't like to turn up on time to a tournament.
Ever. As it looks like, now that we've got extra players coming into the field here, we're going to be moving to, I believe, 3 tables now. So, big shout out to the Prince himself, Shannon Vandenberg, putting on a 10K championship, and all of a sudden we've got 3 tables here in play, 2 outer feature tables and this feature table as Gary Benson
I'm too good.
had to pick up his stack. Shannon in the back left-hand corner of your screen, setting up a brand new table.
Up space. 9 of clubs.
So we might be able to see who's on that table. Is it in the back corner, was it?
Jack of clubs. Alright.
Is that where he was headed?
Matty.
So I think it's a Jack of Spades bringing it in. There's a fold there with the Jack of Clubs. This is hand number 7, the last hand of Razz before we
Played 6K.
shoot it over to the opposite end, which is stud high next hand. MT's decided to call with his deuce showing, or potentially raise. Foddy's going to get out of there. Next to Mitch. It looks like might have called with his 9 showing, I believe that is.
Do you know what those two were? Tim, do you know what your up card was?
Jack of clubs.
Thank you. And do you know what Cal's was? No? Anyone?
It was a pain card. Jack or
Random card. Let's
Jack
go.
or a queen of hearts.
Alright, we've had to bring in.
Right, so Mitch here
So complete.
got the 3-2 in the hole, 9 showing.
Call.
Thank you. Sorry, guys.
Here comes the graphics. They're coming in a bit delayed, so we do apologise, but we are working that out. 5 of clubs given on 4th Street to Mitch. As you can see, MT's got ace-10 deuce,
6K.
and 4th Street should show up shortly in the graphics in the bottom left-hand corner. But Mitch at the moment out with the lead.
4 call.
I believe that MT has
3 of hearts.
bet out and called on 4th Street. 3 of hearts comes in for Mitch here. As you can see now, the cards have come up here. So 4th Street was the 5 of clubs for Mitch. And then on 5th Street, he picked up the 3 of hearts, which paired him.
4,000.
MT has ace-10 in the hole with deuce-ace. So he's paired his ace. Looks like Mitch has come out for a bet there on 5th or 6th, as there's a slight delay on showing those graphics. It's very hard to commentate this, so we do apologise. But we're working with the best we possibly can at the time. We are getting the information exactly the same as you're seeing it on your screen or device at home or wherever you're watching us from. So picture you being in the comm box trying to call it when the cards are showing up on the table but not in the graphics. Very difficult thing to do. As Ali Mustafa comes in to the chat. This is the game that I need to learn ASAP. Totally agree. Any mixed game stuff is, in my opinion, the best form of poker.
6 of diamonds. 9 of spades.
So one more hand of Razz.
So we are playing 8 games, or 8 hands, I should say, of each game.
10 of diamonds.
So this will be the last hand of Razz before we go into stud high.
10 diamonds. Okay. The
Is that
bring
40
in.
raise?
Bring in.
Okay with the bring in?
6,000. Yeah. Complete. They're folds.
40 completed with the 10 deuce 6.
Call.
Brad's decided to come along here with the ace 9 4. 4 showing in the up card. Cal Burns with the 8 6 king, king of clubs. Action's back on him. He does have 8 6 in the hole.
Tim, when you first get your cards, can you just scan them? It's just throwing me off a bit. Comes over.
He's going to fold the king here. So heads up action between Foddy Fatakis
So heads
and US Brad.
Sorry. Thank you. This way.
Foddy shooting at the moment at a 10 low. Brad shooting at a 9 low.
So 6K on the next one as well, right?
Yeah. 8 of
6K now,
hearts.
yeah?
7 and an 8
10 before.
on 4th Street. 7 to Foddy Fatakis. So he picks up another low card. He's now got a 10-7 working for him. Brad picks up an 8, so he's got a 98 working for him at the moment.
Oh, 12. 5th Street's 12, yeah.
So they're just talking about the limits. We'll get back to that in a second. So limits are on the first up card in units of 6K. And again, on 4th Street, they are in 6K units, and then 12K for the 5th, 6th, and 7th streets. As on 5th Street, Foddy Fatakis picks up a jack. Brad pairs his 8s on 5th Street. It's gone bet call.
9 of hearts.
It looks like Foddy's picked up the jack of diamonds. I believe I could hear it through the dealer
Check.
on 6th Street as Brad picks up a 9. He's made 2 pairs. Yes, you can hear Foddy Fatakis mumbling along to himself. He goes from can't win to taking down the pot. And as you can see with the cards highlighted,
5 checks.
Brad has made a 98, 9-8-4-3 ace. Cards highlighted in the graphics in the bottom left-hand corner. Foddy Fatakis
9-8.
making a queen jack. Pardon me, a queen 10, I should say, 6-7-2. So checkmark goes next to Brad's name as he takes that pot down.
Yeah, both players not really catching much. And it checked down after 5th there.
Game changed.
Wasn't much of an exciting round, that Razz then, was it?
Not really. Foddy Fatakis down to 8.4 bigs. I know his family's watching at home, so shout out to the family. Jenny and the kids. Might be Janie actually with the kids. Pardon me.
Can't even beat two, can't even beat 2 pairs in Razz. Do you understand my level? Or not?
There's Foddy complaining.
Honestly, we're on stream, so.
He's absolutely unbelievable, Foddy. He's going to keep it nice because he knows he's on stream here.
Holidays were tough, man. I'll tell you.
9 of
Talking about school holidays. He's down to 50,000, so 8.4 bigs.
4
Needs to find a couple of cards and a couple of pots, Foddy. Otherwise, he might be heading to the cage for a rebuy.
stud, yes. Yeah, 8 bring in.
First hand of stud.
Stud. 9 folds. 3 folds.
KO with the 4 of diamonds bring in.
5 complete.
Brad there with the ace, queen, jack. Completes to 6K.
Maybe you can answer this one, Dale, in the chat from Paranormal. What happens if it gets to 7th Street and no players, I should say, have 5 unique cards? What happens then?
So, if say both players have 2 pairs, it gets the lowest pairs.
Correct. The lowest out of the 2 competing hands will win the pot. Spot on.
What happened in that hand? Who won that?
I raised and
Oh, that was uncontested.
Shout outs to Foddy and Frenchie with the Ding merchandise. As you can see, Ding on the back of that red jumper. Foddy for Fatakis with the Ding on the front part of his shirt. Basically, I heard from last night he wanted to come in to play this event just to showcase the merch. He's done a great job at that.
5 of hearts.
There are 17 entries
King of
in this event. Currently, 16 players remaining, so we have lost 1.
5
And it is a single re-entry tournament, so you can re-enter one more time if you wish to, if you bust your opening bullet. Brad picks up the pocket 2s with a 3 showing.
4 folds. Heads up.
It's been folded around. Foddy Fatakis with a 10-4-6. Out in front, obviously, as you can see. Picks up the king of spades, unfortunately, for Foddy. Horrific card, but Brad's picked up a queen to go with these deuce-deuce-3, so
3 fails.
I think Foddy Fatakis is going to try and take this one away from Brad. And he does, so 1 in a row, he says, Foddy Fatakis, let's go.
Absolutely got down.
Yeah, we know that it wasn't the card he wanted, but a king and a 10 face up to Brad
Now-
looks pretty good.
Now, for those
This is
guys who
deuce.
don't have $10,500 in their pocket, sorry to cut you off there, Dale, because I have got some questions coming through on chat. The Shetland Pony, you heard that correctly, Shetland Pony, S-E-S-H-E-T Land Pony. So Shetland Pony is the mini horse. That's on tonight, 6:15. So if you don't have the deep pockets to play this horse championship for $10,500 buy-in, you can play the mini version of it. $650 buy-in, 20-minute levels. Same structure, same variants. Hold'em, Omaha 8 or better, Razz, Stud, Stud 8. That starts today at 6:15 here at Playlive, 129 York Street, South Melbourne. As we get back to the action here.
We had
4 bring in.
Crazy Mike was here.
5 folds.
Yeah.
6 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds.
Might be a little bit easier for us to be able to call the action when
3 calls.
We're going to heads up to here. So Foddy Fatakis with the 9-5 queen
7 of
and Mitch Armstrong.
10 of spades.
So not a raised pot, this one.
Don't believe so.
So 3 checks.
As the graphics are now showing up with 3rd Street and 4th Street just above the players' cards, making it a lot easier for the viewers at home to follow the action. I believe we have turned to stud, is that correct? I believe
Yeah, we're playing stud.
Playing stud, so we're on to stud high at the moment. Gary got moved over to the other table. He's on the outer feature table. You can see him in the top left-hand corner as Simon Shaheen joins in this 10K. Top left-hand corner of the screen, just behind the names and the limits and the hands. You can see Gary Benson was moved from this feature table to that outer feature table. No problems there from Mega Shin Lee. He's there out in the outer feature table with Simon Shaheen, who just...
Is that Ginny there as well?
I think it might be Ginny. Simon Shaheen, just shout out to him too. Chopping up an event a couple of days ago for, I believe it was like 33,000 or something like that.
Yeah, Simon got 36.
Shake, shake, shake.
Which event was
They,
it?
it was the freeze out.
It was the freeze out, correct weight.
Heads up, they did a bit of an ICM chop.
8 falls.
There you go.
3 falls.
Yeah, you got 36 and forget the other guy's name. Couple of grand more.
So we were watching Razz just before, which is the idea of trying to make the lowest hand possible. We're going to flip it on its ear. We are now playing stud high, which is essentially the same as Razz, but you're trying to make the highest hand out of your 7 cards. 3 down, 4 up. As you can see, Mitch Armstrong's got the king of spades here, and Brad's come along with a 5. He's paired his 5. He's got ace 5 in the hole with the 5 showing. Mitch behind at the moment, but he's going to bet the 6K and see if Brad decides to come along with his pair of 5s. On to 5th Street.
Yeah, the ace is a very important card there for Brad to have
9 of spades.
with his 5s.
Great shout.
Maybe if he's got an 8 with it, he doesn't play the stick around with the 5s against the king.
Mitch picking up a 9 on 5th Street, pairing his 9 in these hole cards. So he's out in front at the moment with a pair of 9s versus Brad's pair of 5s. Queen of clubs, no help to Brad on 5th Street.
5 falls.
And it looks like it's going to go bet fold. Brad's going to get out of the way. And Mitch is going to take that down with a pretty ugly showing for his up cards. Ace, King, 9. Obviously got, if he hits any part of those cards there, Brad can't continue. Hence the reason for a bet fold.
And that's just it. That again, that's the power of those cards that are facing up in front of you. He's betting that ace and king showing strength, and that comes down to Brad making the decision. Does he have it or not? And he decides no.
Sure.
Just let it go. Wait for a better spot.
Lord 911 saying, I can't even wrap my head around No Limit Hold'em, which I played, let alone any clue of what the hell is going on here. Lol. This is horse, mixed game stuff. So more than 2 cards being dealt to you in this particular game, up to 7.
3 of diamonds.
In stud games, there are 3 stud games, Razz, stud high, and stud high-low. There's a 4-card game in there as well with the Omaha High-Low, and then obviously Limit Hold'em,
5 falls.
which most people know about.
6 falls.
As we get back to the action here, it might be easier for us in the combox to call the action once all the cards have been sort of folded and we've got just the remaining competing players in the pot. What do you reckon, Dale?
Yeah, these guys, you know, they're 10K for a tournament. They know what they're doing.
7 of hearts.
They can certainly work faster than the computer.
5 down.
And
Trying
faster
to
than
give us the action.
we can commentate
Yeah.
it, to be fair.
Checks. Check.
So Mitch is completed with his Ace King 2. It's gone check, check, check on 4th Street as Mitch picks up another wheel card with the 4 of diamonds.
High.
Foddy Fatakis has a pair of 8s, Jack 7 low. Timothy Masters picks up the Queen of Hearts. He's got a pair of 7s in the hole. Obviously, we are playing stud high, as you can see.
Oddy's got one of his 7s.
Oh, pair of falls. Sorry.
So, pair of 4s showing on the board for Mitch. He's got just a pair of 4s. He's behind to Timothy's pair of 7s. Foddy Fatakis is actually out in the lead at the moment with a pair of 8s. We are playing stud high. So the best high card, 5-card high hand is what you're after. So obviously Foddy Fatakis out with the lead at the moment with a pair of 8s in his hand. He does obviously have a blocker to Timothy's pair of 7s he's got in the hole.
6 falls.
Yeah, this might get both folds here.
3 folds.
Foddy's going to throw it in disgust. He did have the best hand. Mitch's board showing deuce 4, 9, 4. So obviously showing a pair.
The pair and the 3 diamonds.
Yeah, definitely all working
strong
for him.
board
Yeah,
there to
absolutely.
Gary, he moved tables. He didn't bust it.
Mm-hmm.
We're not sure who busted. We don't know, do we?
No, not yet. Might be able to ask the studio downstairs who has busted from this event. Graphics in the top right-hand corner coming in now with the players or entries in the event. I know that it's 16 players remaining out of 17 total entries. We got given that information just before, unless, of course, whoever busted has rebought back in, which is also a possibility.
6s, you reckon,
Jack
Carl?
of hearts.
We're playing stud.
9 of diamonds.
The object of stud here is to make the highest hand possible with the 5 cards. With 5 cards, I should say. 7 are dealt to each player.
3 2s. What, you think you just open 2?
3 down, 4 up. Obviously, you can fold at any time.
Bringing.
You're a player.
Timothy's going to put the bring in here with the 6 of clubs. MT's going to fold. Foddy Fatakis picked up
Jacks.
a jack as his up card.
Complete.
He's got jack 3 in the hole. So Foddy Fatakis here. Going to come along, complete it.
5 calls.
And Brad's going to come along with 3 to a flush and 3 to a straight just quietly. Background to Timothy Masters got 3 to a straight, 2 to a flush draw in spades. So 3-way action off to 4th. Off to 4th Street, as Foddy says it's all going in here. So it looks like a king has been picked up for Foddy Fatakis. He's out in front at the moment. Have a look at the card that Brad's picked up there, the 8 of diamonds. He's got an up and down straight flush draw. Eat your heart out. Foddy Fatakis saying it's going to get it all in here, but Brad going absolutely nowhere with a monster 4 streets in with his up and down straight flush draw. Will we see the first straight flush on stream here? And Timothy also picked up a pair of 7s on 4th Street.
Wow, look at that run.
12,000.
Brad,
Pure.
look at how pure that is. He's picked up the ace high flush in the first 5 cards. Also drawing to the straight flush, like I said. So this one's basically locked up.
3 calls.
Fortunately, Foddy drawing
He's not
near
going to get away
dead.
from it.
Yeah, near dead here. As we find out what's going to happen here. It's 12K from Brad.
Pair of kings.
Right, okay, so Foddy's now picked up a king on 6th Street. So now he's got kings and jacks.
Not 12, right?
Brad obviously got the flush, so Foddy needs to find a king or a jack. Otherwise, it showers for his 7th card. So he's looking at only a few outs. I think a jack was folded just before. Not sure how many kings were folded pre-flop and or during this hand.
And even if he fills up, Brad can still get the straight flush.
Have a look at Foddy here. He goes, you got diamonds. This is unbelievable. This is the antics you want to see on stream. Foddy is exactly like this in cash games and in poker outside of being on stream. So you are seeing the rawest form, I should say, of Foddy Fatakis. Finger in the ear. Can't believe it. Needs to find a king or a jack to make a full house. He calls. Okay, so last card to Foddy Fatakis. He picks up a 3. He actually ends up making 3 pairs. Brad with the check mark next to his name, scooping it with the ace-high diamonds. He made it after the first 5 cards. It was actually up and down straight flush drawing after 4th Street. Makes the ace of diamonds on 5th. And that might be all she wrote for Foddy Fatakis. He's going to be all into core. He's only got 1 big left. He's going to fold, leave himself with 1 big. Foddy needing to catch the king or the jack. Did not get there.
To stud.
And I guarantee you, Dale, if he did catch the king or the jack there on 7th, there would have been some antics at the table, no doubts about it.
Yeah, he seems like a bit of a character.
Oh, he's one of the funniest blokes ever. Just one of the most loveliest guys you'll ever come across in the industry. He is just a big teddy bear of a human being, Foddy Fatakis.
Well, he did well to get away there, especially with 130k in the pot, and he's left himself with crumbs, but he's still alive, so...
Now
Chip
the
in the chair.
yeah, 100%. Now the antes are paid, I should say, by each player prior to the
Face. 7
cards being dealt. So Foddy's going to be down to 4.5k,
face.
which is less than the limits for this particular game.
Queen of spades.
So he really needs to find a hand here. Otherwise, he might be complete showers.
Thank you.
And that favours him being player ante rather than a button ante with the short stack.
It is. Foddy all in. Foddy's got the Jack 5-6. Nothing really working for Foddy, unfortunately, at the moment. He needs to find some cards and find them quickly. Otherwise, he might be going back to the registration booth to rebuy back in.
Well, one good thing is there's no one else with much. So he's completely live at this stage.
Good call from Dale here. We are playing stud high. Object of this game is to make the best 5-card hand you can using your board. And your board will consist of 7 cards, 3 face down and 4 face up.
I think Tim would be happy to put the raise in. There it is.
5-5.
Shannon being called over to make a ruling because Foddy's all in for less than the completion to the structure. Went to Cal Burns. He's got the 8-2-4. Season crusher.
Sticks around.
Sticks around. He wants to see if he can pair up on 4th. Foddy needs a lot of help here. Hopefully for him, he can find some cards. He had the Kings and Jacks last hand, but they went down in flames against US Brad's flush that he made on 5th. Dealer doing a good job here.
1 all in, 2 actives.
1 all in, 2 actives. The all-in player, Foddy Fatakis here.
7 of diamonds.
Can't quite see Foddy's card there. I think he's picked up
caught
an
an
8.
eight.
He
Yeah,
did pick
8
up
of
an 8.
diamonds.
So you've got 3 working for him to a straight. Cal's picked up the 7 of diamonds. Timothy Masters picked up another heart. Queen of hearts. Out in the lead at the moment with the ace queen high, believe it or not.
He's still live.
Ace of
Foddy.
diamonds. Jack of hearts. 6 of diamonds. 16.
So unless there's been a game change here, I can't understand.
Yeah, 16.
Yeah, it is. Pardon me.
Start 8 now.
It's start 8 or better. That makes a bit more sense for why Kale's decided to come along with his 8-2-4, 7-6. He's actually made an
there on
87-6 on 5th. Yeah, good shout. As Foddy Fatakis picks up the ace of diamonds, he's shooting for an 8 low that would actually beat Kale's
5 of spades.
low at this particular time if he's able to get there. And Timothy
16. Yeah.
out with the
Picks up
lead
a
at the moment.
diamond.
Picks up another diamond. So now he's got 4 to the flush. He's shooting for a better low than Kale. Believe it or not, not one person in this pot has a pair, except for Timothy, who brings in the queen on 7th Street. So he's got queens up top. Foddy Fatakis, I believe, picks up an 8. So he's got 8s. No low. Missed the low draw plus the diamonds.
Tim and Cal, can you?
And he's going to be hitting the showers here, Foddy Fatakis, with no low pair of 8s that are dead to Timothy's queens. Cal Burns is going to pick up the low with an 87 low. As you can see, Foddy saying good luck. Ding shirt on. Ding jacket coming back off. Will Foddy Fatakis shoot one more bullet? Wouldn't surprise me if he does. Much love in the chat as Party Tricks in the background. There he is with a hat on. Says hello to Foddy, who just busted.
Got his hat on.
Always got a hat on, Party
Never seen
Tricks.
him without a hat.
So we're on to hand 2 of stud high-low. You can see the guys down in the studio putting the game in the event ribbon at the bottom, just making it a little bit easier for those people at home to follow what's going on, and actually it helps us out here in the commentary booth. Dale, to find out which game we're actually playing, it's a little bit difficult when we can't see and we think it might be, because there's
Yeah, we
3
were
stud
confused.
games, you know, Razz,
Yeah.
and then stud high, then stud high low in order. Sometimes we can get a little bit confused as to which game's being played. Nonetheless, we do have that graphic at the bottom of the screen helping us call the action and which game it is.
Yeah, Kale's hand made much more sense once we realised what game he was playing.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out in stud high why he was coming along with the 8-4 deuce. He would usually fold that non-stop, but obviously makes sense now shooting for the low. Deakin coming in saying, this is the high-low round. It is. It's the stud high-low round.
3 of clubs.
You can see that coming in bottom of your screen on the event ribbon or ticket.
Jack of spades.
And right there, this is hand number 2 of stud high-low. As MSP says, shout out to the guys in the studio. Great work. Totally agree.
5 folds.
Extremely difficult to bring you this action as quickly as they're playing, plus commentate on it. So they're doing an amazing job downstairs. Hats off to them.
6
Mitch Armstrong
folds.
folding 3 cards to
8 folds.
the flush.
No, Mitch was the bring in. I suspect he'll stay in there.
Well, pardon me.
You want 3 baby clubs, but
Good enough
you
still to
might
compete.
see another street,
As MT completes to 8K,
especially against the Jack.
which is going to come along. So it's Queen Jack 4 versus Queen 9-3. Queen 9-3 working for the high at the moment. Needs to find some low cards to make a low. Well, it might just be a high hand versus a high hand, as MT doesn't have any low cards except for the 4.
Did he catch there?
Can't quite see the card, to be honest
It's a
with
black card, and he's got reaching for chips.
you. The 3-side
8
8.
of 8 of clubs. There
Yeah,
it is.
8 of clubs. So Mitch has now picked up 4 to the flush. MT picking up the Jack of spades on the 4th street. It looks like it's gone bet from MT, call from Mitch. And have a look at this card that's been brought in from Mitch, I believe. He's picked up the 4 of clubs. Is that correct?
I think so.
I believe he's made a flush on 5th. Is that accurate, Dale?
I think it is a 4 of clubs, and
Clubs.
Michael's got
And
the
Mitch,
4 to a straight there. So
Mitch has bet out.
oh, no,
Sorry, pardon
4
me.
of spades.
Michael's bet out and Mitch has called. It was the 4 of spades, so he hasn't quite got there, Mitch. He also has 3 cards working to the low as the 6 of diamonds comes in.
Can't imagine him, Michael betting now.
Have a look at this. Michael's picked up a pair of 4s, and Michael's picked up a pair of 9s. So it's 4 to the flush. It's going to be a pair of 4s versus a pair of 9s. No low for either of the players. And a pair of 9s is going to take this one down and scoop it, in fact. MT's going to check.
So to go check.
I'd imagine
Mitch just bricks everything, but
still good
manages to
enough.
get the 9, and just the way that his board is showing, Michael doesn't want to put any more money in there. As
Mitch says, do you believe I don't have a low, showing 3, 8, 4, 6 as his up cards, making a pair of 9s and taking that one down.
Nines. Nines.
Yep.
And a fold.
Sorry, I thought that queen was a jack.
Mate.
Mitch there picking up the chips. Dealer was about to pass them to MT, but
Mitch
Ash
didn't know
never
his
missing a Ash never missing a beat. Ash coming into the 1 seat, as you can see. Ash Gupta has joined the table now.
Come back again. That's it.
And it looks like Bruno. We've picked up Bruno also in the 3 seat. So those graphics will show up shortly, I should say, as we are back to hand number 3 of stud high-low, also known as stud 8 or better. I'm Monkey in the commentary booth alongside Dale West. Cub, you enjoying this?
I am. It's there's a lot going on, a lot of chats everywhere, and yeah, that action's in the stud rounds particularly so fast. It's hard to keep up with, isn't it?
You're going to hear a lot of table talk as Ash is sitting in seat 1 right next to the dealer's microphone. So you're going to hear a lot of table chatter coming from the big man Ash Gupta in seat 1 as we're getting back to hand number 3 of stud high-low. This is the 10K horse, proudly presented to you by the Mixed Games Academy in conjunction with Playlive Melbourne.
3 of spades.
Right, so we're 2 tables now.
Deuce of Hearts forced to make the bring in. That's Kale. Bringing it in. MT, I think, has
Diamonds.
raised, I believe, with the ace of diamonds showing. Ashley's going to fold.
Complete. 1 folds.
Yes. MT did complete to 8K.
Folds.
Bruno's going to come along with the 76 draw.
4 folds.
As I'm going through, it goes.
Brad's picked up a pretty big hand here. He's got the 6-5-3, 3 cards working to a straight and 3 cards to a low. So I can't imagine Brad's going to fold.
Bruno's short stack, so if he picks up a nice card on 4th, I'd say you'll be committed.
It's been up for a while, 10 minutes.
Agreed. Timothy Masters going to fold the ace queen 8. Why has he elected to come along? He actually has elected to come along. Do apologise there. The graphics are showing up on a slight delay. So he's coming along there. So it's 4-way action in this stud game. We are playing stud high-low. This is hand number 3. When registration closes in roughly an hour's time, D King will give you the information about the payouts. We don't have them yet because the registration is still open. As the action's on MT, he's going to check his ace 5, which is out with the lead at the moment. Bruno checks his 10 that he picked up on 4th Street. Brad's going to check as well with his 10. And Timothy Masters showing Queen Jack of Spades. He's going to check as well. So here comes 5th Street.
Yeah, 4th Street didn't do much for any hand there.
Checked all the way around. MT's going to check the king that he picked up on 5th Street. Bruno's picked up another king, or a king as well, but doesn't help his hand whatsoever. Brad's now picked up an 8 low draw. So he's got an 86.5 at the moment. Brad's going to come out with a bet. Tim Masters picking up a pair of 8s on 5th. Here's the gentleman there with the Australian Open cap on in grey. Back round to MT. He's going to lay that down. And then around to Bruno. He's got 3 cards working for the low. King 10 showing. He's going to fold. So it's heads up now. Brad versus Timothy. Brad hoping to try and hit a low card to make a low hand. Who calls a raise from Tim Masters, I should say, with the pair of 8s. Queen of clubs for Brad. And a 7 of diamonds for Tim. As you can see, Tim out with the lead at the moment. The pair of 8s. Brad needs to hit a low card to make a low. He hasn't got a pair in his hand either, so he could take this one away if he can find a queen or a 10. So Tim's got to bet 16k, and Brad's going to come along too.
Oh, Brad got it.
And Brad just gins in with a deuce, making an 8-6-5-3-2 for the low. So he's going to lock up half the pot with the low.
5 checks.
Tim Masters doesn't improve on his 8s, but it's going to be good enough to win the high. Tim Masters going to check it over to Brad. Brad would be foolish not to bet this. He's got an 86. He has to bet.
6 bets, 16,000. 8, 7, 4, 3, 1.
He actually doesn't make a low, Timothy. He does say that he's got 8s with an 8 low. He didn't make a low there. He had 4 cards lower than 8, but he paired one of them, which was the 8. And obviously that pot's been chopped up as Brad had made an 86 in that particular hand there, Dale.
Yeah, I thought I heard him say that.
He definitely said 8-8.
Yeah.
He didn't have 8-8. He just had a pair of 8s. So maybe he just misread his hand a little bit there, Tim Masters.
Very easy to misread your hand.
So many cards out in play, so yeah, I totally agree with you. Dominic Parker getting a shout out from Dean Stacey in the chat. Salvatore Rizzo is also in the chat. He's going for Mitch. He's hoping Mitch Armstrong can bring in the chocolates. And the shouting you might be able to hear in the background at Playlive at the moment. They do have a staff little tournament going on upstairs. Just as a big thank you to all the staff that helped out during the Playlive Melbourne Millions. Some of those staff members are also down here bringing this coverage to you. So shout out to all the staff at Playlive and the staff for the Mixed Games Academy. We are playing hand number 4 of stud high-low. Kale to bring in again. Round to Ash Gupta, showing the ace of spades, the big ace of spades. Kale Burns actually has a hand to continue here in stud 8. He's got 3 cards working to a 7 low. Ash Gupta's got the ace-jack 9. He's going to put that in the bin. Round to Bruno. Bruno's got the ace-king of clubs with a 7.
What does he do here with the short stack?
I think you have to go with this, but he's deciding to put that in the bin. He's only got 3.6 bigs working for him. Bitch Armstrong with the 8-6 deuce. He's going to fold. Look at the respect Kale's getting here. Not to mention, nobody else has picked up a hand, except for James Ops, who joins the table.
Kale's not folding.
James Ops going to raise this with his...
James is a 3-bet. Maybe he does.
Correct. James Ops pairing his 10. He's got 10-8 in the hole with the 10 showing as his first up card. Kale Burns is almost certainly going to come along here.
I can't see him folding.
Ever. So Kale's going to put in a 3-bet here with 3 to the low and 2 clubs working for him. Masters wedged up here with a Jack 3-7 showing. He's coming along as well as James Ops has picked up.
Jack 3-7.
Yeah, very interesting there from Timothy. I'm sure that those cards are correct. And Opsty coming along with a 10 up. It's got a pair of 10s, the best high hand at the moment. Kale with the best draw for the low. Looks like Timothy Masters has picked up a deuce there. It's going to help his low.
Oh, absolute brick for Kale there.
Kale picks up the brick 10. James Ops picking up a 5. That doesn't help his hand either. Here comes.
This is what we want, a 4-bet pot.
Yeah,
These guys will not be giving up easy. This is great.
Have a look at the card for Timothy Masters here on 4th. Now picks up 3 to the flush, 3 to the low. That at the moment is in front of Kale's low. Remember, in stud high low, you have to have 5 cards less than 8 to qualify for the low. So 3 working cards for Kale, 3 working cards for the low for Timothy. Timothy's also got 3 cards working for the high.
Wow.
In spades, but James Ops out in front at the moment as James Ops puts in a 3-bet with his pair of 10s. He's going to charge the maximum here. We're up to heads up. 4 of clubs peels off for Timothy Masters. He's now got 4 to the low as James Ops picks up a deuce on 5th Street. Over to you, Dale, if you don't mind.
Well, see, I think Kale got out of the way because Tim was showing strength with his betting and he's showing a 7-2. So it looked like he had 4 cards to a low already. So it might slow the action down from James here. Tim might be able to get through quite cheaply.
And it looks like Tim has picked up a 6.
And there you go. There's a split there.
Don't mind the graphics in the bottom left-hand corner. It does look like it was a 4 of clubs and then a 6 of diamonds for Timothy Masters, who now makes a 76 smooth, or pretty close to it. 76 second smooth, as James Ops is going to take that one down with the high hand. Graphics are taking a little bit of time to actually show up, so we don't know exactly the hands, but obviously James Ops is going to win the high hand, it looks like, and Timothy Masters is going to scoop the low. So that hand has been chopped up, I believe, as the dealer is chopping the pot. So half to Tim, half to Ops. As CK comes into the commentary booth, I will take one of them if that's okay. CK, how are you? Thank you very much.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Staff party kicking off early here at Playlive. CK coming into the commentary booth, as you can hear him, dropping off a couple of beers for us. So it might be beer o'clock here, as we call the action. Only 1 or 2 for me, because this is extremely difficult action to call in itself, let alone lick it up. And it is also a 10K event, so I'll keep it cool, calm and collected in the chat. Now, for those people who don't have the deep pockets, I have said this before, tonight we have the Shetland Pony, the mini horse on, starting at 6:15 p.m. here at 129 York Street, South Melbourne, the Playlive headquarters. That is Hold'em, Omaha 8 or better, Razz, stud 8 or better. Exactly the same games as you can see on the screen for a $650 buy-in. 20-minute blind levels on that. Presented to you by Mixed Games Academy in conjunction with Playlive Melbourne. As we are playing hand number 5 of the stud high-low. Ashy boy in seat number 1 is going to have to bring that in with the lowest card. 3 of hearts.
Be wrong. There you go. Instant wrong.
I know it says Marjahara up in the top left-hand corner, but that is Ash Gupta. He goes by a few nicknames.
Bring in cold.
Bruno's going to fold.
Fold, cold. Fold, fold. Complete.
Is that a complete from James with the ace up?
Which you're going to see quite a lot of. Any ace showing in stud high-low is a very strong starting card. So you'll see a lot of completes that particular hand and or raises for that matter. So it's Mitch versus James Ops here. Ops picking up the 3 of clubs. So Ops 4 to the low, the 75, ace 3. Mitch picking up the deuce of clubs. So he's got it working also, but he's going to lay that down against James Ops, who's got the recognition of being just an absolute crusher. You don't want to get into many pots with him if you're sitting at the table, because the guy's got over 5 million USD in live tournament earnings and a plethora of money in cash games, and he's a very difficult player to play against as Mitch decides to put that in the bin.
Yeah, he did catch his card and then decided to let it go.
Foddy was the first out in this event. 16 players remaining of 17. Foddy Fatakis, first to bust. He was just on the feature table before. Hopefully we can bring Foddy back in. I'd love to see Foddy jump back in and play a bit more.
How long's he got?
He's got another 48 minutes, roughly speaking, I think. Registration for this event finishes at 6:45 p.m. We'll be playing this down to, I believe, a final table of 9. And they'll be coming back tomorrow at midday to complete this 10K championship. James Ops picking up another ace for his up card. We are playing stud high-low. James Ops just going to fold that one this time around.
So Razz is going for a 3-bet here. Absolutely 3-bet.
Ash Gupta, just absolutely hilarious. Saying if anybody raised, he was going for a 3-bet there. Ashi Gupta. Maharaja in the chat. Oh, sorry, in the chip counts there. So if you see that name pop up, that is Ash Gupta sitting in seat number 1. Fan favourite, Ash Gupta. 51 bigs. 306K in his stack. We're down to 16 players here, Dale.
Plenty of chips there for Ash.
That's it. That's when it starts.
20 odd big bets.
MSP in the chat saying, where is the game? There's a little event ribbon at the bottom of the screen that scrolls across the bottom showing the game. As you can see, now we are into Limit Hold'em. Shout out to the guys downstairs doing a great job in showcasing which game is up next. Pretty obvious when there's 2 cards in play, but still helps nonetheless. Folded all the way around to Bruno in the button with King 5. Dale, if you don't mind, take this one away.
Tough spot for him here. He goes, yeah, he puts in the raise. Very short stacked. He's left with less than 1 big bet. King 5 hearts, not bad on the button. There it is.
Brad's going to put Bruno all in with the 10-7, the Daniel Negreanu favourite hand. Bruno all in here at risk. Can Bruno find a king of 5 or hearts to continue here?
Don't want to see Bruno go this
No.
early.
Also another fan favourite as the flop comes down. 8-5-8. Bruno picks up a pair of 5s. Beautiful. Here comes the turn. Brings in the 10 of hearts. Needs to hit a 5. And the king hits on the river. There it is from Ashy. Kings and 8s will get that done. Brad actually outdrew him on the turn with a 10. And then the resuck for Bruno picking up the king at the river. Ashy Gupta saying, there he is, as Bruno scoops that pot. We get an opportunity sometime tomorrow if Ashy does bust. I'll see if he can come into the combox and do some commentary, if that's okay with you, Dale.
Ash would be great.
He's an absolute pisser, Ash Gupta, as he chows down into some much-needed food.
No, tomorrow I'll have the stream on at work.
Oh, well played.
Unfortunately, can't make it in here.
Sure. Patrick Russell trolling in the chat here saying, why are there so many unknown playing in the mixed? Must be a lot of money available in Melbourne amongst the regs. Obviously just rage baiting me there with that comment. Some of the biggest crushers of all time are playing in this field. as Kale under the gun +1 picks up the King Jack off. It's going to raise it up 16k. We are playing fixed limit Hold'em at the moment.
One fold.
MT's decided to call with the ace-4 of spades. Bruno's going to fold. Just won the last hand with the king diamonds on the turn. Oh, sorry, on the river, I should say. Mitch folds. Round to Brad in the small blind. He's going to fold the king 4 off. Timothy Masters picks up the internet hand, queen 7. He's going to put that in the bin. So it's Cale Burns versus MT. Ace-4 of spades versus the king jack here. Dale, take it away. Call the action for me if you don't mind.
Top pair for Kale on the flop. Not much help there for MT. 3 clubs though.
Nobody got any clubs. As you can see, Michael with 3 outs, top right-hand corner. No aces have been folded, so he needs to find an ace. 3 of diamonds, no help. Cale Burns still miles out in front at the moment with top pair, second best kicker. He's going to bet, and Michael's just going to fold ace-4 of spades, and Cale's going to take another pot, extending his chip lead out to 384,500 or 48 bigs, as the blinds will continue to rise all the way through. Late registration, like we said before, finishing at 6:45 p.m. local. We are in Melbourne, Victoria, at 129 York Street, South Melbourne. As MSP in the chat says, Patrick trolling, never. Absolute rage baiter. Patrick, he's a good friend of mine, so I don't mind him putting in a couple of those comments here and there. We are live on a 20-minute delay here at 129 York Street, the Playlive headquarters. This is the 10K. You heard that correctly, a 10K horse championship brought to you by Mixed Games Academy Shannon Vandenberg in conjunction with Playlive Melbourne. We are live on a 20-minute delay across 3 different platforms: Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch. I'm joined in the combox with my buddy in crime here, Dale West.
Ash has put in the 3-bet here, and it's a tough spot for MT with such a short stack.
This is Hold'em.
See a flop.
Hand number 3. So 3-way action, ace-3, ace-8, king-queen. And here comes the flop. The cards do get a little bit sticky here, just because they're slightly fatter or thicker, I should say, than the regular decks. As Mitch picks up top pair. Second best kicker, the queen, considering he's flopped a pair of kings.
Yeah, he needs that ace now. Here's time to rebuy.
Also has the backdoor diamonds working for him, Mitch, so he's got an absolute monster. MT is all in, as you can see, with his ace-3, needs to find an ace. He could also pick up the backdoor straight flush if the 5-6 of diamonds peel off. Can also hit running 3s, obviously. But probably looking for that ace only. Ash is going to fold. So, Ashy calling what cards he had. So it's ace-3 versus king-queen. Diamonds dead, obviously, for MT. MT needs to find an ace. One of them has been folded. 2 outs only. Here comes the 2. Brings in a wheel draw. So a few more outs, 6 outs. The 9 of diamonds not going to help. And Mitch is going to take that one down and bust MT in 16th position. We are down to 15 players at the moment, with rebuy still available for the next 41 minutes, give or take. MT got very deep pockets, so I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to join back in the action.
Plenty of big bets if he jumps back in. I suspect he'll be in there. Be straight back.
As Ash doing my job in the commentary box for me, saying you can rebuy for another 45 minutes, give or take. And it's spot on, Ash. Late registration finishing at 6:45.
If he does re-enter, I wonder if Prince shuffles him around or if he gets the same seat.
Starting stack is 200k. As Dean also comes in on the chat on Facebook Live saying, Obst, has he played WSOP main event? His name seems familiar. He's a big-time poker player, James Obst. Originally from Adelaide in South Australia. He's over there for almost every single WSOP series and has 5 million plus USD to his tournament earnings, according to Hendon Mob. That's the gentleman right there with a smile on his face. Perfectly groomed beard. Comes around to Cale Burns, the big blind. He's going to call Bruno's raise. So it's ace-10 versus king-8, Dale. Caught you off guard there as you went for a sip of beer. I
was gonna have a
apologise.
sip of beer. Kale, just look at that. Just flops the trips. And then to get Bruno to bet into him.
Bruno just leading into him. Kale's going to raise this flop. Action back on Bruno. He's only got 2 bigs left. 15k in his stack. Drawing very thin here. Needs running aces or running cards to make a straight. Or diamonds for that matter, but still very, very dead against Kale's flop trips.
I missed the action pre-flop there. Not sure what the...
Just a raise from...
Kale in...
No, it was just a raise from Bruno, and then Kale decided to...
Calls from the big blind.
Call from the big blind. Flops
checks,
it absolutely
yeah.
gin, yeah. Flops it gin with 3 of a kind. Bruno filing out a continuation bet on the flop. Kale obviously going nowhere, decides to raise it up on the flop. Bruno folds. That's all she wrote for that particular hand.
I know you wouldn't fold.
Yeah, James was involved in some big hands in the main event, the WSOP, a few years back. Can't remember exactly what happened, but there was he made a big fold to like a straight flush or something. And then on the same table, I think he made another big fold, but he was in front. I can't remember. It was crazy.
Sam Denyer coming into the chat on YouTube saying, "Where is Burke? We're missing the vibe." Burkey's out doing some business stuff today, but he might come into the box later on this evening, if not tomorrow. Spiritual Tradie podcast coming in and saying flat call would have been better as Kale picks up the exact same hand he had last hand. Slightly different suits. And it's a battle of the blinds here. Kale Burns versus Ash Gupta. Maharaja is his nickname on this particular table, but he goes by Ashy or Gupta or Uncle. Flop comes 10-8-4. Kale's got the best of it. Kale's going to check. Ashley's going to check behind. Needs to find a queen, and he does. He spikes the queen of clubs at the river. Kale's going to check. Ashley's going to bet this river. And Kale's being sucked out on. And Kale calls, snaps it over. Kale should have probably made a bet there on the flop, the turn. Allowed Ashy to get there as the queen of clubs peels off in the river. Ashy betting straight into Kale. Kale snapped it off with his pair of 8s. Pot gets pushed over to Maharaja himself, Ash Gupta. Up now to 39 bigs, 314k to his stack. We are playing Limit Hold'em in this rotation as the big man, Josh Abadi, comes into the commentary box here at the moment just to say hello.
No way.
Right, so Josh, just a little bit. I'm not sure if you heard that down the mics here in the commentary box, but he has to pay his taxes. He said he's going to be doing a shoey that he said he put a bet on, lost the bet. So shoey on camera, Josh, or he says that he's going to do a shoey on camera. Now, I'm looking at his shoes right now. He hasn't gone out and purchased a new pair of them. So he'll be using a couple of dirty pairs of, don't know what the brand are, but straight out of that shoe will come a beer at some point, and we're going to see if we can capture that on stream here for you. For those guys who've been holding out since yesterday for Josh to do a shoey, I should say. So what? Right, so it's not going to actually be on stream per se down here on the feature table. They're going to film it out at the Playlive staff party. They're going to film it and then show it on the feature table here. Maybe during the break. That would be pretty epic as Josh is going to join the rest of his crew. Shout outs to Josh Abadi, Bridges, and all the rest of the owners here at Playlive putting on a masterclass of poker for the last 3.5 weeks. 4.5 million, roughly speaking, in total prize pools during their Playlive Melbourne Millions schedule. And he's going to be entertaining the rest of the staff up here for the staff party. It's just kicked off. I can see the pizzas, the beers flowing aplenty. So big shout outs to the guys at Playlive and the owners for putting on such an amazing show as we get back to the action here.
Yeah, Ops has come in for a raise, and Ash's 3-bet from the button with King 9 of Hearts.
Raise from Ops in the hijack.
Bruno's going to go with this, I think.
Bruno almost has to go with this. Queen Jack suited. James Ops obviously with the same hand, but not suited. Some people call that double suited, the Queen Jack off.
Let it go.
He's actually let that go. Mitch is going to fold the 8-2 of clubs. And it's Ops versus Ash Gupta. A couple of the battle of the titans here, just quietly. Queen Jack versus King 9. Ash going nowhere with his natural. Likes to play some baccarat. The flop comes deuce, deuce, 7. No help to neither of them. Ash still out in front at the moment with his King High. It's going to go check.
Automatic bet by
Bet.
Ash.
C bet from Ashi Gupta. James Ops is going to come along. Float the flop here. See if he can spike a queen or a jack on the turn. Here comes the turn down and dirty. There's the jack.
Wowee.
Straight in for James Ops. Eat your heart out. Ops not only big time player, but spikes the jack of hearts on the turn. Takes this one away from Ashi. Ashi needing to pick up a king at the river. It's gone check. Ash is going to continue with a second barrel here, not knowing that he's just been outdrawn on the turn. Bet 16k. James Ops gone a flat as well, so James Ops opting not to put in a raise on the turn as the 10 of clubs peels off. Is Ash going to go for a third bullet or just check it back? I've got a funny feeling he's going to check it back.
Would have gone all in, but I can't bet.
He should have gone all in, but he can't bet anymore. He's going to check it back, and James Ops is going to take that down with a jack on the turn, making jacks and deuces. It's getting a bit loud downstairs. There's a couple more players are floating into the room. A lot of these players, like we were talking about before, Dale, all know each other. It's like a big, basically like a big friendly cash game or a home game. Everybody in the field basically knows each other, Dale.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. There's so few mixed games that everyone sort of stick together, and there's a lot of home games when there's nothing. For a long time, there was not much at Crown down in Melbourne. So
Samuel Denyer asking a question. They are playing horse. They are on the Hold'em rotation or variant of horse at the moment. You can see that from the event ticket at the bottom of your screen. Limit Hold'em. The boys downstairs in the studio doing an outstanding job putting the game in that event ribbon so we can keep abreast of which game we're actually playing. It's very difficult when you get to the stud games because we go from Razz into stud high into stud high-low. And because they're all stud games and 7 cards out there, it can sometimes be a little bit confusing, but they're done a good job downstairs, so shout out to them. I know that MSP in the chat has said shout out to the studio downstairs, so I will give the guys downstairs a bit of props. They're working with new updated software downstairs on top of plugging in all the cards, so good on them. Timothy Masters deciding to raise under the gun with the King Jack. It's not going to get anybody to call. Picks up the blinds.
That's it. I forget about holding.
there's a lot. Plays a lot tighter in this
Format, I totally agree.
Versus the no limit. Very rarely would someone fold a 6-7 from the big blind.
Yeah,
as
totally
I saw
agree.
Through the week.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Neal coming in on the Facebook Live. Need those two in the background to late reg for sure. I'm assuming he's referring to, I should say, to Party Tricks there with a hat on. Eugene Portland railing this 10K.
Jazz Bullock's there too.
And Jazz, who also walked in. Like I said, it's basically a massive home game. Essentially, all these players have played against each other a million times. As we change the game up, we are now playing Omaha High-Low. Beautiful. As the graphics come in at the bottom, Omaha High-Low. As Cal picks up Ace Jack 9-7 double. Jeez, he just lays that down. I'd be raising that hand, but sure. Here comes Ashy with the Queen's 5-3 double suited, spades and diamonds. Bruno picking up the 8-7-4 deuce. Bit of a rubbish hand. It's going to be all in for him to call. He's in the cutoff.
Bruno thinking about it.
The dealer telling Bruno how to put the cards over the RFID reader. First time on the feature table, so just learning how to do that.
He'll be all in if he calls.
Yep, he decides to lay that one down. Round to Mitch. Picks up the ace queen, jack 4 double suited. So a couple of double suited hands here. Obviously, Mitch's hearts are super live. He's got the nut hearts, but dead against the jack 4 diamonds. To Ashy's queen, 3 of diamonds, and then bigger diamonds folded there by Brad. And Tim Masters deciding in the big blind to come along with the 9-5-4 deuce, 2 hearts. So 3-way action here in the Omaha High-Low portion of this hand. Flop comes down 10 deuce 5.
Wow.
Mitch Armstrong picking up second nut low. Ashy out with the lead at the moment for the high part of the hand. with a pair of queens.
4 checks.
Gonna go check, check, check. Here comes the turn down and dirty. Brings in the ace. And all of a sudden, Mitch takes the lead here with aces and a live 4 for his low. Obviously, pardon me, Tim Masters actually has 2 pairs. I just noticed that just then. The 8 comes in at the river. So Mitch with a live 4, as they call it. So 8, 5, 4, deuce, ace for his low. It's a pair of aces with an 8 low, an 85.
Live 3.
Yeah, Ash has
Ashi
3.
Gupta has a live 3. So Ash, as you can see, playing 8, 5, 3, deuce, ace. So Ashi's going to pick up the low with an 85 smooth. And Timothy Masters picking up 2 pair on the flop, 5s and 2s, which will get the high.
Enough to take that.
There's some hand-delivered KFC comes into the commentary box there, Dale. We might be able to bring up some information about the octagon. I know that MSP said, how many runners did they get in the octagon? I know they hit their...
I think it was in the 40s.
Something like that, yeah? In the 40s?
I spoke to Prince this morning. I think he said 40.
See if we can get some information on that for you, MSP.
He said 6 tables.
D King saying limit Hold'em is boring. To be honest, I learnt how to play poker, or at least Hold'em, playing limit Hold'em, before I converted into an Omaha High-Low player. And I would tend to agree with you, limit Hold'em is quite a boring game, but it's obviously part of this mix here in the horse. As we get background to Omaha High-Low, Carl Burns going to flick it in under the gun. His cards did not show up on the reader. Ash Gupta there flicking the cards. Queen Jack 9-3. He's going to fold. Bruno's picked up 8-6, 3-3. He can't call either. Hasn't found a hand for 6 months, it looks like, as he slaps the chips in his hand in frustration. Mitch is going to fold the Ace Jack 5-4. Brad's got the 10s and 7s, double suited.
It's okay as well.
I mean, they are playing this game quite tight. There's a couple of hands there I'd actually be racing with, but obviously they're much better players than I am, just folding them. And it's just a battle of the blinds here, Dale.
I thought you'd see Mitch with the raise there, but
yeah, Ace Queen Jack 4. I think
they're the ones playing it, not me.
He would have flopped second nut low on this particular board, as Tim bets out 10k on the small blind.
Flops 2 pair again.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Bruno just hanging on there, 15k.
So you guys at home, if you're just tuning in right now, we are playing, and you guys are watching, the 10K Horse Championship Day 1. You heard that correctly, a 10K event streamed.
5-10.
It's just absolutely outrageous. Brought to you by Mixed Games Academy, Shannon Vanderberg, putting on the 10K Horse in conjunction with Playlive Melbourne at 129 York Street, South Melbourne. 10K Horse Championship Day 1. Some big notable players out there in the field. James Ops being one of them. Ashi Gupta. Foddy Fatakis was the first person out. We've lost a couple of people on the outer feature table too, just quietly. We're down to 14 players out of 17. Bruno there. Mitch Armstrong. Actions on him at the moment.
Yeah, I was trying to, but I couldn't. And then he told me you have Queen Jack. I'm like, why did I bet?
So Gupta's just linked in with the
Just blinks off once your
So
card.
you got
Ace
like
10,
deuce,
King
9,
8s, clubs.
7. Nah, your hand's no good.
As you can see,
Mitch's hand.
No, bro, what?
Now, all we can see
He has called.
the actual cards.
I can see the real time info here.
Rebuys are available up until 6:45, so approximately 25 minutes from now, local time here in Melbourne.
4 players.
And you do get a 50% discount on the food and beverage package for your re-entry. So it costs you $10,250 to re-enter.
It's going to be tough to play.
Mitch Armstrong hasn't put his cards over the reader, so a little bit difficult here as Ashy Boy here picks up top pair, top kicker with an 8 working low, which, believe it or not, at the moment is the best.
Oh, Kale's got the jacks there.
7 jacks.
For the low, I mean, Ash
for the low.
Gupta's got an ace 8 low, which is actually the best low, believe it or not. 8 low is usually quite average in this particular game.
No, James has got the 7-6.
Yes, pardon me. I do apologise. He does have the 7-6, but he's out of it now.
We didn't see Mitch's hand either.
Ashy here's going to bet 20,000. Kale's going to come along. Here comes the river down and dirty. Oh, and what a card for Kale. Picks up the jack at the river, makes jacks full.
1 check.
Ashy checks.
The low doesn't get there.
I believe that Kale inadvertently... No, pardon me. Kale checked out of the big blind, back round to Ash. Ash checks behind. Kale's going to show him the goods with a jack on the river, making jacks full. Apologies. I am getting messages through on my phone from the studio downstairs whilst I'm calling the action with Dale West in the chat with me. So I apologise if a couple of things I said there were incorrect. I'm looking at 3 different screens simultaneously in conjunction with looking at the MGA, the Mixed Game Academy schedule coming up for today and tomorrow. Those people interested playing some mixed game stuff.
Yeah, come down.
The mini horse is on tonight, the Shetland Pony, 6:15 p.m. It's a $650 buy in 20-minute blind levels. Same game rotation as the horse championship, so that will be Hold'em, Omaha 8 or better, Razz, Stud, and Stud 8 or better.
Yeah, great tournament if you want to learn how to play. If you're enjoying this stream, come down.
Absolutely.
In the area. Or even if you're not in the area, jump in the car.
Yeah.
You'll make it.
So that got underway about 10 minutes ago, roughly speaking.
What is it, 2 hour reg?
I think it might be 3. I think it's
Plenty of time.
till 9:15. Bruno still can't find the RFID reader to save his life, and he also can't find a hand as he slaps the chips.
He's a frustration there from Bruno.
I know
been there.
Yeah, we've all been there. Can't pick up a hand, can't find the RFID reader as well as Mitch Armstrong decides to
Another limp here.
limp in with the ace-jack 10-7. James Ops with an absolute
Very
monster.
good hand.
Ace deuce 4
James.
6 double suited. He's going to raise up and make it 20k to go. Ashy Boy
1 calls.
in the big blind decided to come along, and Mitch is going to call that raise too. So 3-way action here. James Ops with the best of it. He's got enough shooting power to win the high and the low here. All 4 cards working for the low as he flops the nut low.
4 checks.
8-6-3
And the
ace deuce
best pair.
and the best pair outside of
Ash got the
Ashy.
flush draw.
Ashy's actually flopped top pair here with the clubs. So
right,
Ashy
I
might have
didn't see the
elect
8.
to come along. Yeah, hard to pick it up. There's a lot of cards in action as Mitch is going to come along too with his gut shot. He needs to hit a offsuit 9 or backdoor spades. 4 diamonds on the turn.
4 checks.
Increases James's hand here to 6s and 4s.
7 bets.
So not only does he have the nut low, but he's got the best high hand too. Check mark essentially next to his name. Ashley's going to fold. Mitch Armstrong still looking to try and spike a 9 at the river to make a straight. He has a 7 low, an 87 low. Or sorry, pardon me, a 76 low. Playing 7-6-4-3 ace. So he decides to put that in the bin.
That's how they do
And
it.
James
Yeah, he
Ops
did.
gets it done again.
Not much really happening there for Mitch's hand.
Agreed.
You get half already.
Save those chips.
I think you just got to fade a 5.
No, 5 is instructed.
Oh, then you
No,
know.
no.
He's got ace deuce.
Yeah.
Well, you can only win half. I think he's got half. You can only win half.
So James has picked up a couple of nice hands recently. He's chipped up to 340,000.
It's been ridiculous. Like 3-3, 3-3 in your hand.
Kale's crushing over 400k,
Play none of them.
which we'd expect.
Mitch Armstrong under the gun here. Terrific high-low hand. 98-6-3. Straight in the bin.
Bruno forced to play this one, the big blind.
Good shout from you, Dale.
20,000.
As
We don't know what he has still.
US Brad. Brad Maltz here. Raising it up. Cards should show up shortly.
You wouldn't know.
Brad with the glasses on, the teal shirt.
You'd be like, oh yeah, that person had a dead card, and then they just played the hand and be like, okay.
8 rates, 30,000.
As I believe Kale's put in a 3-bet to 30,000.
1 calls.
And Ashley's going to come along. Bruno
3 all.
forced to be all in here.
15.
Looks like he did a bit of
Yeah,
a
it's
shrug
on
of the
the
shoulders there. So
40, 60.
I believe that there was a bit of a shrug of the shoulders there. Bruno might have a little piece of this to try and scoop some of it.
60.
As you can see, all in for 1.5 bigs or 15K. Now, I believe this hand went raised by Brad, 3 bets by Cale Burns, call from Ashy Boy in seat 1. Bruno's obviously all in. Here comes the flop.
1 check.
I'll check.
Ashy first to act, he's going to check it. Graphics should show up shortly. Try and say that quickly.
Well, Mitch isn't in the hand, is he? He's
So here comes the hands all of a sudden.
there. We are. What's Bruno got?
Bruno's got a pair of queens on that particular board. With some backdoor clubs that are dead.
5 folds.
Ashley's decided to come along with the ace 4, 5, 6 with working clubs. Cale Burns had the aces. He's also flopped the nut flush draw with aces and the best low draw too, as Ashy Boy picks up backdoor clubs
And Kale's got the spades as
and
well.
a straight draw with third nut low draw. Ashy telling the dealer what to do. River card brings in the club, and Ashy Boy's going to get there. No low on the board, so Ash is actually backdoored into the nut clubs.
This is just for you, Bruno.
He can't believe it. Cale flopping the nut flush draw with the best low and aces, and it's come running clubs to get Ashy Boy there in a pretty decent sized pot here, just quietly too. Cale in a world of hurt, I should say, just got his aces. Have a look at that.
Yeah.
Hand on forward. Can't believe he's been run down here. No low hand possible, as there are not 3 cards or more less than 8 showing on the board. So Cale making a decision whether or not he should call with just a pair of aces in his hand. Ashy Boy's backed straight back into the clubs, and Bruno, poor Bruno, just quietly, he might think that his clubs are good here, but they are actually dead, as you can see. So Bruno will be busted in this hand. As the action's on, Cale, the last active player, he's going to fold it. Bruno's going to, sorry, pardon me, Ashy Gupta's going to show the backdoor clubs with the worst low. Absolutely drilling Cale in this hand, who had the overpair to the board, the best low possible draw out of the cards remaining in the deck, and the nut flush draw coming up absolutely dead on the turn in the river. And Ashy Boy is going to pick up that pot, and that's going to be showers for Bruno, who unfortunately for him could not pick up a hand, Dale.
Nah, it was pretty card dead there. Can't do much about that, Bruno. Although he can probably jump back in.
Bruno's got heaps, so wouldn't be surprised if he does jump back in. 200k starting stack in this particular event, and all of a sudden we are down to what I believe might be 13 players now, with Bruno exiting from the feature table here. Dom Parker is going to be coming into the hot seat. Nick Firms, I believe it is, or Fems, in the chat on YouTube saying, limit high-low is meh. PLO 8 is much better game. I would tend to agree with that comment. PLO 8 is a lot better game, in my opinion, because you can protect your hand and bet out low draws and put maximum pressure on your opponents. Sammy saying, what a dealer incoming. Yes, it is Dom Parker in the flesh. Timothy Masters picks up aces, queen 10 with a suit to the clubs. He's going to raise under the gun +1. So obviously Brad must have folded. James Obst is going to fold his hand round to Kale. We'll put that in the bin. Ashy Boy with a King Jack double 3. He's going to put that in the bin. No good in Omaha High-Low.
No one finding much.
Yeah, and Mitch Armstrong here in the big blind.
No.
Just one bet to call.
It doesn't do anything. It just tells you if you've read the cards.
With the
That's all.
King 3, 5, 4, as you can see.
Like, you see, right now it's everyone's in. Like if.
So here comes the flop. It comes 9, 10, 7, 2 diamonds. So Mitch has picked up the diamond, the King Eye flush draw
No, he's assuming because
on this
if
particular board
keep
and working
scanning
cards
it
for a
and the scanner is
backdoor
not
low.
reading the card, yeah. So what he's saying is it might be that.
Ash basically speaking
He's saying
straight into the
where is
table
Leo?
mic
Yeah, he
in
must
seat
be
1.
right there.
It's gone bet by Mitch, raised by Tim, back round to Mitch to call. He has called. Turn card brings in the 10 of hearts. No help to Mitch at the moment. No low possibility as Timothy Masters picks up a 10 on the turn to give him 3 of a kind 10s to go along with these aces. Tim's going to bet 20k back round to Mitch. We checked it out of the big blind. Needs to find a diamond and a diamond only to take this one away from Timothy. I don't think he's going to continue here.
The paired board.
And there it goes, straight into the bin. So Tim with the best hand pre-flop. Best hand on the flop. And spiking a 10 on the turn. Gets the job done there. He's up to 36 bigs now. 361,500 in his chip stack. Cal Byrne's still out in the lead at the moment. But he has lost a few chips recently. Still has just under 40 bigs. And Ash Gupta not too far behind him. Along with James Obst. So some pretty good poker being played all round, don't you think, Dale?
Oh, it's been great. What's the pressure? Haven't seen too many callers.
Sammy in the chat saying Sammy in the chat saying Dom is known to deal some setup hands or some coolers. Let's see if we can put him in the top 5 coolers. Tuna obviously sitting at number 1, dealing coolers left, right, and centre. As Timothy Masters picks up a monster here. Ace, Queen, Jack 3, double suited. Ops is going to fold. Raise from Tim Masters.
This game is really tough when you can't see.
Yeah, very playable hand.
Ash is going to fold. Have a look at Mitch Armstrong here. He's picked up the King 6, 5, 5. Double suited in the same suits as Tim Masters. As Brad's picked up the Ace 3, 9, 8. Suited to the spades with his ace. So he's going to come along from the big blind. 3-way action. Flop comes 10, 4, 8. Brad picking up alongside Tim Masters the second nut low draw. Brad also picking up a pair of 8s.
Tim with the cut shot and low draw here.
Yep. Tim's going to bet. Brad has to come along here. So he's going to elect to call. He comes to the turn down and dirty. Brings in the 2. So
Wow.
they've both now hit the nut low on the turn.
Action card.
Absolutely. They've got the 8-4 smooth each, which is 8-4, 3-2 ace. They both have ace 3, so they've hit the nut low on the turn on a Badoogie board. Brad at the moment looking at picking up 3/4 of the pot as he's got the best high hand with a pair of 8s and the same nut low on the turn. Unless, of course, Timothy can pick up a Queen, Jack or a 9 at the river to 3/4 Brad. As it's gone bet raise. Brad obviously at the moment looking at the best high hand and chopping the low. So at the moment he's looking at receiving 3/4 of the pot. As the action's back on Timothy to call with his nut low. Unfortunately, he does have to call here, so he's definitely not going to fold. He's getting a little bit worried about whether or not he might be getting 3/4. He does put in the call. Off to the river we go. The river brings in the 3. What a card that is. So they both get counterfeited for their low. They do both have the same low. It's going to go check. Brad's still going to pick up.
Still
Have a look at
gets
this.
the 3/4.
Still gets the 3/4. So Brad's going to win the high with 8s and 3s. And they're going to chop the low after it got counterfeited at the river. So it's 8 smooth for both of them for the low. So 8, 4, 3, deuce, ace. They're going to chop that up for the low. And Brad's spiked a 3 at the river to go along with his 8, which was already in front, making 2 pairs, 8s and 3s for the high. So it's 3/4 of the pot going to Brad and 1/4 of the pot going to Tim Dale.
Yeah, complete action killer there. That 3 for both hands there.
There's only 2 left in the deck, I believe. Or maybe that could have been a caser. I think Ashy Boy might have folded a 3, I believe. So somehow I found the caser at the river to just kill the action completely. When you have the low locked up with the nut low on the turn and you get the counterfeit, it is absolutely brutal in this game. For those people who play Omaha High-Low, nothing better than raising on the turn with the nuts and...
Well, it saves Tim money, doesn't it?
100%, but...
Because if a 7 comes, Brad probably bets again.
But you have a look at Brad there, like obviously he's basically free-rolling Timothy there with his pair of 8s for the high and the nut low. And then just like a really dead card at the river, 3 counterfeiting the low for both of them. Hence the reason for why it went check, check. Brad's still happy to pick up 3/4 of the pot, however.
Yeah,
and a game change to Razz all of a sudden.
Yeah, the bets are up there now, so every pot is... That's a big swing for your chip stack.
Bro, look, they looked at the healthy people and they said, you know what, this guy's probably not going to eat it. So, I mean, they didn't even ask James, they didn't ask you. They didn't ask...
I was definitely in a hand.
First hand of Razz.
As Ash Gupta basically eating the microphone down there, you can see the microphone is right next to the dealer's hand to the left. So Ashy Boy sitting in seat 1, you're going to hear him louder than we are in the commentary box, I can imagine.
We've got blinds at 5, 10 and 20. Not sure what the bring in is.
Paranormal.
It's like 2,000, is it?
I believe so.
The limits, yellow chips.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. The limits up in the top left-hand corner should change momentarily as Paranormal places with Pano.
There it is.
Is the Omaha lowest best hand 6-4, 3-2 ace? No, it's ace 2, 3, 4, 5. Is the nut low, also known as the wheel. As we've changed the games, like we said before, to Razz. We've explained this game a few times, but we might do it one more time, Dale. If you can explain the guys at home what Razz is all about.
So Razz, you're trying to make the 5 lowest cards. So the best hand in this game would be ace 2, 3, 4, 5. And as you can see here, there was one card dealt to everyone up and then 2 down. In total, I'll get 7. So you'll have 4 up and then 3 down. You'll get the last card dealt on 7th Street will be down.
Mitch Armstrong's got a very pure draw here. He's drawing to a 75. Cale Burns drawing to a 10-6 at the moment.
Have this stick around before the bets increase.
Have a look at this card for Mitch. He picks up the ace of hearts. He makes a 75 straight off the bat on 5th Street. Cale picking up, I believe, an 8 of spades. So Cale now picking up the 10-8. He's drawing essentially dead here. He needs to find some good running cards like a 3-4, an ace-4, ace-3 to make a 6 low and outdraw Mitch. But obviously with an ace-3 showing, his outs have shriveled up quite significantly as Mitch takes the lead here with a 75 smooth. That's what we were talking about before. So 7-5, 3-2-1 is a good way of reading this particular hand. I might be able to actually call this in terms of numbers. I might make it a little bit easier for people to call to follow the action. So 75,321 at the moment is beating 100,000. 86.52. So 7-5 smooth is 75,321, which is lower than Cale's cards. As Cale just spikes a 3 at the river. So he's made it. So this is a perfect example of what I was talking about at home. So read these inadvertently, if you don't mind. So it's 7-5-3-2-1, which is 75,321, which is lower than Cale's hand, who's made an 8-6. So he's made 86,532. So obviously 75,321 is lower than 86,532, which is what Cale made, an 8-86. And that's going to get it done for Cale as he loses a few more chips there. Mitch obviously picking up a 7 low on 5th Street there, Dale.
Yeah, I think Cale may have been hoping that Mitch had paired one of those cards on 5th. Showing ace 2-3 is very strong.
And just like Sammy said in the chat, known to deal up some setups. Talk about a setup there. 86 usually a very good hand in this particular format. Spiking the 3 of clubs on 7th Street for Kale, but the ultimate payoff card for him is obviously Mitch had the 75.
He's hit his card, but
Smooth.
it's cost him.
Yeah, the 75 smooth on 5th. We are on to hand number 2, I believe, of Razz. You can see it there. Razz, the card plaque on the table next to the hands being dealt. On the right, you can see the number 2. So Razz is the game and 2 is the hand number. Back to the action here. Don Parker doing a double job here just quietly. He's dealing the cards and tracking the cards. Shoutouts to D. Parker. That's a big time job.
Yeah, very tough.
Cal Burn starting off with the nut 2 card, ace deuce, queen showing. Ops got the ace 8-3. Just to let you know, suits do not play in this format. They're just simply card values and card values only. So if he does make an ace 2, 3, 4, 5, all hearts, it just plays as 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's handover.
It's absolutely handover as James Ops picks up the 6 of diamonds on 5th Street, making a 86. Cal picking up a repeat queen on 5th. It's going to get it done.
I think he played that hand well, and I think he played this hand well. To be honest, I'm just saying.
Ashy Boy in the comments there saying, I think you both played that hand well.
But the thing is, now he's a businessman. Back in the day, he was a player. Now he's a businessman. You see the difference? Back in the day, he was a player, and now he's like
just listen to
kid
Ash all
coming in
night.
and said, "What the fuck is going on?" What fuck?
Paranormal.
Back in the day, he was a
So
player.
same as Razz, correct. This is correct. So in Omaha High-Low, and in stud High-Low for that matter, ace deuce 3, 4, 5 is the best hand, or the best low hand, I should say. That's the same with Razz, ace 2, 3, 4, 5.
King of diamonds,
The bringing.
3 of hearts, diamonds, 7 of hearts.
Looks like
King brings in 6 fold.
Looks like US Brad's going to bring it in with the king of diamonds. Tim's going to fold the 3 of hearts. Around to Ops, who picks up a couple of 6s and an ace. He's going to complete to 10. You're going to see this a lot. Ace is such a strong card in this game, so you're going to see a lot of people completing with an ace up, which Armstrong deciding to come along with the jack deuce 6.
9 of clubs,
9 of clubs to Mitch, 8 of hearts to James Obst.
7 bets,
So as you can see at the moment, James Obst slightly in front at the moment,
10 of spades,
even though he only has 3 working cards to his low at the moment, as opposed to Mitch, who's got 4.
7 bets,
So Mitch picking up Jack 10, 9, 6 deuce for his low hand. James Ops just going to bet it out. The ace 8, 10 gets it done. Bets Mitch, I should say, off that best hand there. We are playing Razz at the moment. I believe this is hand number 3, potentially hand number 2. And Paranormal saying is the highest just normal poker as such. That is correct. The best high cards, or best 5 card high hand will win the high. Similar to that in Hold'em, Omaha, and basically all other games that shoot for the high.
Especially when you keep getting the
Hand number
kings and you're
4 of Razz, pardon me.
you got ante up for everyone, and triple ante, double ante.
the jack there for James. Bring it in. Is that Tim or James?
I think it might be Tim, actually, yeah. So Tim having to bring it in, the forced bring in with the jack of clubs. Ops is going to fold the ace, queen, deuce, starting with the 2 nut cards to the wheel. He's going to get that in the bin. Cal folds. Ashley's going to fold. Comes round to Mitch Armstrong. Round to Brady here. Folds also with the jack 4. Didn't put the last card over the reader. Timothy Masters got the pocket 2s in the hole with the jack showing.
Membership and stuff.
He's going to fold. That hand's over.
That's it, Jangles. When are you jumping in?
Oh,
What are
James.
you waiting for a couple more players to lose, yeah?
ante up,
What? You can't. Come on. You're too good, bro. You destroyed us in the city, and now
You're going to hear this type of commentary from Ash Gupta basically all night. And the closer he sits to seat number 1, you're going to hear his voice non-stop. He's just the most friendliest guy in poker. So he likes to chat it up a little bit.
I would have sold my ticket, but I didn't win.
Mitch with the queen.
That is correct. Mitch with the queen, he's going to...
Brad has an ace, but he's got some low cards behind him, so...
So Mitch
he
having to
doesn't
put
have
in...
two. There you go. So see how he didn't go for the steal? Because he's got plenty of action to come.
Yeah, correct. So Mitch is the forced bring-in here for 3,000. So the bring-in has gone up to 3K now, which means the blinds have also gone up, most likely. Just folded all the way around. So we're just playing a little bit of catch-up here with the graphics as my phone is going absolutely bananas next to me.
Was the next level 12 24? Might be.
Most likely 12.24 with a 3K ante. They're making an adjustment to that shortly. We are watching hand number 6 of Razz here. 9 of hearts for Ashy. 10 of spades for Mitch. So the bring-in's going to be the queen here for Tim Masters, which means the action will start on James Obst, who elects here just to limp in. So no complete there from James Obst. 3 cards to the 9. Round to Ashy Boy, he's got the 8, 6, 9, or the 98 at the moment.
He may limp as well. No, it's okay.
Not a fold. He doesn't want to take on James Obst there. Did you see it? Mitch's hand?
He's rolled up.
He's rolled up there. 10's in the hole with a 10 showing. Rolled up. 3 of a kind. 10s. Round to Brad. He's got the 86-4. He's going to complete it to 10. James Obst is going to come along. Yeah, super
Brad.
easy.
You can see he's in front of James.
Correct.
Make him pay.
Looks like the 5 of hearts just quietly for Brad. And the 6 of clubs for James. So James is shooting for a 97 low at the moment, and Brad's shooting for an 86. Brad's going to come out for a bet. And Obst is coming along. He called. I believe that Brad might have picked up the ace of hearts. He did. So Brad's in already with an 86. James Obst with a jack 9 at the moment. Can improve if he picks up a couple of big cards, last 2 cards on 6th and 7th Street. He could make a 76, would get this job done. He needs to find very specific cards on 6th and 7th to get that done. At the moment, looking at a jack 9, 763 low, which obviously, as you can see from the graphics, is heavily dominated by Brad, who picks up an 86 on 5th Street.
Yeah, the ace and the bet slowed James right down.
Well, this is very interesting from James. He can see ace 4-5 from Brad, deciding to come along with jack 9-6 showing. Brad picking up a 3 now too, and that's going to be all she wrote. He's got a 4-liner out to the wheel showing up. Picks up a 65. We'll take that down.
Yep.
So 6. As it looks like shortly we'll be going to a break for approximately 20 minutes, give or take. But we've got a little bit of something coming up at the break. And we can see this from the studio downstairs. They're getting together the video, believe it or not, of Josh Abberty doing a shoey out on the Playlive gaming floor. So Matty Marshall's working on adding that in for the break, seeing Josh do the shoey. So if you've been waiting around for the shoey all week, or at least over the last couple of days when he put the bet on, you are most likely going to be seeing that at the break as we get back to the action here. Game has changed now to stud. This is stud high. So again, very similar to Razz, but just in the opposite format. Object is to make the best 5-card or the highest 5-card ranking hand with your cards. No low.
James
Shooting.
to bring in with the 2 of diamonds.
Yep. Shooting for just the high in this one. This is stud high. James obviously picking up one of the nut low cards. The deuce of diamonds had to do the 4 spring in. I believe that there was a raise from Timothy Masters. Cale's decided to come along. I believe that Cale's got a pair of 5s. Timothy Masters picks up Queen of Hearts on 4th. 4 of spades for Cale. No help for him, but he's still out in front at the moment with a pair of 5s. As Timothy Masters picks up the 9 of diamonds on 5th Street. And I believe that's a 6 of diamonds on 5th Street for Cale. So Cale's still out with the lead. Oh, no, he hasn't. Sorry, pardon me. Timothy Masters, I apologise. We're getting a lot of stuff going on in the studio right now. So Tim Masters has picked up a pair of queens on 4th Street, which takes the lead away from Cale Burns, who's been following him in. 10 of spades on 6th Street for Tim doesn't help or improve his hand. Cale picks up the king.
Cale's open-ended, isn't he? 6.
I believe he is open-ended.
6, yeah. 7 in the hole.
7 in the hole, correct. Looks like it's gone check here at the river.
They're on 7th already.
Yep. So he can't quite see
I'd say Cale missed. It didn't look like he.
what's going on here. We're in the studio at the moment, just so you guys know. We're seeing what Matty Marshall and the boys downstairs are doing in terms of bringing up that video at the break for you of Josh Abadi doing a shoey, whilst we're calling the action on basically a security-sized camera angle of the live stream. And I believe that the guys in the studio have that ready to go at the break for you. So if you want to stick around and watch the shoey, that is coming up shortly during the break. We are down to 14 players here. This is the 10K 10K Horse Championship brought to you by the Mixed Game Academy. Shannon Vandenberg himself is in the house running this event. This is day 1, $10,500 buy-in. You heard that correctly, a 10K Horse Championship, day 1.
Get you the one which is cooked, yeah.
The Shetland pony is on at the moment. That's the mini horse, a $650 buy-in. That started at 6:15 local approximately 40 minutes ago. That's exactly the same rotation of games as this horse championship, but with 20-minute blind levels and a much significantly less buy-in, $650 as opposed to $10,500. As we get round to the second hand of stud here on the feature table. As you can see, James Obst having to bring it in with the 2 of hearts. Cale Burns is going to raise it up. He's got a king up with the king in the hole. Great starting hand. Ashley's going to fold. Brad's got ace king of spades in the hole with a 4 showing. He's going to fold that. Round to Timothy Masters, who has kings in the hole.
Cale's got the split kings.
Yeah, he does have the split
got
kings.
10s in the hole.
He does have 10s, but he actually laid them down, believe it or not.
Was there a 3-bet?
No, there wasn't. He just decides to... Oh, there could have been, yeah. Actually, raised to 20. There could have been a 3-bet from Ashy with the jack showing. Cale Miles out in front, obviously, as you can see, split kings. Ashy boy with just the jack 3 showing. Is he going to continue his line of betting?
1 bet.
He will.
8 call. King diamond.
Ashy picking up one of those kings. So Cale split kings at the moment. Looking extremely good for him. As he knows that the likelihood of Ashy having a king in the hole is quite small. Here comes the raise, which was expected. Ashy's going to have to lay this one down. He went for a couple of barrels there with the worst of it. And Cale's going to take this one down with a king up and a king in the hole. So Cale up to 28 bigs. Here are the chip counts for you. Ashy is coming coming fifth in chips, I should say, with 25 bigs, 246K after losing that pot. Masters out in front with 384,500. Mitch Armstrong is on the short stack here, 213, 500. Still plenty of chips in play, Dale.
Nice hand.
Yeah, Mitch was super short earlier, but he's crawled his way back. He's right back in it.
3 diamonds, 9 spades.
I believe we'll be going on a break shortly. Unfortunately, from the guys downstairs, they are letting us know that there won't be any graphics for this particular hand, but I believe this hand might be the last hand before we go on break. Nonetheless.
So I think Brad might have completed there with the jack.
So Brad did complete with the jack.
8 folds, 1 folds.
So it looks like a complete no action. Brad's just going to take that one down.
5 opened, everyone fold.
Thought I was going to win that hand when I hit the king.
15-minute break.
I thought he was just going to fold and
So-
boom.
So it looks like we're going on a break right now, guys. So if you want to stick around and watch Josh Abadi do a shoey, he lost a bet yesterday during the Playlive Melbourne Millions main event and said, I can't actually remember what the bet was, Dale. Maybe you might remember, I'm not sure. But nonetheless, he lost the bet and he's going to be doing a shoey during this break. So if you want to stick around and watch that, the video should be coming up very shortly. Josh Abadi, one of the owners of Playlive, doing a shoey on the camera for your enjoyment at home. We'll be back in 20 minutes, but watch the shoey coming up next.
Oh, Terry's already on it, don't worry. I will do the ceremonial pour. Oh, I've got to make sure it's a full shoe. There we go. Shut. One more time.
You have to do both this time. That's fine.
Why is the dealer doing this? That's going to massively slow down the game.
I apologise. He's just doing something over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just trying to help him out a little
This
bit.
does not seem like dealer responsibilities.
I'm just gonna wait until you're done.
So I can't hear you. You have to turn your mic up. Surely the better alternative is this screen is just
Yeah. Yeah.
It was Diamond, right?
I don't here. I don't know.
I reckon the
It was
stream
King.
teams missed out on a few.
There you go. It was King of Diamonds. Whatever. Yeah. There you go.
Well, let me put King of Diamonds in.
Yeah.
Yeah, just let me put it in.
Yeah. The King of Diamonds is.
Are you up to date there?
I am just waiting for him to catch up. I have no idea what's going on.
Just complete. Repeat level.
Fold, complete, fold, fold. Are you ready? Alright, so you're all up to action on the screen. Queen spades, 10 clubs. Bet. Call. 9 club, 9 heart. Bet. Call. 2 heart, 5 spade. 2 heart, 5 spade. Bet. Call. Fold.
So welcome back here to the 10K Horse Championship Day 1. We kicked off today at midday. It's a $10,500 buy-in. As you can see, a couple of new players being joined on this feature table. We've actually changed up the feature table after that short break, the intermission of 20 minutes. I'm in the booth here with Dale West. As you can see, Hanks joined the feature table again, and Simon Shaheen, a late but fashionable entry into this particular 10K event. We've got a couple of crushes on this table as well. Matty Gin and Tonic's there, Diamond Dan's in there, Jason in seat 9, and Oliver Gill obviously in seat 1 where Ashy Boy used to sit before he's been moved out to the other table. I did have a conversation with Ash during that break and said, you're so close to the microphone, you're calling it even louder than we are in the commentary booth. He did laugh at that. This is hand number 7 of stud. Graphics should come back online shortly.
Yeah, it looks like Simon with the 2. There it is.
This is stud high, so Simon has to put in the forced bring-in amount of 3K. He can complete it if he wishes to, but he won't with the deuce of hearts. Diamond Dan's picking up the jacks in the hole. 10 showing. He's going to complete it to 10. Jason's going to fold. Oliver Gill's out of there. Back round to Simon Shaheen. Wahash is his nickname. He's the guy there with the perfectly manicured beard. No greys there. And a full wig of hair just quietly. No bald spots coming through at his age at the moment. And he's elected to come along and call. Diamond Dan picking up another 10. So he's got Jackson 10s on 4th. Simon Shaheen picking up the king of spades. I tell you what, Dale, I really needed that break. I needed to grab some food.
Yeah, I was getting a bit hungry.
Started here just after, I don't know what time it was, 12:30 give or take. Got some food into me. Now I've got a second wind. Simon Shaheen grabs a couple of chip trays and whatever. About to sit back down. That's the big man himself, Wahesh. Here are the chip counts on this particular feature table. Matty Gin and Tonic, 40 bigs, 398,000. Simon Shaheen with 33 bigs, 332. Simon recently chopped an event, the Deep Freeze, a couple of nights ago for 35 lacquer. So he's taken a shot at this big game. He loves mixed games, and he's a very switched-on human being. If you know him well, he knows exactly what he's doing, and he doesn't care who's in this field. He is going to give himself the optimal chance of taking down the top prize here. We might be able to get you the prize money, or at least the payouts, I should say, for this particular event from the studio downstairs shortly, as we are playing hand number 1 of Stud High-Low. So the 2 of diamonds is going to be the bring-in. Jason's going to bring that in with the 2 of diamonds. Fold from the 1 seat from Oliver. Simon Shaheen got the jack of spades. Hank's going to complete with the ace of spades. Got 3 cards working for a low and the ace, so pretty easy complete. Jason can't continue with king 6 deuce, so he's going to put that in the bin.
You've already used up all of the luck that seat has.
Welcome back to all the people in the chat across 3 different platforms: YouTube, Facebook Live, and Twitch. Just want to apologise for a few of the technical issues we have had all day. This is the first time a 10K mixed game or horse event has been streamed ever.
I just drank somebody else's drink.
So we thank all of you for sticking by us whilst we've been ironing out those issues, but I believe most of them have been rectified to date. As we're off to hand number 2 of Stud High-Low, Don Parker dueling up his roll just quietly in the dealer's chair.
If we're going to get bring-ins in a game, it may as well be this one.
He's doing the dealing and doing the tracking. Sure, that'll work. As I believe Oliver Gill is going to bring us in with the 5 of clubs showing. Simon's going to fold. Hank's folding a 10 showing.
I'm actually going to walk here.
Matty Gin folding. Diamond Dan.
Not getting a walk, are we?
Although it's listed as Dan Diamond, it actually should be Diamond Dan. Diamond Dan. He's got a pair of 10s to go along with his jack in the hole. And Jason got 3 to a straight. 25 bigs. It's going to cost him 10K to call.
Raise.
I thought I heard raise then by Jason. No, you just called.
Well, it looks like Oliver Gill actually did make a raise to 20 with 3 cards to a low and got called by both positions, Dan and Jason. As 4th Street now has come out. King of diamonds for Jason, deuce of clubs, huge card for Oliver Gill. And Diamond Dan picking up the deuce of diamonds to go along with his pocket 10s, or his 10s I should say. Jack 10 in the hole and a 10 showing. Oliver Gill drawing to a stone cold wheel. He's also got 3 to a flush, so Oliver Gill's got an absolutely monster hand here.
2 clubs, 1 spade.
Queen of spades for Oliver on 5th Street as Diamond Dan picks up the ace of clubs on 5th. That would have been a brilliant card for Oliver, but he just whiffed it. It's going to go check on 5th. 6 of spades for Oliver, who just picks up the 65 smooth for the low. Diamond Dan obviously still out in front for the high hand with a pair of 10s, but Oliver can spike a 4, queen or an ace to take it away from Diamond, potentially scoop this hand.
Don't recall any 4s being folded.
No.
They're definitely all still in there.
Great shout. Bet from 20, bet of 20K by Oliver Gill.
That's 10 out there, yeah, you got 15.
Obviously Dan here looking at Oliver's board, which is 5 deuce, queen 6, 3 cards to a low, double flush drawing. And Diamond Dan looking at 3 cards to a low himself. But obviously he knows his own hole cards. He's going to come along. Off to the river we go. Dan picks up a deuce, so he's made 10s and deuces. 2 pairs. And Oliver's actually picked up a queen. So Oliver picked up queens to go along with his 6 low. And Oliver's going to bet his 6 low. And
I got a straight draw with the 6 low.
we're going to chop it up as Oliver hasn't even looked at his last card. He's going to see if he can squeeze it out. Didn't hit it, he says. Hit the queen instead. Pair of queens for the high for Oliver and a 65 smooth for the low. He's going to take the low as Diamond Dan takes the high hand with 10s and deuces.
Ace of hearts.
We've got a bit of a star-studded lineup here on the feature table just quietly. Like I said before, Oliver Gill in seat 1. Simon Wahesh in seat 3. Hank, the big man, Hanky Panky, in seat 4. Matty Gin, Diamond Dan, and Jason is on this particular table. You can see on the outer feature table there, Goose Brad is dealing that table out there. I believe that Ashi Gupta might have been moved to that particular table into seat 1 again. That was, I believe, the old feature table. We've got a whole bunch of new players coming in now.
Didn't get it all, I got half.
Yeah, we lost Ash next to the microphone, and we've got Ollie.
Two tens and
diamonds.
Bam saying, what happened with Twitch? Did you guys get banned? I'll throw that question down to the studio downstairs. I'm not sure what's happened with Twitch. Like I said, we have been having a couple of issues with the system today, so maybe there's some malfunctions on our end connecting to Twitch to bring that to you on that platform. As Dan picks up aces in the hole with a 6 showing. He's also the bring-in, so Dan's going to raise this, obviously, with aces in the hole, 6 showing. Jason's got a pair of 7s in the hole and a 3 of hearts showing, and Hank has got 3 to the nut low. So Hank's definitely going to come along here. We are playing stud high-low, 8 or better. You need to have 5 cards lower than 8 that do not pair up to qualify for the low. The 9 of spades for Hank is a horrific card. Doesn't help him for his low or his high for that matter. As Diamond Dan picks up another 6. Now his aces up on 4th Street.
Yeah, and with that 9, Dan's just going to continue to apply pressure now. And then there's another brick, the queen for Hank, so we hand over.
Wahesh. Please.
2 still?
Yeah. So just getting a bit of info in from the studio downstairs. Twitch is not running today. They're going to try and fix it in between streams if possible, or in between the breaks. Another comment is this view here is absolutely ideal for the stud games. So if the guys down in the studio can put this view on when we're running stud games, that would be absolutely ideal. It makes it a little bit easier for us in the comm box also to call the action. We do know that cards are a little bit glary for those at home, but with the graphics also coming up, makes it a little bit easier. As Jason starts off with the ace deuce 4. He's going to bring in the 4 of clubs. Simon Shaheen's got the 9s in the hole with the king showing. You can still hear Ash in the background. That's how loud he is. Can't get any louder. He's going to call. And have a look at Hank. He's picked up the ace 5 of spades in the hole with the ace showing. And Diamond Dan's picked up a 76-3 to open the bowling there too. So 3 cards to the low and a straight draw. He's also got 2 clubs to go with him. So this could be a big hand.
And Hank elected to just call the race. So
great call. So 4-way action to 4th Street. Eat your heart out, mixed game lovers and horse players.
Club. Jack spade.
Is that a 10 for Simon?
Deuce diamond.
So it looks like a
Jack for Hank?
Yeah, I believe so. So it's
Hank check.
Simon Shaheen picks up the 10 of clubs. Jason picks up the deuce of diamonds. Diamond picks up the 10 of diamonds. And Hank picks up the jack of spades. It's going to go check all the way around. Here comes 5th Street.
10 hearts. 6 diamonds.
Simon Shaheen at the moment still out with a lead with a pair of 9s, but don't worry about that. As Hank picks up 2 pairs, aces and 5s, and Diamond Dan picks up a pair of 10s on 5th Street. Jason's still shooting for that low. He is shooting for backdoor flush and a 6 low at the moment. Simon's going to fold, get out the way. So Jason's bet 20K. Simon Shaheen has folded his 9s. Jason made a bet. Back round to Hank here. He's got 2 pairs, aces and 5s. which you can see has a ton of equity to win the high. Needs to fade a few cards, obviously, at the river for Jason, who's got a few cards to either chop the pot or hit it straight. And Diamond Dan just wedged in the middle.
Tough spot for Dan.
Yeah, I agree.
I think he might get away from this.
20k to call. The pot's quite big. It's 92k at the moment, with obviously the bets in this round still needing to be added. So technically the pot at the moment is 132k, with Diamond Dan to call, making it 152k. It's got 22 bigs. Diamond Dan's actually been playing pretty solid all day.
No, sticks around.
And Diamond Dan's going to come along. Apologies there, actually. The pot is now 112k. I was wrong. They were keeping that accurate on the stream.
King for Hank.
Big king for
Did
Hank.
Dan get
Another 10.
another 10 there?
So Jason, have a look at this. So Jason's picked up a king as well, and then Diamond's found the third 10. If you don't mind, he's started off with 7, 3, 6, 3 cards to the low, 3 cards to a straight, and ended up backdooring into a full house now for Diamond Dan. He's got 10s full. Jason whiffing his low. Doesn't actually have one.
No, he's got
Oh,
a
he does
6.
have it. He's got a 6, pardon me. He's got a 6-5-4 deuce ace.
And
Like-
Hank can't beat Dan's board, so
And Hank can't beat Dan's board, correct weight. So it's going to be a chop here between Jason and Dan. So funny how this game plays sometimes, man. He started with 3 cards to a low, Diamond Dan, hoping to obviously make a low hand. He's backdoored into a full house high.
yeah.
And Jason with a billion outs on 4th Street. He had a wheel draw after 4.
Jason raise it then.
Jason's going to raise with
Hank's
his low.
hanging around.
Dan obviously has to call with his full house. They're going to chop it up. It looks like Jason had a ton of equity, and Dan finding another 10. You can't make that up on 6th Street. And Hank there with aces and 5s. Must be a bit dirty that Diamond Dan came along and actually spiked that 10. And I believe that was the case 10 too, just quietly. I believe Simon Shaheen might have
had a
folded.
10.
Yeah, I believe he had a 10.
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he might have had a 10 there. Either way, Diamond finds the 10 to make 3 of a kind. And then obviously on 7th Street makes a full house. Jason was in an unbelievable spot to scoop. Couldn't find the diamond. Or I believe it was the 3 that he needed to make the wheel. Nonetheless, picks up half the pot.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy with that result.
No doubts. We are playing the 10K Horse Championship Day 1. 14 players remaining out of 17 total entries. 170,000 in the prize pool. Started today at midday. Registration is now closed. These players will be playing down to the final table of 9 and coming back tomorrow at midday. There'll also be 60-minute levels tomorrow as opposed to 40 minutes today. Simon Shaheen picks up pocket 10s in his whole cards.
Back-to-back middle pairs. Tricky to play in this game.
Yep. Jason's got the 7-5-3. And Diamond Dan's got 3 to the clubs. And potentially shooting it at 8 low.
4 club.
Remember, in stud high-low, or stud 8 or better, you need to have 5 cards in your hand lower than 8 that don't pair for you to qualify for the low. As Jason picks up a huge card on 4th Street, the ace of spades. Now he's shooting at 4 cards to the low and a flush draw. And Simon Shaheen's picked up a 4 of clubs also. So Simon Shaheen on 4th has now picked up 10s and 4s. As Jason picks up a 3 on 5th Street. So Jason shooting the low with a pair. And Simon Shaheen out in front at the moment with 10s and 4s. Jason needs to play a little bit of catch up. He does have a ton of outs to hit the low. 3 would be a disaster card, obviously, for Simon Shaheen if it comes off on 6th Street or 7th for that matter. So let's see what happens here.
8 you got. Jason, king for Simon.
King for Simon, who's still out in front with 10s and 4s.
So you can see Simon checking there. He just wants to get to showdown now.
Jason making the low there, obviously, with the ace. With the 8, I should say. He's now got an 87. 5-3 ace. So this pot at the moment is going to be chopped up. Jason picking up a who cares card, the 9 of spades at the river. Simon Shaheen still got the best high hand with 10s and 4s. Looks like we're going to just go bet call. We're going to chop this bad boy up. There's the check.
Yeah.
Imagine Jason has to bet this, unfortunately, so try and see if he can get Simon off a worse hand.
Well, Simon could technically have a better low.
Well, technically he
may
could.
not.
Yeah, no, I understand what you mean, but it's just going to go check, check. Okay, fair enough. Showing each other some respect here. Simon's going to chop this one up with Jason. 10s and 4s for the high. An 87 low for Jason.
8-7 low.
I know, after I said it, I was like, oh, someone's going to correct
And
me.
yeah, that's the trouble with those
didn't actually hear you.
starting hands that Simon's had in the last 2 hands, the 9s and the 10s.
Yeah.
Very difficult when those cards come out like that
Yeah.
for your opponent.
Great shout. Yep, totally agree.
That was not a fun run.
Notice how he shut down. He didn't lead anymore
Yep.
after that 8 fell. Just get to showdown cheaply and hopefully it's good.
Wonder what would have happened there if Jason put out a bet and Simon raised him. Whether or not Jason could have folded that 87 low.
Yeah, now you're getting on some multi-level stuff.
Yeah. I'd have to talk to some of the more expert players in mix. Maybe I'll go down and speak to Hank at the turn. Turn meaning our break, I should say. This is hand number 6 of the stud high-low.
Right, there's a 4. I'll ease the bring.
It's a 4 over here.
Graham Bennett coming out with waiting for Simon to come out with the, what you going to do with that jack, boy? One of his commonly used phrases. As Oliver Gill brings it in for 3K. Simon's going to fold. Round to Hank. 3 cards to the flush in the high and 2 cards to the low. All cards working for him, so he's obviously going to complete it, make it 10K. Matty Gin's going to call with 7-5-4. Jason's going to fold as well. Diamond down also folding it. So heads up here, Hank between Hank, I should say, and Matty Gin.
No, that's correct. Yeah.
Jack doesn't really help Hank, but he's out in front with Ace Jack high for his high hand. King no help to Matty Gin. He's shooting for the low. 9 of spades, no help again. Really to Hank. I know he does pick up a pair of 9s, but he's trying to find some clubs as Matty Gin picks up a pair of 4s on 5th Street. So it's 9s versus 4s at the moment. They're going to go check, check. I think I heard the ace. No, the 8 of clubs. So Hank now picking up the flush draw, and that's
Ginny
about
takes
it.
the lead.
But Ginny's taking the lead with 7s and 4s. Great shout.
Oh, Hank's hit the 8. What's Ginny got there?
Hank's now got
Yeah,
9s and
well.
8s. Matthew Gin's got 7s and 4s. Funny, actually, because Matty Gin's actually picked up an 8 as well on 7th Street. Matty Gin's actually drawing dead here. Hank's going to lead into him. 20K for Matty Gin to call 7s and 4s. Not a very strong holding, unfortunately, for Matty Gin. He might be priced into call. He does call. Hank's going to show him the bad news of 9s and 8s. And that's going to get the job done for Hank. He picks up that pot of 175K.
There was a lot. 2 streets there were checked, and you still get nearly 200K in the pot.
Mm.
Please stand. Thank you. Now playing Hold'em.
5-10 is it?
All right.
Switch to Hold'em, I thought I heard then.
Yeah, switching now to Hold'em, fixed limit Hold'em. That should show up.
6 hands of it, right?
6 hands of Hold'em, as you can hear from the dealer, Don Parker, who's actually dueling his role. He's dealing the cards and tracking them. So shout outs to Don Parker in the dealer's chair doing 2 jobs as Shannon Vandenberg comes into
6 hearts.
the feature table there. He's the gentleman wearing the suspenders, trademark suspenders, and the bow tie, and the fedora for that matter.
Just talk smack with me.
One of the most loved guys in poker. We are playing fixed limit Hold'em.
If we could see the cards, the iPad wouldn't be right here.
Simon Shaheen's picked up the king 2.
Mig's asking for chip counts on the other table. I don't know if we can get them, can we?
We can see what we can do. Maybe we might be able to ask for the chip counts in the outer tables. There are a couple of tables going on out there. We might be able to see if we can get a photo of those chip counts. Just be mindful, however, that if they were to send those chip counts to us right now, they would be the live chip counts, not as of 20 minutes ago. So we don't want to give away too many spoilers in terms of that. But I can try my very best if we can bring up maybe the chip counts from 20 minutes ago, because we are on a 20-minute delay. One of those things that you find out in the com box there, Cub, that when you're asking for chip counts on the outer feature tables, we're actually receiving that live information, even though we are filming this on a 20-minute delay.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a head case in commentary, knowing what to say and what not to say. But we might be able to bring them from 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't know how it works.
I'm trying to catch the last two for him, and then
Simon doing his usual poker politics on the table.
Getting super used over there.
Yeah, it's never a quiet game with Simon or his brother at the table.
I think what Simon was alluding to is, does that iPad on the table track the whole cards at the table? It doesn't in this regard. There's protective measures. There's protective measures there, obviously. All that Dom is doing is using that iPad to track the up cards in the stud games, as everything else is perfectly secure from the studio downstairs in all the other game formats, be it Hold'em and Omaha. It's only being used to track the up cards in stud. Under the gun, Matty Gin picks up the King 7 off. 10k to call. Lines are 5 and 10k. Limits are 10 and 20k. Those people who don't know how to play limit Hold'em, when it says the limits are 10 and 20k, the blinds are actually 5 and 10. You can raise in units of 10k pre-flop and on the flop, and then on the turn in the river you could bet in units of 20k. Jason's got to fold. Oliver Gill's got to fold the Jack 10. Diamond Dan did make a raise with the natural 9, the Jack 9. Simon's going to fold the 87. Round to Hank in the big blind. They've got a hand that he can
He's got some chips. He's
call with here, and he
feeling
has.
it, I think.
Flop comes down 7, 5, 3, 2 clubs. Hank actually out with the best of it at the moment. Flop top pair with the gutter ball. Diamond's going to bet out. Hank's going to raise him straight on the flop. Diamond's going to come along and see if he can spike a 9 or a Jack on the turn. Here comes the turn. It brings in the Queen of clubs. The Queen of spades, I should say. Diamond's still needing a Jack or a 9 to take this one away from Hank, who's flop top pair with the gut shot. It's gone. Bet by Hank out of the big blind. Full pressure on Diamond Dan here with Jack 9. Really doesn't have a hand here to continue with. He only has 5 outs, as you can see, top right-hand corner. As I believe we've lost another player on the outer feature table. We are down to 12. We might have actually lost 2. I believe it might have been at 14 before, is it?
I thought it was 14.
Was it 14? So down to 12 as Diamond Dan gets rid of it.
In the bin, Dan.
Hank picks up another one. As you can see, 41 bigs now, 413,500. Simon Shaheen, Wahash himself, 321k in this 10k horse event. Proudly put on to you by Mixed Games Academy, Shannon Vanderberg, in association with Playlive Melbourne at 129 York Street, South Melbourne. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, we are playing Limit Hold'em. I believe this is hand number 3, maybe?
I think it's 3, yeah.
Good call. Diamond Dan picking up the Nintendo 64. It's going to go straight in the bin, under the gun.
It's 4. And 4 at this money.
Okay, there you go. And to Oliver, he's going to fold. Simon Shaheen picked up the ace-jack of diamonds on the button. Great time to have it. Hank just absolutely re-raises with a king-queen.
Couple of premiums here.
Suited. Matty Gin's out of the way, so it's Simon versus Hank. Simon raised it on the button.
Simon may go again, being in position.
Sure. 3-bet by Hank. Simon's
calls.
just going to call. I'll let you call this one, Cubby. If you don't mind, I just need to refresh the throat a little bit.
Wow, pretty action-packed flop there. 10 Jack of hearts. And Simon's hit top pair.
Top pair, top picker for top pair, top kicker, I should say, for Simon.
The open-ended straight flush draw for Hank.
Royal flush draw too, just quietly, if the ace of
Royal
hearts comes out, which is still live. You can see with the 15 outs at the top.
Yeah, he's got a lot of outs working for him. 2 on the turn's not going to do much.
Here comes
is
the
a
river.
bet
Yeah.
and a raise from Simon. I like this raise.
Yeah, so do I. But as we know, Hank's going to go absolutely nowhere with 2 overs to the board and a flush draw and a straight draw. So 15 outs for Hank. There has been a few outs folded. Obviously, the 6-4 of hearts, Queen 9 of diamonds, and the Queen of clubs. You can see that in the top part of your screen. But he's got 15 outs. And he's going to call. Here comes the river down and dirty. Can he find it? And that's one of them. The King of diamonds will get it done. I believe that's the King of diamonds. As we zoom in on the flop here, making it a little bit easier. Great shout from whoever's downstairs in the studio. Making it 10 times easier for us to be able to read the cards. Hank taking this one away from Simon Shaheen, who actually played it perfect on the turn. Got the raise in.
Bet. Yeah, he did.
Hank bet 20. It's back round to Simon Shaheen. He's going to hate that river card just quietly. As you can see, check mark next to Hank's name, who spikes the king at the river. He did have a plethora of outs on the turn after facing that raise from Simon. I think Simon might be able to decode this one and maybe put this one in the bin as he takes his card protector off. He's going to pay it off.
He's just getting the odds. Very hard to lay that down.
He's going to show him the king, queen of hearts. Pretty stiff there for Simon Shaheen, but obviously it makes sense that Hank has come along there with the
Ace Queen of Hearts as well.
royal flush draw on the flop just quietly with the Jack 10 down. Spikes the king of diamonds at the river, and that's all she wrote for the ace jack of Simon Shaheen as Hank extends his lead a little bit more. 52 bigs, 523,000 in his chip stack. This is now Hold'em hand number 5, I believe. Cubby?
Just got to get a little bit closer to this microphone.
Just got to raise him on the river, put him in a tough spot.
First time in the commentary box. I do appreciate you coming in here, Cub.
But it's very hard to.
I'm happy to be here. I was pretty excited.
It's not as easy as it looks here in the commentary box,
It is not
is
easy.
it? We're talking about it just before, with all the action, all the big names, all the personalities, the table talk coming through, dealer's microphone, the studio downstairs, and the chats all working simultaneously. It is a full-time job calling the action, as it's been raised by Jason under the gun with ace-8, natural, folded all the way around to Diamond Dan with the 10-4 police hand, 10-4 suited in hearts. Off to a flop we go. This is hand number 5 of Hold'em. Flop comes 4-3 deuce, 2 spades. Jason picking up the wheel draw. 2 overs to this board. Diamonds obviously got top pair with a 10 kicker. Off to the turn. Deuce of hearts. No help for Jason.
Better turn for Dan. Good
Totally agree. Great shout by you there. Jason not improving on the turn. It's going to go check, check on the turn. Jack of hearts. No help to Jason. Diamond Dan here with the check mark next to his name with 4s and deuces. He's going to check. Jason going to see if he can find a bet. I don't believe he did. He checked it back. And Diamond Dan's going to take that one down with a pair of 4s. 4s and deuces using the jack as the kicker.
We've nearly finished this silly game.
Migs89 saying, love your work, guys. Appreciate all those positive comments in chat. It's definitely not an easy thing to call mixed games.
We've had enough of Ollie.
Hold'em, obviously the easiest game to call, especially fixed limit. Gets a little bit more difficult. And we have had some issues with the graphics because this is the first time we've ever run a 10K horse championship at Playlive. I believe it might be the first ever televised horse event in Australia, in Australian poker history. I might be wrong there. Maybe somebody might be able to correct me, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time an event of this size and this game format has been streamed before.
Oh, Hank's picked up the kings.
Sure. Cubby, bring this one home for me if you don't mind.
Comes in with the raise. Oh, disaster here for Matty Gin. 3 bets with the pocket 9s.
And have a look at Diamond Dan. He's actually got one of those 9s, King 9, as Jason picks up Ace Queen. Right, okay, so it's Ace Queen,
And
Kings, and 9s.
4 betting. Hank just flats the 4 bet. So we do know a king and a 9 was gone.
Or he can only flat. He can't re-raise actually because 4 bets is the
4
maximum.
bets.
Yeah, 4 bets is the maximum in Hold'em. So flop comes 10-10-7. No help to Jason or Matty Gin for that matter. Hank miles out in front at the moment with his kings, I should say.
He'd be pretty happy with that flop.
Bet from Jason, call from Hank, call from Matty Gin. So Matty looking for the case 9 on the turn. Here comes the turn down and dirty. Brings in the jack of diamonds. Now the diamonds are down. Jason obviously picking up the gut shot that would be dead if a king comes off. And Matty Gin also picking up the gut shot to the rag end of the straight. He can win this one with a 9 or an 8. Jason, as you can see, could take this one away if an ace comes off. Queen's no good for him. And the king's obviously no good, as Hank would fill up with kings full of tens. Can Matty Gin find a 9 or an 8 at the river? No. He's going to fold it. As the river comes in another jack. Right, okay, very interesting card. So jacks and tens and a 7 and a flush draw down on the board. Very wet, this board. Jason's going to check. Hank's going to bet. I believe that Jason might have to call here, unfortunately. He does call with ace high, jacks and tens, ace high, and Hank's going to show him a pair of kings to take it down, kings and jacks.
All right, we've banished
Big one there for Hank.
Limit Hold'em.
He extends his lead a little bit further here, Hanky.
You've had a pretty good time.
669k. Go ahead, sorry, I
He's been chipping
apologize.
up well since this table started.
No doubts. It does help when you pick up cards, though, too. Fair enough?
Oh, yeah. Ollie there, the short stack. Just looking for a spot.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we do love the action hands like that one. More of those, please, dealer.
Any chance the guys down in the studio might be able to give or send me a list of the who's remaining in the outer tables, just to help out those people in the chat who are asking who is remaining in this tournament? Obviously, we've got 6 players here and 6 people, or players, I should say, in the outer feature table. You can kind of see the outer feature table from the table cams. I might be able to show you that shortly as we change the view. Get back to Matty Gin. We are now playing Omaha High-Low. Matty Gin has raised it to 20k with Jack 4 Deuce Deuce. Not the best starting hand in Omaha High-Low, but he's in the cutoff, so he's going to raise in position. Jason's going to fold, and Oliver Gill's going to fold the 10-10-7-6 out of the big blind, and Matty Gin's going to take that down. That's the outer feature table you can see just above this feature table on screen at the moment with Shannon Vandenberg, the Prince of Poker himself.
So who have we got there? There's Mitch.
Brad.
Tim, James, Kale.
Yeah, and I believe that Ashy Boy,
Ash still in seat 1?
he must be, because we've got 12 players, and obviously there are only 5 there that you can see on the screen. So Ashy Boy must be still in the tournament in seat number 1. You just can't see him because he's slightly cut off from view as the cards are being dealt around on this feature table. We are playing Omaha High-Low. And Hank under the gun here. Just to let you know, we are bringing this to you live from Playlive headquarters, 129 York Street, South Melbourne. It's an unfiltered stream, so if you do hear some language or some vulgarity, it's because the players are somewhat allowed to sort of use that language, considering this mature audience is only. If you do have kids in the building, probably suggest maybe turning the volume down on the device to 15 or 16 decibels, or chuck some headphones in. As Oliver Gill decides to 3-bet here to 30k with Ace King 7 Deuce against Diamond Dan's King Jack 999. Call the action for me if you don't mind, Cubby.
Yeah, and the flops come Ace 8-4, which gives Ollie top pair, and he does have the 7-2, the low draw. Dan doesn't have a low draw, so I think we'll get a fold here on the
Diamond Dan does
from Dan, I'd say.
Yeah, maybe he has picked up nut diamonds on the flop, and now he's picked up an up and down draw on the turn. So let's see if Dan decides to come along and try and spike one of those outs. Obviously, Oliver has got the low locked up with an 87. 10 of hearts, no help to Diamond Dan. He misses all of those outs. Oliver's going to just continue betting into him. Unfortunately for Diamond Dan, he can't call after missing a plethora of outs on the turn. Oliver, obviously, with the 87 low, 8-7, 4 deuce ace, and in his high hand, he's got aces and tens, the ace king from his hand, playing ace double 10 on the board. So aces and tens with the king kicker.
He hasn't folded yet, though.
He's a full scooper. I think the only reason why he hasn't called yet is because Oliver Gill's all in for 13k. Less than half of the bet at the river. So Diamond Dan's going to find that fold. Apologies for any coughs down the microphone. Got a little bit of a Dorito stuck in the back of the throat there. as we're on to hand number 2
I thought I was a pretty good chance to do that.
of Omaha High-Low.
A nice spot. I
Is
figured
hand
I was-
number 2
as
or
soon
hand
as
number
you
3?
I think this
I
might be
figured I was
3.
scooping.
Ginny stole one,
Yeah.
and then
Ace
that was
king two. With
to the
another
river with
Carlo
Ollie
that made
scooping
it.
it. Much needed chips there, Molly.
Yep.
Back up to 14.
All right,
Big bets.
live 130, 139, 43. And that's what all the Ollie fold was for, through Limit Hold'em.
Actually, that's big blinds, not big bets. Their stacks are in big blinds.
That's all I see.
Go Kings or something, Dan?
Yep. It's all in big bets or big blinds. Matty Gin under the gun here.
It's a pretty good run out for me. Made a low with an
It's
ace.
going to fold a king 965. Absolute garbage in Omaha High-Low. Comes around to Diamond Dan. Picks up the 6553 double suited. He's going to come in for a raise here with the 6553 double suited. Jason's going to fold the kings 9-3. King's not that strong in Omaha High-Low. Oliver Gill on screen there. He's going to fold the jack 7-6-2. Round to Simon Shaheen. Queen jack 10-3. He's going to fold, and Hanky Panky picking up the ace queen jack 10. Obviously can only shoot for the high hand. Got no cards working for the low, as you must use 2 of your cards, and the flop comes down pretty gin, to be fair for Hank.
That would have been
Flicks up
a
top
fairly
2
poor
pair
flop
with
for
a
me.
straight draw. He also has the nut diamond blocker with the ace of diamonds. It's going to go check, check. Here comes the turn, down and dirty. Diamond needs to find, Diamond Dan, I should say, needs to find a 5. He can't find one. Hank's going to come out for a bet. Diamond can't continue, so he's going to fold almost certainly, which he does. Hank's going to take that one down. Got any questions, concerns, queries? Cubby and Monkey in the chat. We're down to 11 players now, so there has been a bust out on that outer feature table.
I think it was Mitch.
As Mitch looks like he might have hit the rail there as Josh Abadi walks downstairs to have a look at the stream table. They do have a staff party or a staff tournament going on upstairs too.
Let's all tell our best stories. The craziest thing we've ever seen in a poker room.
I don't think I could tell that.
No? In a legal poker room. in a legal regulated poker room.
Hanky obviously going ham on the microphone, the table mic. You can hear that quite loudly down the stream, but we have been told a couple of times that some people like to hear the table chatter, especially amongst friends.
Not sure what's happened here.
That's right. Yeah, the bottom was locked on Dan when we got back from break.
I've been the
Actions
big
on
blind
Dan.
first hand of every game, so yeah.
So I believe they're just making sure that the correct amount of hands have been
I've
played
big
in
blind
this
on the first
particular
hand of each game, yeah.
game, which you can see they've now adjusted that
Unless that changes, yes.
in terms of how many hands
sorry,
have been dealt. So that has now been corrected, which we did allude to earlier. Jason's going to raise with the ace, queen, 9-3 double suited. Nut hearts in his hand. Hank's going to fold. Round to Matty Gin. He's got the king 7-5 in the big blind, so he's going to come along. Here comes the flop, down and dirty. Flop comes a couple of hearts and a 9. Jason picking up nut flush draw. Second best pair. Matty Gin with the over pair. And a working low because Jason actually hit his 3 on the flop. Cubby?
Yeah, Jace can't hit a low. Interesting to see how Ginny plays this one.
Yep. The blinds have gone up, as you can see. The limits are now 12 and 24K. Turn card brings in clutch for Jason. Picks up 2 pairs there to go along with his nut flush draw.
Yeah, not a card you want to see if you're sitting there with 2 kings.
Agreed. Matty does have a 75 low working for him. The bet is 24K from Jason. I can't imagine Matty Gin's going to come along. He needs to spike it at the river to make a 75 that could be dead anyway, so I'd imagine Matty Gin's probably going to fold here.
I would have thought so.
But what would I know as he's looking at some chips?
7-5 is live though.
Correct. He does elect to call. So here comes the river down and dirty. He needs to hit a low card that doesn't pair him. And the river card brings the 10 of hearts in. And Jason's just absolutely flopped the nut flush draw with a pair, turned 2 pairs and now made the nuts. No low possibility. So Jason holding the stone cold nuts here in a much needed pot for him. He's only down to 5.4 bigs. So it's going to go check. Jason obviously has to bet the nuts here. Otherwise, he'll get the orbit or a hand penalty.
Can Ginny find the fold?
There's no chance that Ginny here can call. Unfortunately, he's missed everything. No, he's got the kings blocking the nut straight at the top end. It would be a very dangerous call for him to make. He's beaten by a lot of hands here. I'm pretty sure he's just going to take a little bit of moment. Take a moment, I should say, and put the king 7-5 in the bin. Don't think he's going to give up 2 bigs to call.
No, he did call.
Forget about what I said. He is going to call. He's going to be shown the bad news. Jason going to show him the absolute stone cold nuts. Nut flush.
They keep him honest every now and then.
Yeah, good call by you. Good shout, Cub. Ginny keeping him honest. As it looks like Shannon Vandenberg might be picking up Matty Gin and moving him to another table. Strike that. They're going to do a race off of certain chips in play. A colour up. I agree with Nick there in the chat. I'm not sure why Matty Gin decided to just flat there. I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's either a fold or a raise. Totally agree. You could raise to try and represent the backdoor nut straight. And obviously, fold is probably the most EV decision to make there. Considering you've whiffed a lot and there's also an ace down on the board and backdoor hearts get there. But yeah, not sure why he's called. Like he said, Cub, maybe just trying to keep Jason honest, but he has been honest all day long, Jason. And he has taken down a couple of events, or at least I know he's taken down an event during the Playlive Melbourne Millions series.
Jason has.
Yeah, I think he took down an event or maybe cashed super high in one of them.
Yeah.
No, he took down the PLO. He took down the PLO. I believe he might have taken down the PLO. I might correct me if I'm wrong in chat, but I'm pretty sure Jason might have taken down the PLO.
And he also won the Crown Horse 2 series ago.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah. Solid, very solid mixed player.
It's Hank here picks up the ace 6-5-3. Triple clubs in his hand, still a monster. He's going to raise it, make it 24k to go to the structure. Diamond Dan's going to come along with King Jack Jack 4. He's got 10 bigs. He needs to kind of make something work for him, Diamond Dan. And Matty Gin's coming along as well with the ace King Jack 5.
Oh, yeah.
And the flop comes 7-7 King. Bit of danger here for Diamond Dan. He picks up top pair. And Hank's, pardon me, Matty Gin's obviously got top pair, top kicker. Nobody has a 7 in this hand. So Matty Gin's going to lead out.
And Ginny's got that jack blocker there against the jacks of Dan when he comes along.
Hold on a second. So Hank actually bet this flop here. I'm not sure why he chose to bet here, to be perfectly honest. In comes the 6. Does bring in the low draw on the turn. Matty Gin's still out in front with kings and 7s with the ace kicker. Diamond Dan needing to find a jack. It's gone check, check, check all the way around. Here comes the river. It brings in a 6. And you can't make that up. Hank's gone backdoor 6-6 to make 3 of a kind 6s. He does not have a full house for these people who don't know how to play Omaha High-Low. You have to use 2 cards in your hand and 3 cards on the board. So he has got 3 6s using ace 6 from his hand, 2 6s on the board, and the king. He's backdoored into 3 6s. What a sickening run out for Matty Gin and Dan for that matter. And this is what Hank likes to do. He loves to be able to backdoor into something as he bets out 24. Matty Gin in a horrific spot, having to call here with ace king and Diamond Dan in the squeeze here.
The call by Ginny should allow Dan to
fold. Yep,
the muck.
Totally agree. Great shout.
So I managed to time it perfectly. I was max tanking, and then if a hand took too long, I would instantly fold and be like, yeah, whatever. And obviously I knew it was a gamble trying to work and time it perfectly.
And puts it into the muck. Matty Gin and Tonic's going to see the bad news as Hank goes backdoor 6-6. Absolutely brutal. Yeah.
That river call.
Obviously, Hank had the backdoor straight and
so yeah, it ticks down.
low draws, but forget about that. He finds another 6 at the river to get the job done. Backdoor 6s, if you don't mind, for Hank, as he extends his lead a little bit further, up to almost 800 Ks, 66 bigs.
It works out. So
Bit of a hot seat, Hank's one.
It goes up exactly on his
Hasn't missed
line.
much.
So I'm folding with my 2-3 ante.
If possible, the people down in the studio, if you wouldn't mind turning down the table audio just a little bit. Obviously, the microphone is pretty close to the player sitting in seat 1, so it comes a bit loud through our headphones up here in Combox. If you would be so kind, that would be great.
If it had gone up either one hand later or one hand sooner on my big blind. That's right, it would have been up on yeah.
We've got Lofty God asking to remind them how high-low works.
Sure, no problems.
We haven't answered that yet, have we?
No, we'll get to that in just a second after we call the action. But basically how this game plays, it's a split pot game. Best high hand wins half the pot. Best low hand wins half the pot. The object of this game is to try and scoop the pot, so have enough to win the low and the high. The only way a low qualifies is if there's 3 or more cards on the board, less than 8, that don't pair. Means that the low possibility is out there on the board. For example, like this, ace playing high and low. It's actually a perfectly good hand to actually commentate on. So Jason at the moment has picked up a pair of aces for his high hand. And he's actually got a made low at the moment with 6, 5, 4, 3 in his hand and the ace on the board. So he has top pair for his high and a 6, 5, 4, 3 ace low. The turn brings in the 10 of spades. You can't quite see Matty Gin's cards at the moment. They haven't been put over the RFID reader correctly at the moment, so unfortunately we don't have any details about his hands at the moment. It looks like he's going to call. Here comes the... Pardon me, he's got a bet. So it's going to be checked from the big blind from Jason, who's going absolutely nowhere with this particular hand. He's got a monster. He's also up and down here, Jason, and can make the wheel if a deuce comes off. But I'd imagine he's most likely locked up the low. Action back round to Jason as the 8 of clubs peels off at the river. Matthew Gin will need to have deuce 3 or 3-4 to chop the low. Deuce 3 will win the low with a 6-5 2-3 ace. Yep.
Beats Jason for the low.
Correct.
And
it looks like he might have 2-4.
Seen Ginny's
high low, yeah.
So hold on a second. Just get.
What's the other? Oh, it's 4.
Everyone had a pair of 4s.
Is it ace 4-4 king?
Ace king.
I think he's got ace king 4-4. So I believe that's. I might be wrong here, but I believe that might be ace 4-4 king.
I think it's a chop.
And it looks like a chop. So Matty Gin's going to win the high with ace king, and Jason won the low
You want me to go first? Or no?
with the low of 6-5-4 3 ace.
So did they both have 4s?
I believe it was ace king 4-4 for Matty Gin, and I believe it was ace 4-4 3 for Jason. And I think it's a chop it up buttercup. 6-5-4 3 ace for Jason. Matty Gin had ace king 4-4, so high hand of aces with a king kicker. And an 8 low, and the low hand going to Jason with the 6-5-4 3 ace.
And he's like, oh, whatever, something like that. Okay, and then the next hand happens, and he picks up his cards the exact same way and holds them out here like this. And I'm like, I can see your cards again. And I'm like, I'm going to tell you.
PK Spud in the chat there. Ollie Gill, the man who can talk underwater with a mouthful of marbles. Great call.
So he's in, I think, seat 4, and we're like 3 and 5. I can't remember which one I was.
And D King obviously in the chat saying Jason had low. That he had ace king for the high. That is correct. We just got confirmation.
He picks up his cards again like this, and he's losing all of these hands to me and the other guy because we can see his cards. So he picks up his cards again like this.
Yeah, Lofty God, it is Razz.
You have to pick them up a
basically for the low, but it does need to be an 8 qualifier.
He's like, stop looking at my cards. I'm like, I'm not looking at my
So
cards.
we are now on to Razz, hand 1 of Razz.
So Anyway, I'm like, all right, that's the last time I'm going to tell you that I can see your cards, and so can he. Anyway, so after that,
Yeah, I don't think Ollie's
he continued to pick up his cards.
stopped to breathe in between talking.
We've actually just turned down the table mic here in the commentary booth. It does make it a little bit difficult for us to be able to commentate whilst we're hearing Ollie go hammer and tong down the microphone.
Dan with the Queen bring in.
Great shout.
Fold for Ollie, fold Simon.
Now in Razz, we have said this a couple of times. The idea is to make the lowest hand possible using your cards or your board out of the five cards out of the 7 that are dealt to you. 2 are face down and 1 is faced up, along with 3 more face up cards, or up cards as they call them, and then on 7th Street the last card is dealt to each player face down. So you'll end up with 3 down cards and 4 up cards, and the object is to try and make the lowest hand possible using those 7 cards, with the wheel, ace, deuce, 3, 4, 5, being the nuts in this particular game. You're basically trying to find the worst hand possible in this particular game.
And there is the extra betting streets as well, so pots can get very big.
That is correct. The ante in this game is 3K from each player. The bring-in will also be 3K size of the ante. You can complete it to 12. Structure in this game is 12, 24, 3K ante.
Bring in here with the king.
So
I expect it to fold round to the ace there. No. What's Dan got? Has he got an ace?
So Hank having to put out that forced bring in for 3,000 with the nut worst card in the deck, King of Spades. Matty Gins decide to limp in here with an 87 draw, 8-7 deuce. And Diamond Dan's got the 8-6 ace. So Diamond Dan's drawing for an 86 low. Matty Gins drawing at an 87 low at the moment.
Look at Ginny, just that queen hit's done.
And Diamond Dan also picks up a 5. 4 cards for a low for Diamond Dan, and the queen absolutely no help to Matty Gin, who can't find a hand. Kind of feel a little bit sorry for Matty Gin. He had a bit of a stack earlier, down to 4.6 bigs now. Needs to find some hands to continue in this tournament, otherwise he will be hitting the showers. And we will be going to most likely hand-for-hand action when we get down to 10 players. Before a final table of 9 is determined. And I believe
bagging at 9?
I believe they are bagging it at 9. I'll get confirmation from the studio downstairs, but that's what I was told earlier today. They'll be bagging at 9 and coming back tomorrow at midday, but we'll keep you abreast of that as soon as we know more information, as this is hand number 3 of the Razz variant of horse. Still 5 players on the outer feature table, 6 players here. Pretty massive lineup just quietly. Oliver Gill, Wahesh, Simon Shaheen, Hank, Matty Gin, Diamond Dan and Jason.
Doing stories in case they can hear audio on the stream. So it's another one.
Going for the steal there.
Yeah, no doubts about it. Jason had to make the forced bring in for 3,000 with his Queen of Spades showing. Hank's going to complete it to 12K with his ace showing, even though he's got King 6 in the hole. Diamond Dan's got Jack 6 deuce. He's going to continue. So heads up action going to 4th Street right now.
So we get in a hand where I think I've got maybe 9,000 chips.
Diamond Dan picking up the 9 of diamonds. Jack of hearts, no help to Hank. Don't think he can rep this hand any further, to be fair. But you never know. He has got the most amount of chips in the tournament, I believe, at the moment. 765K. Some comments coming in from the studio downstairs.
Sorry, I lead, sorry. And then he goes all in, and I go call.
Good shout out there from Graham Bennett in the chat. All we were told prior to the start of this is that once we get down to 9, we'll be bagging up and coming back tomorrow for the feature table. But you might be right there, Graham. I'm not 100% sure, but that's all we were told prior to the start of this 10K horse championship. So I can only give the information that was given to me. And that was the information that was given to me.
And he's like, I know English. I know English.
Can't play stud nine-handed.
So he's like, actually, I was
Just for Alex there.
My turn, all sort of stuff.
Trying to like laugh it off.
Yeah, trying to laugh it off. So then the floor.
Did we get the
goes, oh,
the
okay,
payouts?
all right, well, you have to call his bet.
Yeah, I got asked the studio downstairs if you guys can let us know on the little post-it note on our screen what the payouts are. That would be great if you've got them from Shannon. Anyway, back to hand number 4 of Razz here.
Not sure what Hank's holding, but he's the bring in. Oh, he's got the king.
That was a fun one. We're still in Razz, right?
Late there from Ginny with the 2 up.
No English, I joking.
Simon's found a hand. I don't think he'll be folding.
No, he's picked up a pretty decent monster here. 3 cards lower than 6, so 6-5 ace. Shooting at the moment for a 6 low. Matty Gin in a world of hurt. He's got the Queen 5 deuce.
Hank out of the way now.
But deciding to come along. 6 of spades for Simon Sheen, so he's paired on 4th Street. Matty Gin has 2. They've both paired deuces and 6s. Matty's going to come out with a bet. I know what Matty's trying to do here. He's trying to hopefully pick up a couple of hands and try and get Simon Sheen off it because he's so short. He's only got 7.3 bigs. As a king rolls off for Simon Sheen and a 4 for Matty Gin. Big help for Matty Gin there on 5th Street. Obviously, as you can see, he's got 3 cards. Well, I should say 4 cards working for him because it is Razz, but 3 low cards. 2-2-4 showing. Simon Sheen has ace-5 in the hole with 6-6 king showing. Pretty hard for Simon Shaheen to continue here with that king on 5th Street, facing a bet.
Yeah, he's not loving it, is he?
No, but he's a mastermind of mixed games, so let's see what he can decipher out of this particular hand. Simon's got to come along. Okay, sure. Great call here from Simon, all things considered. So what did Simon pick up here? It looks like a 4 maybe. He did. He picked up the 4 of spades.
He needs that 4.
And Matty Gin's picked up the Queen of Hearts.
Brick for Matty.
Absolute brick for Matty. Actually can't even make a low now, unfortunately, as he's double paired up. What I mean low is he can't make a low that...
He wants to take the showdown.
He wants to take the showdown. Matt checks. Simon basically needs to brick this card and brick this card extremely hard for Matty Gin to be able to take this one away from Simon. Got to feel a little bit for Matty Gin. Had some chips early. Was playing great. It's going to go check, check. Here comes the river.
Oh, Simon.
Simon just drilling it at the river. He has got it. Simon's picked up the...
Ginny ends with a Queen 9.
Yeah, Queen 9, correct. So Matthew Gin, obviously not an 8 qualifying hand in Razz. Matty Gin has picked up Queen 9, 5-4 deuce to make his lowest hand of Queen 9, 5-4 deuce. But Simon Shaheen just drilling it at the river. He's made a 76, 5-4 ace, and I can guarantee you Simon Shaheen's going absolutely nowhere with the 76. He might even pop this here, which obviously Matty Gin's going to have to fold, unfortunately.
Don't think he'll raise. I think it'll just be a call.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, deuce 2's for Queen. As Simon stands up to evaluate what the hell's going on here, if he can get Simon Shaheen here to fold a 76, I'll be surprised, as Simon Shaheen does call. And he's going to show him the 76. Matty Gin, unfortunately, couldn't get that one through. Simon Shaheen scooping a big pot there, 165k.
Yep. And the run bad continues for Ginny. Hopefully you can turn that around.
Mm-hmm. Simon Shaheen.
The pot has been revoked. The software says otherwise. Matt wins the pot.
I believe the chip count there for Simon Shaheen needs to be adjusted, as I believe he had a 286k betting into that river, so I think he might have a little bit more now. Might need to see if that needs to be corrected, but we'll find that out shortly as we are back around for another hand of Razzmatazz. Raz.
For any viewers, if they can hear us.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. So I've got ace 5 6 4, and two sixes, ace, and a 5. All the cards in there.
6 spade, 4 spade, 8 spade, 3 club, jack club, 6 diamond.
So Jack of Club will be bringing this bad boy in. That's Diamond Dan. He's going to bring it in for 3K. Jason's got a pair of sixes to go along with his 8. Oliver Gill's going to fold the Queen Deuce 6. Simon Shaheen's picked up the King Deuce 4. Looks like his chip stacks are actually correct, so 283 is correct. Hanky Panky's picked up the Ace 4 Jack.
Auto raise from Hank.
Auto raise. Matty Gin still can't find a hand. The poor guy. 3.1 bigs, 37K in his stack. Diamond Dan, quite a bit behind here, but he's going to fold this hand, and Hank's going to take it down with the ace up showing. Facing a raise 2. Diamond Dan was there. Or complete, I should say.
Yeah. And that's the beauty of the big stack now. Pressure. So Hank's got more than double
Dan, best poker
second in chips on that table.
No. All right, I'll go again.
770,000. Hank?
So I was watching the
Mr. Jetlag Fever, best player Gonski.
Who's me?
Oh, I don't know, maybe Foddy Fatakis, maybe? Maybe he might be a big Foddy fan.
Foddy, Benson.
Benson, maybe,
Who
yeah.
else was there?
There's a few. Maybe you can help us out, Jetlag Fever. And
Mitch. We saw Mitch on the other table.
let us know who you're referring to. Might help us out a little bit.
Sorry, this is Razz, right? So yeah, 10 diamonds.
Yeah, I was going to say, please, come on.
The guys on the table talking about what cards they're bringing, so it must be a few low cards here.
What did bring it in?
I think it might be the 10 of diamonds, which is Hank. I believe Hank's got the 10 of diamonds. I might be wrong. No, Matty Gin.
Oh, Ginny just can't catch a break, can he?
No, he was the bring in.
With gaps that are about this wide, like just like a standard like wall style, like you know what I mean.
Okay, so Matty Gin's picked up the 4 of diamonds to go with his ace 8. So he's shooting at the moment a 10-4. Diamond Dan's got a 7-6-5-4. Sorry, pardon me, a 7-6-5-3 draw. So Matty Gin's all in here. Needs a lot of help just quietly. Diamond Dan drawing pretty smooth here. 6 and an ace. Diamond Dan's got it locked up. I believe the ace of diamonds peeled off for Diamond Dan.
So Ginny needs to go runner.
Needs to go runner. A 3 of diamonds brings it in for Matty Gin,
That's
sure.
one of them.
And here comes the last card. They
He's
might
gonna
try and squeeze
squeeze
this
it.
one out.
We might see it beforehand.
Unfortunately for Matty Gin, picks up the jack
He doesn't know it
at the river. Doesn't know it. He squeezed it up a jack, and that's party over for Matty Gin. GG's in the chat for Matty Gin, eliminated. And we are down to 10 players, I believe.
They took the phone.
Yeah, good game, Ginny.
Absolutely, as Diamond Dan scoops it with a 76-5-3 ace for his low and picks up 86K from that pot. Much needed for Diamond Dan too, who's quite short. He was down to 110K or 9.2 bigs.
So with 10 left, let's see what Shannon does here.
We don't have any information at the moment as to...
Are we waiting till 8 for final table? Or? It has to be 9. Okay.
Are we waiting for 8?
Fun accomplishment, make final table without ever being above starting stack.
Oh.
No hand for hand.
Let's do it. All right.
Ante up, please.
Yeah.
3, 3, 3, 3.
Shaheen
Okay.
has the best head of hair on this table. I agree with that comment.
No doubts about it. He's got that Lebanese hair that never falls out, you know. No, just getting a little bit of a internal communication from the studio downstairs. No hand for hand. Waiting for one more to bust. I believe we're going to go to an 8-handed final table. That makes more sense to me for obvious
I
reasons.
think they played to 9 and then the 8 is official.
What is bringing 3, right?
I think that's what Ollie just said. He said they
Getting
has to be
some,
9.
yeah, we're getting some mixed information from the studio downstairs, but trying to keep us up to date with what's going on without us giving away what's going on downstairs. As Hank, this is hand number 1, I believe, of stud high, correct?
New game, yes.
New game, so stud high. New game. Hank's got the king of diamonds showing. Jason's got the ace of clubs showing. So it's ace king 6 versus ace jack 10.
Going back to 2006, 2007, I'm a tournament director in Bundaberg.
As Hank picks up the 9 of spades on 4th Street, Jason picking up another club to go along with his ace jack 10. So 3 cards to a flush at the moment for Jason. Equities are pretty close at the moment. Trying to figure out what the card is. So deuce of diamonds for Hank on 5th. 10 of hearts bringing in a pair for Jason on 5th Street. So he's out in front at the moment. Hank's going to try and buy this one off Jason, who does pick up that pair on 5th. Jason's going to call. Here comes 6th Street. I believe that Jason might have picked up the 3 of spades and Hank picked up the 8 of clubs. So still no help to Hank. Needs to find an ace or a king on 7th Street to take this one away from Jason, who has got a pair of 10s. And now it's gone check, check on 6th Street, and Jason's just absolutely drawed a 10 to make 3 of a kind. Hank's card.
Jason has the lead too. So.
Yeah. But Hank's card hasn't been shown. Hank obviously cannot win when Jason spikes another 10 at the river, check mark next to his name. There's no cards left in the deck for Hank to be able to win this hand. Now that Jason has backdoored into 3 of a kind 10s.
Yeah, and an ace or a king for Hank is going to get Jason paid off. Oh, he checked. Wow.
For sure. Jason's going to check, and hopefully, for Jason's sake, Hank's going to have a bet here. We can't quite see Hank's down card or his 7th Street card, but he is going to come in for a bet. It looks like he's coming out with some chips. This is definitely going to get raised from Jason. Absolutely, categorically going to get raised from Jason here.
And I'm like, all right, relax. No, nobody's fighting anybody. Everybody go back.
Jason looking down at Hank's board, showing king 9, deuce 8. Here comes the raise from Jason with 3 of a kind 10s, like we anticipated would happen. Still haven't seen Hank's 7th card, so be quite unfortunate for Hank if he picked up an ace or a king here, because you'd have to call it off.
Looks like he's calling. He must.
Hold on a second.
He's paired.
He has
must have
called,
paired one of them,
so he must have paired here as Hank's cards go into the bin. We didn't quite see what his down card was on 7th Street. Nonetheless, Jason got paid off there as he backdoored essentially into 3 of a kind 10s and picks up 111,000 from that pot. Jason now up to 370k. Hank still miles out in the lead on this feature table with 675,000, 56 bigs. Simon Shaheen coming 3rd on this feature table with 277. Diamond Dan down there, 16 bigs, and Oliver Gill with the short stack, who, pardon me, who has basically been running his mouth non-stop for a good part of 35 minutes.
This doesn't stop, does he?
As
there's in there, Mr. Jet.
Sure, Mr. Jetlag Fever, James Obst, full house fold in the WSOP. Greatest fold ever. Might like to see that clip. I might look that up at the break if possible.
It's pretty crazy.
As we're on to stud, hand number 2. Stud high.
Oh, sorry, it's a neighbor. All right, stud. Yeah. Ace queen. Yeah. Yeah, he's American or Canadian or whatever, right? Yeah.
Simon showing an ace. Lets it go.
Doesn't have any other high cards to go with it. 6-4. Brilliant starting hand in both High-Low and Razz, but horrific in stud high.
That's the number 2, number 1 redraw.
Hank with the complete 12,000.
Jason finding, Jason here picking up nut diamonds and with ace queen 8 of diamonds in his first 3. So he's going to come along. So it's a pair of 3s and a queen showing for Hank, and ace 8 of diamonds and a queen of diamonds showing for Jason. as an ace peels off for Hank on 4th Street and a 9 for Jason. He's going to go bet call.
The hand that went viral, yeah.
Hank picks up the diamond that Jason needed, 6 of diamonds on 5th Street. Back round to Jason, who picks up the 7 of clubs. No help to him. Needs to find a pair here, Jason. And hasn't thus far. And I believe it was bet by Hank and a fold from Jason, who has not improved. As Hank takes down another pot, up to 60 bigs. Simon Shaheen went to showdown 100%.
Wow, there you go.
Sure.
So I sit down, and on my starting table is Phil Helmuth. So,
Another story coming in from Oliver Gill.
Yeah.
Ace king of clubs under the gun. Phil Helmuth calls into position. I think one of the blinds calls, but it's not relevant. The flop is like queen 7-2 or something like that with 2 clubs. So I flopped a nut flush draw. So
7 diamonds.
Third hand
bet,
of stud here.
Helmuth calls, other guy folds.
I see a 4 for Hank. He's put the bring in there.
So Hank's got that forced bring in of 3K, size of the ante.
We'll finish the story after the hand.
It's going to bring it in.
Holds to
Oliver
Ollie.
Gill has completed it to 12K, so completed it up to the structure. And to Simon Shaheen, who's got the Ace Jack 3. Ace of Hearts, he's going to put that in the bin.
Ollie gets the bet out there. Didn't skip a beat in the story.
Hank's going to find that fold with the Queen 7-4. And Oliver's going to pick that hand up as he goes back to his Phil Helmuth story from the WSOP, I believe.
Anyway, so okay, I flopped a nut flush draw against Phil Helmuth, my first live tournament ever. I'm 22 and like a $10 average buy-in player or whatever. So I'm nervous. It's live. It's a $5,000 buy-in, which is like more than half of my bankroll that I've satellited into. So I bet Helmuth calls, other guy folds. The turn is a random low brick card, like a 3 or something like that. So there's just the clubs out there. I check. Phil bets. I check raise, getting out of line.
3 spade. King
And Helmuth calls.
Deuce diamonds.
We'll wait till after the hand now.
So we'll get to the story after the hand. Oliver's still telling the Phil Helmuth story. Obviously keeping the other players in the hand quite engaged in that story. As we get back here, Hank with the King of Diamonds showing.
Yeah, I think Dan was the bring in.
Right.
He might have had a 2 or a 3.
Okay. Don Parker
Hank looking like he's got raising chips.
doing a 2-person job. He's doing the dealing plus doing the cards as well.
Oh, Ollie completed, did he? No, Hank bet.
Very difficult to tell because we haven't quite got the information in front of us, but I believe it might be Ace 4 of Hearts for Oliver Gill showing as his up cards. We don't know what his down cards are at the moment. Hank has got Ace 6 in the hole with King 7 showing up top.
9 diamonds.
I think that was a 5 of clubs for Oliver Gill on 5th Street. And I believe it might have been the 9 of diamonds for Hank. Just running a little bit behind on the graphics here.
No, Ollie's got an ace. I think Ollie may have completed and Hank 3-bet on 3rd. Checks to Hank, he fires out the bet.
Hank got a bet 24K. Action back round to Oliver Gill. 24K to call. He's got 8.4 bigs. Can't quite see his board, but he's going to lay it down nonetheless. Hank's going to take down another pot. Hank up to 62 bigs, 744K. Sure, eat your heart out. Jason's got 28 bigs. Simon Shaheen with 22. Diamond Dan 15. And the short stack at this table is Oliver Gill with 8.4 bigs, or 101K.
You started with 3 diamonds. Well, that makes it much more likely you had a king then, so I guess that's okay. Yep. But I'm so live to get to win stuff.
Trying to look at this other table there, but
It's actually very,
it's a bit hard to tell.
Because,
Chip
my
stacks.
pair is also 3 to a straight. Oh, that's so brutal. Hanging in there with the short stack.
I'm hearing the bell a lot over there.
It's close there in that spot. Anyway. I gotta finish my story. Anyway, I check raise the turn, Helmuth calls, and then I bluff the river and I blast like 2/3 pot. And Helmuth tanks, and he's like, "You got a busted flush draw, kid." I just know it. I did have a busted flush draw, so the river bricks out. I'm sitting there, must be massive tell box. And eventually Helmuth's like, "Call."
So Simon Shaheen getting dealt the 2 of diamonds up card, so he's going to be the forced bring in here. This is hand number 5 of stud. You're watching the 10K Horse Championship brought to you by the Mixed Games Academy and Shannon Vandenberg, the Prince of Poker himself, in association with Playlive Melbourne at 129 York Street. As Jason decides to complete the structure with his King of Diamonds showing and 4-3 in the hole. Oliver's going to fold his 7 up with Ace Jack in the hole. Simon Shaheen here has got 6 deuce. He's got a pair of deuces. He might come along, which he does.
Had the blind increase too.
Blind has increased 15 to the limits of 15K, 30K with a 5K ante now. So
Did you have it? You're allowed to lie.
price of poker has gone up.
No, the king hand.
Simon Shaheen picks up an 8 on 4th Street. Jason picks up a 9 of diamonds.
Lie to me now. I'm not going to see it today.
Jason bet 15. Simon decided to call.
Catch there.
Jason, Jason picks up the 2 of spades, which is good for Simon because now he knows that his 2s are most likely.
I'm going to watch for that. I'm going to look
Well,
for that.
what I mean by that is like now it's less likely, obviously, that Jason's got a 2 in his hand, right?
The 2 is probably a brick.
Yeah, correct. That's what I meant by that. Good co-piloting there in the commentary booth by Cubby. You knew what I meant. It's been a while, man. We've been in here for 8 hours, so.
Yeah, he's fired out again, Jason.
Sure. Jason's firing one more bullet. Can Simon Shaheen sniff this one out with just a pair of deuces? 8-7 showing, but there's no other 8s or 7 on Jason's board, so Simon Shaheen knows that hitting another 2, the case 2, or an 8 and a 7 is most likely going to be the best hand, but he decides to lay this down and find a better spot later. Jason picking it up with absolute bubbers. King 9, 4, 3, deuce. Adding a few more chips to his stack. Simon Shaheen, a expert mixed game player, so he knows his equities on almost every street better than anybody in the game. I know that that's a huge shout out to him, but it's relatively true.
He's a good all-rounder, Simon.
Absolutely. He's been playing mixed games and the old man's game and everybody else's game for God knows how long now. So
the old man's game's been going since the 90s.
Well, there you go.
And the limits haven't changed.
Not surprising.
6 spade, 8 club, king diamond.
6 down with Ollie, I think.
Well, he's going to bring it in. He's also on the short stack. Throws one of his larger chip denominations over to Hank, who's going to give him some change. Oliver Gill actually has picked up a bit of a hand here. He's got 3 cards to a straight with 7-6-5. 7-5 in the hole, 6 showing. Hank's going to fold the king. Diamond Dan's got 4s in the hole. 10 up. So Dan's going to continue, or complete, I should say, with his pocket 4s. Round to Jason. King up and the 5-3 in the hole. And Oliver's not going to even contemplate continuing 7-6-5. That's okay. He's going to try and wait for another game to come up, I think he said.
I'm sure he'll play a decent starting pair. Not that he wants to by the sound of it.
Graham Bennett saying, do we know how many entries are in the Shetland Pony event? If you bear with me, I might be able to bring that information up for you. So just hold on one second, Grahimi. Shetland Pony has 38 entries currently. There are 34 players still remaining in that particular event.
Or a million chips if I get cards as good as how bad they
New game, stud 8 now.
Stud High-Low, or also known as stud 8 or better.
That's good in all the games.
What it stands for, the E in horse, 8 or better. Stud 8. Here we go. Hand number 1. Got to try and keep it a bit interesting here in the chat as Oliver Gill picks up an ace of clubs for his up card with 8-5 in the hole. It's going to be Jason's going to complete. Simon Shaheen picking up a monster here just quietly. 5-4 deuce. 3 cards to a wheel. So got a good amount of equity to hit. With also 2 clubs working for him just quietly. So Simon's in a pretty good spot. I believe he's picked up a 6 now on 4th Street. Can't quite see the other cards, unfortunately. It's just taking a little bit of a moment or two to update the graphics. Don Parker, I believe, is doing the dealing and the updating of the up cards. So doing a dual roll. Ollie folded. Jason, I believe, has raised. Simon has called. So we know that Jason's picked up the 2 of hearts on, I believe it's the 2 of hearts on 5th Street. Simon did pick up that 6 of diamonds on 4th. Can't quite see Simon Shaheen's 5th card there. Can you see that? Is it a 10 ball?
It's not a 3.
I'm ending this day with 200,000 chips. And if I survive,
right, so I think it was the 6th on 6th Street for Simon. So I think he might have paired his 6s. And I believe a 10 of hearts for Jason on 6th Street. We are kind of calling the action as we're hearing it through the dealer's microphone as best as we can.
Jason's looks like a 10 as well.
No, he definitely picked up a 10. I believe it was the 10 of hearts.
Can I have another one, please?
And I think Simon Shaheen picked up a 6 on 6th Street. Jason's going to come out with a bet on 6th.
His name's right in the way there.
Pot's 150. Simon Shaheen drawing to a 6 low, as you can see. So I can't imagine he's going to go anywhere. And obviously with him not raising here, I would imagine... Yeah, so Simon did pick up the 6 of hearts and Jason did pick up the 10 of hearts. So off to 7th Street. Can Simon Shaheen peel up a 3 here to make a 6 low, or any low card for that particular matter? The 8 will get it done. A 7 will get it done. Needs to find a low card. Doesn't pair him again.
I think with that board text, you'd be happy with another pair.
Yeah, I agree. Fair enough. Good call. Just to take the high hand, but we can't quite see the cards at the moment. Is Jason going to have one more bet at this? So I'd imagine if he checks it back, Jason might just give up in this hand and just play for what's in the pot.
So Simon checked, so I'm going to say probably didn't grab the 3.
Not so good.
Unless he's going for a check raise here from Jason. Could have picked up the 3, who knows?
Average will be close to $1 million by then. Yeah, that'd be pretty tough.
But Jason here in the tank after Simon checked to him. And can Jason find a bet? He does. And Simon calls, so I'd imagine Simon's got a 7 low or something like that.
Well, what load?
No, he didn't.
What did...
Bending the cards a little bit. Looks like he's going to put that in the muck.
What did Jason just turn over?
Looks like Jason's got... Can't quite
an 8
see.
And a 9, is it?
Looks like 893. It looks like 893. Not quite sure what's happening in that particular hand, to be perfectly honest with you guys at home.
I don't know. Was it...
Yeah, I'm not sure what's actually happened there.
Yeah, I'm not
It's
sure.
very hard for us to be able to call the action when we can't see the cards and there's a lot of glare on the screen. So I do apologise about what happened in that particular hand, but I believe it was a scooper for Jason, as Simon Shaheen is down to 9.8 bigs. So Graham Bennett says Jason made a flush. Okay, I didn't...
With spades, was it?
Didn't quite see that on his board, but sure, if he has made the flush, that's good enough to win. And I'm not sure what Simon's card was, but he snapped it off at the river. So I'd imagine Simon must have made 2 pairs, I'd imagine, just to call it off. It's the only thing I can think of. If he made his low would have been good. So I'd imagine that Simon Sheen actually made 2 pairs at the river there, or the 7th Street, I should say, because we are playing stud high-low. So most likely a flush versus 2 pairs as Simon throws that away. So a heart flush according to the guys in the chat. Appreciate you guys helping us out here. We are looking at 3 different screens at the moment in the comm box, plus messages coming in, plus the studio downstairs, plus listening to Ollie tell a story for an hour and a half. So it's a little bit difficult for us to call the action and study the game at the same time, but we're doing our best, the best we can. Shout outs to Graham Bennett in the chat for helping us out with that one. Appreciate it. Oliver Gill here. King 8 in the hole, king up. Diamond Dan 5-4 in the hole with a 4 up. Diamond Dan picking up the Queen of Hearts on 4th Street. Oliver Gill picking up the Jack of Hearts. So Gilly's out in front at the moment with a pair of kings.
Gilly wants to get it in, and if Dan sticks around, it'll be a race to 2 pair, as Prince likes to say.
Yep. Good shout from you, Cubby.
Give him another high card that isn't a queen. Like, give him a jack next. That works. Or
Dan having a think.
It helps too. That'd be nice. It's probably really break-even-ish for you. You might not. It's close.
Makes the call.
As Oliver's basically coerced Diamond Dan to be part of this pot.
Sure what Dan's caught there. Looks small.
34 total, so he's got 19 more to call.
3.
So Oliver Gill's picked up the Queen of Spades on 5th Street, and Diamond Dan's picked up the 3. So he's going to have to go with it. So
Dan very live to take the lot here. Send Ollie packing.
Oh, we got a straight draw.
So Oliver Gill picks up the 9, I believe, and a brick for Diamond Dan.
Oh, Ollie's hit 2 pair.
Oliver Gill has picked up
Ollie
2 pair correct weight.
He'll double up.
Kings and 9s, and Diamond Dan missing his 2 pair, or a 4 to make 3 of a kind. So Oliver Gill is going to pick up that pot. Diamond Dan's going to go hit the showers there a little bit. Throws the cards in disgust.
Still haven't ever been above the starting stack, but
Thanks very much, D King, in the chat. Cracking job, lads. Ciao for now. Back tomorrow. Appreciate all that support in chat that we're getting. Very hard game to call and commentate. We're doing our very best here in the commentary booth with graphics and the software going down mid-hands. Don Parker doing a pretty clutch job, to be fair, dealing the cards and tracking them. There is a staff party going on upstairs at Playlive, so we are down to the fumes in terms of staff dealing out these games. So good shout to the staff who are deciding to kick on for this particular event and deal it out when they could be upstairs enjoying a beverage, some pizza, and playing a bit of tournament poker themselves.
in celebration of doubling up, it might be time for another story soon.
So Hank picks up pocket 6s or rolled up 6s.
Have some epic stories. I've got plenty, but I'm not sharing them on a screen.
He's down cards with a 4 showing. Forced to make the bring in with the 4 of hearts. Diamond Dan's going to get out the way with the ace 3-10. I believe. Did he fold, or so hard to read the action because you can't quite see what's going on?
Yeah, it is tricky.
So Jason's completed with ace king 7 of spades. Diamond's come along with ace 3-10, and Hank has also come along with 6s in the hole. Jason picks up the 7 of diamonds on 4th Street. Hank has picked up the 5 of hearts on 4th Street, and Diamond Dan has picked up an insignificant 9 of hearts on the 4th Street for him, I should say. Check from Jason, bet from Hank, call from Jason now, who's picked up a pair of 7s on the turn with that 7 of diamonds, or on 4th Street, I should say. We are now up to 5th Street. Queen of spades comes in for Jason, and an 8 comes in for Hank helping him out with the low. He could make an 86 low at the moment. Jason 4 cards to a flush with a pair. Hank's picked up the 8 of hearts just quietly. I didn't quite hear what...
Jason just got jack.
Jason picks up the jack of clubs. So Hank at the moment out with the lead with a high hand and shooting for the low. Jason needing to find a spade. He actually picks up a 7. Have a look at that.
Jason got his card for the straight flush.
Pretty disgusting. He does pick up that 7 of hearts. He does make trips at the river. Hank making his low too just quietly.
With 2 pair.
Yeah, an 8-6, 5-4 deuce with 2 pairs. So that's a very strong holding in this particular game.
I would have liked to see those.
So it's going to go bet call. Jason's going to show him 3 of a kind 7s. Chop it up, buttercup.
Those 7th. That's those cards reversed on 7th would have been fun.
Totally agree. Would have been a straight flush for the high and the low versus a flush for Jason. Ace, king, queen, high flush. That would have been pretty dirty. Nonetheless, off to the next hand. Chop it up, buttercup.
Almost.
Ivy turns, he stares me down, looks at me in disgust.
All right, what do we got here? Dan with 120k. So I don't think he's won a pot for a while. Lost that one to Ollie that he doubled him up.
Better than saying something.
MSP giving us a lot of love in the chat. We appreciate that very much. Looks like the 5 of hearts, I believe, is going to be bringing it in, which is Hank. He starts with queen 5, so he's got a pair of 5s. Diamond Dan has picked up 9 for his up card with 9-3 in the hold, so he's got a pair of 9s at the moment. This is stud high-low.
Sorry, I thought it was a club for me. My bad. I'm going blind, apparently.
Diamond having a look around at the table to decide what he wants to do. He's going to fold the 9 there. Okay, fair enough. Jason got the 8-6-5 working for him. Decides to call. Didn't even complete it. Back around to Simon Shaheen. He's got the king, queen, 8. He's going to put that in the bin. So one of the smallest pots you'll see all day. The bring-in just called by Jason.
Yeah, like the fold from Dan. They're just one of those garbage hands that gets you in trouble.
Especially on the short stack. I totally agree. King of diamonds for Hank on 4th Street. 4 of clubs for Jason. So Jason now shooting for the low. Repeat 4 for Jason on 6th Street. Jack of spades comes off for Hank on 5th Street. So at the moment you can see Hank is out in front with a pair of 5s. Jason's shooting for a low plus a pair in his up cards, a pair of 4s. So Jason could take this one away from Hank if he can hit the right cards on the next 2, 6th and 7th Street. Hank would need to play a little bit of catch up, but at the moment he is out in front. Jason's bet 30k into him. Hank's called. Here comes 6th Street. 8 of spades for Hank. And I believe it looks like a 10 of hearts for Jason. That is correct. So Jason doesn't improve. Hank doesn't improve either. It's going to go check from Jason. Back around to Hank, who's showing a board of 5, king, jack, 8. Actually out in front with his pair of 5s versus Jason's pair of 4s.
A lot of outs there for Jason.
He's got the low draw working for him as well, Jason. And I think Hank's just going to check it behind it, which he does. Hank picks up the deuce of clubs, no help to him, and Jason picks up the 10. So Jason's going to take this one away with 10s and 4s. No improvement for Hank, so a bit of a suck out for Jason on 7th Street, making 2 pairs, 10s and 4s. I'd imagine Jason might come out here with a bet. I think. But he could also just check it, and Hank will check behind for sure. Unless he wants to trick it up. But here comes Jason. He's going to bet 10s and 4s. The pressure back on Hank.
He doesn't like to miss value, Jason. Very tough player.
Let's see what Hank decides to do. He does call.
Makes the call.
Hank's going to be shown the bad news. His pocket 5s, or his 5s, I should say, are not going to hold up against Jason's 10s and 4s. Jason's going to scoop that one away from Hank. So Hank loses a few bets there, but still Miles out in the lead here with 56 bigs, 669K. Simon Sheen with 31 bigs. Jason now up to 30 bigs with 362. Oliver Gill and Diamond Dan, just less than 10 bigs, both of them, trying to find a hand.
Simon casual as anything, as always. Leaning back, talking to the rail. Like a 2 there for Dan. To bring it in.
So Diamond Dan, who's on the short stack, also has to make the forced bring in here for 5K. He's not going to like that too much. Down to less than 9 bigs. Got the Jack 6 deuce. Hank, I believe, is completed to 15K, which he has with the 926. 2 diamonds. Diamond Dan's going to come along. Here's 4th Street. Hank picks up the Queen of Hearts. Diamond Dan picks up the 4. So now Diamond's got 3 cards shooting for the low. Diamond Dan now picks up a pair of 4s on 5th Street. Hank's King of Hearts on 5th Street doesn't help his hand, so he's going to face a bet from Diamond Dan, and Hank's going to just lay it down. Diamond Dan now just above 150K in chips, 152, 13 bigs. Oliver Gill still on the short stack here. Now, we have been told from the studio that we might be seeing the same hand twice, as there was a mix-up with the tracking, so we do apologise for the upcoming hand that might be shown twice. We will know a little bit about that when it comes up on the screen. The guys in the studio will let us know.
Good game to get a bring it in if I'm going to. Oh, no bring it in.
As the bring-in now is for Jason. A suck out for Oliver Gill, who picked up the 3 of diamonds, I believe. And the deuce of clubs or spades was shown by Jason. Yeah, deuce of spades. So he had to be the forced bring-in in this particular hand. He does have 3 cards to a spade. Fold from Simon Shaheen, fold from Hank. Back round to Diamond Dan. With the King 9 in the hole and a 4 showing. 12 bigs, 147K in his stack. Very hard hand to actually call with, but
I think that is a call. Like only 1 chip.
Yeah, combinatorically, I think it probably is a call equity-wise too, for that matter. As Diamond Dan, I believe, picks up a picture card on 4th. It could have been a king. It was. It's a king of diamonds, and Jason actually hits a spade on 4th. So Jason now shooting for a flush, and 3 cards working for a low too. So it goes bet call. I believe a 5 of spades for Jason. So he has made a flush on 5th Street. In a world of hurt, Diamond Dan here. This could be showers for Diamond, depending on how Jason decides to play it. So he's got... No, good on you, Diamond Dan. That's a great fold, man. Really good. Very disciplined fold. Jason's going to show the flush. He's made a flush with 4 cards working for the low, shooting for an 87 low with a made flush on 5th Street. Diamond Dan getting away from the king. He made a pair of kings there, I believe, on 4th Street and was able to get away from it. Didn't want to be free-rolled. So he folds it on 5th Street. Good fold there by Diamond Dan. Hats off to you, pal. Good work.
Got a nice stack to get someone committed once they raise. Let's get it.
So I believe there's going to be one more level that they're going to play before a break. Or the remainder of this level before a break. Break should be, I'd imagine, roughly in 20 minutes. So roughly, I don't know, 9:15, give or take. Simon Shaheen. We're back down to limit hold'em. Much easier game to call. Fold, fold. Comes around to Diamond Dan on the button. 10-9. Natural. He's going to pop it up, make it 30K to go. Jason in the small blind with the Queen 2 off. He's going to fold round to Oliver Gill. Picks up the 10-7 of clubs. I believe that is Daniel Negreanu's favourite hand. Flop comes ace, ace, 7. So Oliver Gill takes the lead here with aces and 7s. Outdraws Diamond Dan, who had the 10-9, had 10-7 absolutely crushed pre, but Oliver Gill flopping a pair of 7s to go along with his aces on the board. Turn card brings in the 9, and then Diamond Dan just resucks him out on the turn. 9 of hearts on the turn, so check from Oliver Gill, bet from Diamond Dan. Battle of the short stacks here. Have a look at this for a bit of a battle. As Diamond Dan sees the bad news that Oliver's going to raise him here after he bet the turn. Little does Diamond Dan know he's miles out in front. 89% equity. Oliver Gill would have to find a 7 at the river or a 10. The 10 would actually chop. 7 will give him a full house. Aces. Sorry, 7's full of aces, I should say. But Diamond Dan miles out in front at the moment. Huge equity, 89%. Bit frustrated here. Diamond Dan, he's hit the card on the turn. Can he find a call?
I don't think he's calling after all the emotion that he's shown.
You know what I have.
As Oliver Gill was trying to like talk him out of calling. So a bit of Martin Cabral type commentary coming from Oliver Gill here to try and get Dan to fold the best hand.
I'll show if you want.
Wow, and then goes, I'll show if you want. Now, Diamond Dan's very quick, and he knows what's up. So, wow, he does fold. Diamond Dan doesn't want to see the cards of Oliver Gill. He would have been spewing if he did, because he was miles out in front on the turn when the 9 hit. Good play, though, from Oliver Gill. Takes it down.
Good by Ollie there.
Yep.
Very well done.
Diamond Dan down to 3.5 bigs. So Diamond Dan there basically outplayed, to be fair. I know he won't take offence to that line of commentary, but he did have the best of it. Bennett got raised on the turn as Hanky Panky picks up the Ash Gupta. Three side, dot, for pocket 8s. It's going to raise it up and make it 30K to go. Diamond Dan's picked up the 8 deuce off. One of those 8s has been now burnt from Dan to hit a set. Jason's picked up 7-2 off. Round to Oliver Gill picking up 10-5. That's in the bin too. Round to Simon Shaheen with the natural 9. Sure. In the big blind. He's definitely coming along. He doesn't fold naturals very often. And he's going to call. So it's Queen 9 versus pocket 8s with an 8 dead. Here comes the flop. Flop comes 4-6-7.
Great flop for 8s.
Complete rainbow. Hank out in front with the overpair and the gut shot to the straight. Check from Simon Shaheen. Bet by Hank. Back round to Simon Shaheen. 6 clean outs to go with his Queen 9. None of them were folded pre-flop, so Simon can take the lead here if he decides to peel one off by hitting a 9 or a Queen. He doesn't. Lays it down to Hank. Throws the 8s in the bin. Off to the next hand of Hold'em. So unfortunately for Diamond Dan, he's down to 3.5 bigs. We are playing limit Hold'em. It is a game that if you run a bit pure on, you can pick up a few bets. So for Dan's sake, let's hope he picks up a hand and can go with it and double through, or triple through for that matter.
I've had one, so I've got to have a second. It's getting to that time of the evening.
He needs to find a bit of run good. It can be a slow death now. 3 bigs.
As Diamond Dan folds the 10-7, still can't pick up a hand. Jason's got the Queen 7 internet hand suited in diamonds. Round to Oliver Gill, picks up Michael Jordan, deuce 3 of spades. Simon Shaheen with a 97. Oh, sorry, pardon me, the 98 with a 7 in baccarat that is a favourite in baccarat, but almost always goes down. 74% favourite if you do play baccarat. Absolutely no chance in baccarat. That always goes down. Picks up the 98. 9 of clubs, 8 of hearts in the small blind. He's just going to lay that down, throw his blind over to Hank, who had a worse hand, 9-6 off. So can Diamond Dan here pick up a hand? Cubby.
Well, we hope so. For Dan's sake, anyway.
Yeah, great shout.
You know, you don't want to see him go, but there has to be someone go, doesn't there?
Good call.
Play like Dan.
Good call. Jason picking up, believe it or not, the exact same 2 cards he had last hand, Queen 7 of diamonds. He looks at the deal and he goes, he's sure it's the same hand. Oliver Gill has 8-7 off. Simon Shaheen now picks up the natural 9, 10-9. Slightly better than his 9-8 of the last hand. He's going to fold that on the button. Round to Hank. He's picked up the natural 9 as well. 6 of diamonds, 3 of clubs. Hank with a pretty good wig on too, just quietly. Have a look at the head of hair on Hanky. He's got the 6-3. He's going to put that in the bin. Give up his small blind to Diamond Dan, who actually picked up a hand that time with the ace-jack of hearts. Wanted action, didn't get it. He must be spewing up to 4 bigs now, Diamond Dan. He actually wanted Hank to raise. Hank just folds it, and Diamond Dan actually picked up the ace-jack of hearts, which he would have re-raised back and been a heavy favourite, I should say. Pardon me, tripping over my words a little bit with his ace-jack of hearts. Anyway, off to the next hand of Hold'em. Oliver Gill picking up the 8-7 off. If you wouldn't mind just calling the action a little bit for me.
Yep.
Cub,
Ollie
just need to
puts
get a
that
drink.
in the bin. Simon here with the pocket 2s.
Only if you play hands against me, I'm allowed to beat you in pots.
Feel like there's a raise. He's picked up some chips. Thinking about it, there it goes.
Just getting some information from the studio downstairs, so it will be a 9-handed final table. We are playing to level 15, so 3 more levels, give or take. I do have the payouts if those people are interested. First, we'll pick up 68,000. Second, we'll pick up 42.5. Third is 34,000, and fourth is 25,500. I believe that this hand right here will be the hand that was tracked on the last hand. So, as we discussed a little bit earlier to the viewers who are watching, there was a hand that was repeated according to the tracking people downstairs. So this might likely be that hand. Final table bubble sweats. So we can't quite see the hands here, unfortunately.
Unless the other two are a king and a jack. No, all right. Oh, there we go. Now
Is someone all in? Is that what's...
Yeah, I believe Diamond Dan's all in. He's standing up with the backpack on, I think. Looks like it.
Oh! Survives.
Not sure what happened in that particular hand. We do apologise there.
Staying alive.
So as you can see, the graphics at the bottom at the moment just playing up a little bit.
So...
Looks like Simon
doubled? Yes, he's got 600k.
Yeah, with pocket 2s on that particular board. Hank had ace-10 of hearts. Queen, deuce, jack, 8, queen board. Simon's 2s hold on that particular board as he flopped a set, I believe, and then made a full house at the river. Hank was drawing to the gut shot on the flop, didn't come. Simon Shaheen picks up pretty decent hand. Is that correct? Simon Shaheen with 40 bigs now, 603k? Don't know if that's correct. So. Can't be. Hank. Not sure if that is correct. We will get a double check all of the chip counts in play at the break. Extremely difficult to call the action with all of these like technical glitches, but we appreciate you following the action here. Simon Shaheen's going to fold. Hank's going to fold as well. Background to Diamond Dan. He folds around to Jason in the 9 spot. Shaheen folding the Jack 3, Hank King 3, Diamond Dan 9-5. Jason with the King 9 of diamonds. He's going to raise Oliver Gill with 10 bigs. He's got the Queen 10 off. Here comes the flop. Comes 5, 6, Jack. 5 of hearts, 6 of spades, Jack of diamonds. So Jason with the backdoor diamonds. He's going to lead into Oliver, who is going to lay the Queen 10 down there. And it looks like we've changed the game over to Omaha High-Low now. I just saw the dealer, Dom Parker, change that game card over to Omaha High-Low. So we're about to play Omaha High-Low.
I had 30k after 5 levels. I haven't been above 200k the entire tournament.
A couple of beers enjoyed on the rail here, just quietly. Pretty good shout. So pretty sure Simon Shaheen doesn't have 603,000 in his stack. You can see his chips in front of him. Hank obviously got way more than that. So Simon's stack in the top left-hand corner is incorrect. So don't follow that. We will get more accurate chip counts at the break as Hank picks up in Omaha High-Low the ace double 8-3 double suited. He's going to raise it up and make it 30K to go. Diamond Dan's actually picked up a hand here. Ace Jack 5-3, 3 working low cards with the same low draw outs as Hank. Jason squeezing up his cards. He needs to put them over the RFID reader for us to be able to call the action on his hand.
Now that says Dan's all in, but he does have chips in his hand still.
Good shout from you, Cubby.
Whoever was over there before broke a few. Oh, that was us. We were over there.
But I believe he's got chips actually out at the moment in front of him. So I believe the action is around to Jason, but he's not all in like you said before. He's got chips behind. Doesn't look like he's got much behind. It looks like he's got a couple of
thousand, I think.
Couple of thousand, yep. Some Bulbarinos, but he does have a very nice here, a hand here, I should say, Dan, with the Ace Jack 5-3. Pardon me for tripping over my words. We've been talking non-stop now for 8 hours with the air conditioning on, so I'm losing my voice a little bit. I do apologise for that as Jason folds around to Oliver Gill in the small blind with King Queen 9-8.
So I think Ollie's chip stack's correct, 140.
Simon folds around to Hank. And he's going to put Diamond Dan all in. So here we go. So it's Ace 8-8-3 double suited versus Ace Jack 5-3. I would probably take Diamond Dan's hand here personally. What do you like?
I don't know. I'd like to see the flop first.
Great call. Fairweather Sailor here, Cubby, in the commentary box as the board comes down. Queen 10-5, 2 diamonds. So Hank picks up the nut flush draw to go along with it. Diamond picks up a 5 on the flop, which is dead.
Ace 3 for both of them, the low draw.
And Ace 3 for the low. And an 8.
Set.
And an 8 of clubs at the river. Sorry to cut you off there, Cub. So Hanky makes a set at the river. And Diamond Dan's going to pick up a quarter of the pot. Bit of a kick in the guts for him. Chopping it up with 8-5-4, 3 ace for the low. And Hank winning the low and the high with a set of 8s at the river and the same low, Ace 3. Actually kind of lucky that Diamond Dan
I think he's
won any part of that, to be fair.
On the turn there, he's drawn pretty slim.
Totally agree. He does have that gut shot to the king to make Broadway up top.
Not Diamond King?
Yep.
As long as he doesn't take forever to flip.
An ace is good, is it? Ace on the river?
Yeah, the ace would have got there too. He would have made aces and he would have made aces and 5s.
Yeah, out of position gets the other one. Yeah.
Correct. He would have picked up half as Hank would have made an 8 low.
Once you've paid the high one, it's the person closest to the button that gets the other one.
So what are they working out now?
They're just talking about the additional chip here in play, how it gets distributed. It always goes to the left of the button. Person closest to the left of the button will pick up any additional chips if there is a 3/4 or a half chop. In that particular instance, Hank gets a little bit more out of Diamond Dan, unfortunately, with the extra 1K chip, I believe, that was flicked across. Or 5K chip for that matter.
So Dan really needs some help now.
Yeah, on the deathbed at the moment, but Diamond Dan has played with a low chip stack most of the day.
So he's looking at this hand knowing that he's in the big blind for half his stack next.
Under the gun, he's going to fold it. He's picked up the King Queen 9-2, just real garbage in this particular hand. Jason's going to fold his hand. Back around to Oliver Gill. He's going to fold aces with the Jack 2 for Simon Shaheen. He's going to be loving that. Chucks in a raise. Hank's going to come along with the Ace 7-6-3. Off to the flop we go. Flop comes Queen Jack 4. Simon way out in front at the moment with aces. He has also picked up a jack on the flop, but aces for him at the moment with backdoor hearts working for him. And the backdoor low also working for him. So
I thought Simon would have bet there.
Let's see what happens here. So Simon's in the small blind. He's checked.
So
Hank, I believe, has bet and Simon's raised. If those graphics are correct on the screen.
And what's Simon got behind?
Not
Looks
much.
like-
Here it goes. So there's the raise from Simon. Hank's going to come along. Turn card brings in the 3 of clubs. Bit of help for Hank there. Simon Shaheen also picking up the
Or
wheel
for
draw to go
Simon.
along.
That's a great card for Simon.
All in for Simo, who's got the aces with the jack and the wheel draw. And here comes the river down and dirty.
Oh, man.
And the 5, chop it up. What
crazy.
a card, man. Simon Shaheen makes the wheel at the river, and Hank hits the gut shot 5 to make the straight to the 7. So chop it up, Buttercup. Bit unlucky there for Simon Shaheen, just quietly.
Very unlucky for Simon there.
Absolutely. So Hank's going to chop it up with Simon here. He makes the 7 high straight with a gut shot 5 at the river. Simon Shaheen making the wheel and picking up. Pretty brutal there, actually, for Simon Moore, I think about it. So we're going to chop that up, and I believe we're going to a break now. The break might be roughly 15, 20 minutes, so we'll be back here to call the rest of the action in approximately 15 to 20 minutes from now.
Ace of diamonds, ace of spades. Yep. 2 of hearts, jack of clubs. Yeah, and then ace 7, 6, 3. Fuck. Anything but a fucking 5 or a 3. Not double.
What I can't believe is I haven't been above the starting stack and there's still multiple people shorter than me on the final table bubble. Still here.
How about guys?
I literally we didn't make any money there because it was me and him.
Yeah, I know, it's brutal. It's unlucky there.
Alright, 145. Yeah. Simon, what do you have?
Not much.
Well, here it says you have 588. Give you a top up, eh? 80.
make the final table and be in the screen, in the picture?
Come on, man.
Hey, I was down to 30k in level 5, so you can come back. Not quite. But you can also have 250k in 3 hands.
Raise to 40. Ollie folds.
Good luck, Dan.
I mean, I only need like 12% equity to
Yeah.
Simon folds.
Just roll over the 3-3-3-3.
There's almost no hand that doesn't have 12% equity.
2-2-2-2. Good luck.
All in.
Here we go.
On their back.
Ace, Queen, Jack, 4.
4-5-5-8.
4-5-5-8.
Oh, that's got 12% equity. Yeah, that's got 12% equity.
It's got 12% equity.
Yeah.
If a 4 comes, I win the load.
You should probably put that one in front of Dan. Oh, you are. Here. Dan's there. All right.
Ace of hearts. 4 of
That guys.
Queens.
So you got backdoor lows, backdoor straights. Oh, you got drawing to a 3 now. 3 for all of it.
I got the low draw.
Or a 5. Or a 5.
Any low. Yeah, I get the low.
Dan lives. Dan lives.
Well played, Dan. Yep.
I think the dealer didn't want that. The dealer wanted to break.
I wanted that before.
Did you manage to
the
get to go to the bathroom on the break? At least?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dealer shouldn't have given you that juice then.
Fun.
Was it a big one? Like how many mils are we guessing?
I could have filled up 2 of those cups.
Is this the thing they handed you out, or?
Nah.
No, you went and got some
You got to
food.
be VIP.
VIP. I'm a VVUIP or whatever, unimportant
Can't be
person.
interstate.
Yeah.
Just like that.
It's the opposite of Crown. You're interstate. You're like, here's a bit of money. Let me go into the mahogany room and then just not gamble. Raise.
Oldie raise. Simon fold. Pink fold.
I raised. He's the big blind. I'm under the gun. About 145. In fact, it's exactly 145 because I haven't played a hand since the break. You got like 500 or something? Yeah, more. Yeah.
Dan folds.
Pretty good hand. Pretty good. You're happy with your fold now? Just aces with a low draw.
How did I go last time with that?
I was putting 4 something.
Oh, really?
Hey, I'm able to profit than you. I got the blinds. All right. Sorry, it's 15, is it?
No,
20.
20. Oh, 20. Sorry, yeah.
20.
Oh, that's right. I just raised to 40. Of course it is. We might get to rematch, Dan, and we'll chop the pot. I don't want to bust you. We'll chop it.
So welcome back here to the Mixed Games Academy, the $10,000 horse championship. We are down to the final 10. We'll be playing all the way through to approximately, what time was it, Cubby?
I think it'll finish up 11:35 for the stream.
Yep, 11:35.
Bag and tag, and back tomorrow at 12, was it?
That's correct. So, pardon me, Simon Shaheen, do apologise. I got into a bit of the staff party food at the break. Folds. Back over to Diamond Dan, picking up a monster. Who's all in with the ace deuce 5-3 double suited. Sure, that'll work. Just all in, and I think Jason in the small blind or whoever's in the big blind almost has to call here, as Jason's going to come along with King Jack Jack 6. Shout outs to everybody who's made this event and this stream available for everybody at home, the viewers. Very much appreciate the boys downstairs. There is a staff party on going upstairs, so we are short on staff, and Dom, who's in the dealer's chair, is not only tracking the cards at the table, but also dealing them. Whilst there is a staff party going on upstairs, like I said, as the board comes, ace 10-3. So Diamond Dan's picked up gut shot to the wheel and 2 pairs.
Very, very, very good shape then.
Dan is in unbelievably good shape here. Oliver Gill has picked up top and bottom pair, which is heavily dominated to Dan's top and bottom pair. So here comes the turn and the river. 7 of clubs on the turn will bring that low in for Dan. He also wins it, actually, as a matter of fact, with the high hand as well. Aces and 3s, I should say. So bit of a double up there for Dan, who needed it. Diamond Dan himself up to 3.9 bigs, 78K, I should say. You're listening to Josh Monk blabbing over his words all day long with Cubby in here with him, bringing you home. I do apologise. Voice is getting a bit lost.
It is getting late.
Because of the air conditioning, and we have been speaking non-stop for a good part of 8 hours, bringing this game and this tournament to you.
Simon on his 3rd dinner, I think.
Where can I view the chip counts for the second table? We don't actually have them here right now, and if I was to actually present them to you, would be telling you what the chip counts would be right now, even though this is on a 20-minute delay. So unfortunately, I can't bring that information to you to date. Otherwise, I'd be giving away some spoilers.
Literally the best possible hand I could have for you, just about.
Stature Lenka, loving the commentary, Monkey. I appreciate it. I am trying my best. I'm getting a little bit run down, as you can hear in my voice, but I'm going to bring this bad boy all the way home down to the final table, which they will come back and play tomorrow at midday, unless there is something that I haven't been told about to date. They might even consider playing this one out, depending on the field. So, nonetheless, we'll be in here calling the action for you as Jason has raised on the dealer button with 8644. This is Omaha High-Low. Simon's got a call. Hasn't put his cards over the reader, so it doesn't really help us. The flop comes 9, Jack 7, complete Badoogie or rainbow, as some people call it. Check from Simon Shaheen out of the big blind. Back round to Jason. He's got a up and down draw at this time. He's going to check it. Here comes the turn down and dirty. Brings in a 4. So Jason just hitting a set of 4s on the turn. Does bring in backdoor lows. Like I said before, if you were looking at Simon Shaheen's stack prior to the break, when it said he had 603K, that was a computer error downstairs. We have now confirmed all these stacks. So Simon does have 88K or 4.4 bigs. Simon's going to check out of the big blind. Jason's going to fire a bullet on the turn after hitting a set. No problem, Nick Ferns.
On my button too. I guess you have to hold up. And the 3 short stacks all make the final table.
So a bit of play on the outer feature table. Unfortunately, we can't bring you that action as the cameras for this feature table can't pan around to that particular table at the time. It looks like we might have lost a player actually out there. So just hold your horses for the time being.
Yeah, I think Kale
just busted, I believe. Yeah, that's correct. So I believe we're down to 9. So there might be a short pause to figure out what's going on, as obviously all the players are standing up to find out what's going on. Studio downstairs giving us a couple of post-it notes in the chat here. So there's going to be one person has busted, so we are down to 9, just so you know. Looks like we're going to be going onto our final table in approximately 10 minutes. I just asked the studio. No, approximately 7 minutes. They've just updated that now. Approximately 7 minutes from now. So, whilst they're redrawing for the final table here, I do apologise because we just came back from break. So, I might ask the guys down in the studio if it's best if we just put this up on stream for the time being. And us in the commentary might take a little breather, grab a drink ourselves, come back to the chat in 6 minutes or so. Is that okay with the guys down in the studio?
So do you want to slide mine across, dealer?
Will do. So we'll be back in approximately 6 minutes' time as the final table now has been reached. So just bear with us as we figure out all the chip stacks and make sure that all of that is correct. The final table has now been reached with Cale Burns busting out in 10th. So 9 players left, and the feature table will come back online in approximately 6 minutes from now. So welcome back here to the Playlive headquarters at 129 York Street, South Melbourne. You are watching at the moment the final table of the 10K Horse Championship, brought to you by the Mixed Games Academy, Shannon Vandenberg and the alike. I'm in the booth with my boy Cubby. This is Monkey. Chip stacks have now been accounted for in the stud games because we can't deal in 9 players for obvious reasons. There will be a player sitting out.
Well, there was that time last year when...
Starting with Hold'em.
I'm going to start with Hold'em. So 9 players here remaining, not 10 up in your top right-hand corner. That graphic will be updated shortly, as I believe we lost Cale Burns in 10th position, but he'll be back to play the main in a couple of days' time. Talking about the main event, if you want to come and play that, is on Friday, the 6th of Feb at midday. Is a 10 game. You heard that correctly, a 10 game. It's a $1,500 buy-in. 20-minute levels from levels 1 to 6, 24-minute levels from 7 to 11, and 30-minute levels from 12 above. It's a 10 game. Deuce to 7 triple draw, Omaha 8 or better. No limit Hold'em, stud, Razz, stud 8, which is also known as stud High-Low, or 8 or better. No limit deuce to 7 single draw, your favourite cubby. Badoogie, one of my favourites, Hold'em and PLO. So that's a $1,500 buy-in. That's Friday the 6th of February in a couple of days' time. We're going to be playing this until roughly 11:35 p.m. local time. Or I should say stream time. The players will be bagging up and coming back tomorrow at midday at 11:15 p.m. local, but because we're on a 20-minute delay, this feed will continue until 11:35, so roughly an hour and 45 minutes from now, I should say, as I'm losing my voice a little bit. Simon Shaheen in the cutoff has picked up the natural 8. He's going to fold the 6-2 of hearts around to James Obst on the button, picking up the King Jack offsuit. Obsty, very known, big, high successful poker player, originally from Adelaide. I believe he might reside now in Melbourne. Diamond Dan got a much needed double through the hand before in Omaha, just before we went to this final table. Folds the 4-3 round to Tim Masters. Timmy back in the high chair with the King 10. So it's King 10 versus King Jack. And the flop becomes a bomb pot. All 3 diamonds on the flop. None of the players have a diamond in their hand. However, Tim Masters has taken the lead away from James Obst by outflopping him by flopping a 10 on this flop. It's not going to stop Obst from making a bet. This is fixed limit Hold'em, so can't move all in. Tim Masters putting in a raise against Obsty here. Obst just going to bet and fold. Doritos getting me again in the com box just quietly. Straight down the jugular. Got caught in the throat there, Cubby, and had to just mute the mics for a second as I coughed that bad boy out. Don Parker, what a clutch dealer. Flew down to help out the big man Shannon Vandenberg from Mixed Games Academy dealing for this particular series. He's the guy pitching the cards. He's also doing the tracking as Hank here picks up Ace King off under the gun. So guarantee he's going to squeeze that up and put in a raise, which he does. There it is. Round to Jason. Jason's got a fold. Ollie folds. Round to Brad. Ace deuce in the bin. Simon Shaheen now picks up the King Jack. Heavily dominated. He's going to find the fold. Yeah, he's going to find the fold there. Too. Yeah, good shout from you. James Obst is folding the Queen 10. Diamond Dan finally picking up a hand. Here we go. Pocket Jacks. He's going to re-raise all in for 48K. Masters 38K to call with King 10. He just had that hand last hand, believe it or not, when he outdrew against... who was it he outdrew? I think he outdrew James Obst, correct?
James, yeah, raised the button.
Ashley Gupta here with the Dolly Parton 9 to 5. He can't call either in the big blind. So it's going to be Ace King versus Jacks. A couple of hands into this final table of 9. Diamond Dan will be all in at risk. He's going to fold Ashy, and here comes Hank. So a pretty standard race situation here. Ace King versus Jacks. Can Hank find an ace or a king to take the lead away from Diamond Dan, who has got the jacks and out in front at the moment.
Has been patient, Dan.
Get excited.
Feeling.
Chuck that back there. Chuck that back there. So we can rescan the card.
Just got to rescan the cards here just quickly. I know that they've come up on the screen for you guys who are watching. A couple of little issues, technical glitches that we've had all day long. Nonetheless, it's Ace King versus Pocket Jacks. Dan all in at risk with the best hand. Standard race situation in Hold'em. The flop's going to come 8-5 queen. No help to Hank at the moment. Needs an ace or a king. Turn card, the insignificant deuce, and another deuce at the river. So Dan's going to get that double through. Now all of a sudden up to 266k or 13 bigs as the Ace King goes down in flames. Obvious situation there. All in from the jacks from Dan, and an obvious call with the Ace King for Hank, who picked that up under the gun. It's so funny. Dan was on the short stack there. He's doubled through there. He's now up to 6th in chips with 13 bigs in play. Can't make that story up. But let's just talk about a bit of the players around the table, if you don't mind, Cubby. Got Diamond Dan sitting in seat 1. Got Tim Masters in seat 2 with, I believe it looks like, not sure who's rallying him behind there. Who is that? Is that Frenchie? It could be Frenchie. Yeah, it is Frenchie. That is Frenchie. Yeah, 100% that's Frenchie. You got Ash Gupta in seat 3. Hanky in seat 4. Jason seat 5. Oliver Gill seat 6. US Brad. Brad Maltz, we call him American Brad or US Brad. In seat 6. Or 7, I should say. Simon Shaheen in seat 8 with 2.4 bigs, 48k. He needs a hand big time. And the crusher himself, James Obst, with over 5 million USD in tournament winnings, sitting in seat 9, just to the right of the dealer. As Dominic comes in and says, first time playing at this venue, love the joint. It's amazing. See you guys next tour. I believe the next tour is actually the Grand Prix event series coming up, I believe, on the 6th of March. I might be wrong. It might be the 5th or the 6th of March until the 16th of March. Just make sure you like and subscribe to Facebook Live on... I'm sorry, like and subscribe to Playlive.Melbourne on Facebook. And that will keep you abreast of that schedule that I believe is going to be dropping shortly as the big man Ash Gupta picks up the aces. Sure, why not? 3 bets Simon Shaheen, who picks up pocket 7. So Simon's going to need to find a 7 from heaven here. It's aces versus 7s. Ashy here with number 1. Simon Shaheen needs to find a 7, otherwise it showers in 9th position. Here comes the flop down and dirty. And the flop comes 8-6-5. Great flop for Simon Shaheen. He's now up and down. Turn card brings in the king of spades. No help to Simon. Here comes the river. Another king at the river. And unfortunately, Simon is eliminated in 9th position. Great flop for him. Ashy Gupta with the number 1 aces. Throws out the hand. Forget about it. Doesn't get the handshake from Simon. Bag on the back, walking straight out the door. Disgusted there. Flopped her up and down to go with his pair. Unfortunately, it ran out king for him. And Simon Shaheen hitting the showers in 9th. And we're down to 8 all of a sudden as Ashy Boy picking up the aces. Busts his good mate, Simon Shaheen. But Ashy going for the win. I believe before in the studio they did bring up the payouts. So if you don't mind chucking the payouts and or pinning them into the chats on Facebook Live and YouTube, that would be ideal just to know what everybody is playing for. I believe it was 64,000. Was it something like that? Yeah, 68,000 for first, 42,500 for second, 34,000 for third, and 25,500 for fourth. So only 4 place finishes in the money in this particular event. We're down to 8, so off we go. As Nick Ferns comes into the chat on YouTube saying, bro was out it there real quick. 100%. Didn't even shake the hands. He said, GG's tapped the table, left to Ash Gupta absolutely hanging. And out the door he goes as James Obst raises it up to 40k. Diamond Dan with the king-queen as well in the hijack. Both obviously having the same hand here. You can now see the guys downstairs in the studio putting the payouts, pinning the payouts, I should say, into the Facebook Live page. Same will be done on YouTube. Good fold by Diamond Dan. Folded all the way around to the big blind that Jason's sitting in. He's going to fold the Jack 2. And Ops is going to take that one down. Limits 20 and 40K. You're listening to Josh Monk in the Box. Monkey, along with the man himself, Cubby, sitting right next to me. How are you enjoying the action so far, Cubby?
I love it. Yep, I had a very enjoyable day.
It's a bit different watching it at home as opposed to calling the action, isn't it, Cubby?
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult versus laying on the couch.
Everybody's an expert on the couch. Yeah, as it gets folded around to Diamond Dan, under the gun +2, he's going to raise it up, make it 40K. Tim Masters picking up the pocket fives, the Berkeys. Shout outs to Berkey. He might be joining me tomorrow for the conclusion of this. The fives are prop cards for Berkey in some of the home games. Hank 3-betting it to 60K with Ace Queen. Jason's going to fold the 9-6. Oliver Gill out of there with 4-3. Back round to Diamond Dan in a world of hurt here. Obviously has to call. It's not a no-limit hold'em. It's fixed limit hold'em. So obviously he has to call here. So it's Ace-10 versus Ace-Queen. Off to the flop we go. And the flop comes Queen-Jack-3. Both actually flopping a gutter. Diamond Dan needing one of the queens and Hank needing one of the 10s. Hank obviously out in front at the moment with Ace-Queen. Bet from Diamond Dan. Call from Hank. Here comes the turn down and dirty. Brings in the 2 of spades. Can Diamond continue his betting here? I think he has to. Counting down the chips. First to act. There's the bet.
One bet, 40,000. 40K.
Hank's in the tank here. It's going to cost him roughly 11. One of his bets. He's got 438K in his stack. Approximately a 10th of his stack or 11th of his stack to call. Blinds are absolutely brutal at this stage.
Yeah, they are big on this street.
No doubt.
I like the pressure from Dan here.
Yeah, I love it too. He's really putting Hank to the test. Hank obviously having best hand at the moment, but Dan applying maximum pressure. I reckon he might get Hank to fold here just quietly. What do you reckon, Cub?
Yeah, I think so too. And that puts Dan right up there. His chip stack if he folds it.
Good shout. Pot's 230K. Dan's got 146 in his stack. He was down to basically peanuts, no more than, I think it was all in just before the last couple of breaks there, Cub. I think he had like 3.5 bigs, and all of a sudden,
yeah, he's done well to get back up to this chip stack.
No doubts. If he takes down this pot, he'll be back up to about 370, 380K, which is approximately 19 bigs. So it's a big pot for Diamond Dan. Can Hank find the fold for Dan's sake? Or can Hank smell this bet out and call?
Can he sniff it out? He's looking like he doesn't want to let it go.
Deep in the tank here a little bit, Hank, too, just quietly. I've never seen him play so slowly, just quietly. He's usually quite a fast player, Hank. He knows his positions. He knows his equities on almost every street. But he's gone into the tank here. Looks like he's going to come along. Yeah, sure. Great call from Hank here out in front. Outstanding play from Diamond Dan.
He raised it.
Hank's actually raised here.
Wow-ee.
And Diamond Dan says that looks like he's moved it all in. Okay, so Diamond Dan has actually moved it all in against Hank here. Not sure what quite transgressed there, but nonetheless, Diamond Dan has been eliminated in 8th. And Hank makes an unbelievably good read just quietly with Ace Queen. So sort of props to Hank there as Diamond Dan goes out in 8th. What a baller move. I totally agree there from Nick. I actually didn't even see your comment before I made that comment myself. Absolute baller move. As
Yeah,
Hank
that
has
was crazy by Hank.
Yeah, Hank has deciphered that one beautifully. And busts Diamond Dan out in 8th. So we are down all of a sudden down to 7 players. Don't worry about the top right-hand corner of your screen that says 9 out of 17. I guarantee you we are down to 7 players because this is the feature table that you're looking at right now, and there are 7 players sitting around it. So forget about the top right-hand corner. Payouts in the chat on Facebook Live and on YouTube. Unfortunately, Twitch went down for us a few hours ago, so we are not streaming on Twitch at the moment, but nonetheless, we are on YouTube and on Facebook Live. Maharaja is actually Ash Gupta. I'm going to call him Ashy or Ash as opposed to that nickname, just because I've known him as Ash basically all my life. So the cutoff with Hank here is raised with the Queen 7 of spades and everybody else has folded. He's going to pick up a few more chips. He's up to 42 bigs, 844K. Geez, this is a bit shallow, isn't it, Cub?
Yeah, well, that's what generally happens with these. Still plenty of play left.
Sure.
Anything can happen, but yeah, it does start to get pretty expensive.
Yep. There's Frenchie leaning up against the rail, obviously sweating Ashy boy. They're great mates, Ashy and Frenchie. Shout-outs to Hugo Def, Frenchie, bringing in the Ding merchandise too, just quietly. I think he's wearing the Ding sports jacket. Foddy Fatakis was wearing it earlier. As Hank finds a raise here with 7-6 of hearts in the hijack. Jason's going to fold. Oliver Gill's going to fold. Brad's going to fold from the small blind round to James Ops. Picks up the Daniel Negreanu 10-7 suited. So it's 10-7 versus 7-6. 2 different suits in play here at the moment. This is fixed limit Hold'em. And the flop comes 3-4-9. No real help to anybody. Hank does pick up the gut shot and backdoor hearts. As you can see, 4 outs in the top right-hand corner. Another 9 repeats on the turn. James Ops still out in front with 10 high. Can Hank make a bet here? He does. I can't imagine James Ops is going to continue. It goes straight in the bin, pushes the cards towards the dealer, and off to the next hand we go.
Hank chipping up to 900,000 now.
Yep. Approaching 45, 46 bigs, as you can see there on the chip count. This is the 10K Horse Championship, brought to you by the Mixed Game Academy, genius of all mixed games, Shannon Vanderberg. Shout out to Shannon Vanderberg. 10K Horse Championship, day 1. They'll be coming back tomorrow at midday. I believe they are playing to 11:35 p.m. local time, 11:15 live, but because we're on a 20-minute delay, it'll be 11:35 p.m. on this particular stream, and then they'll be coming back tomorrow to polish this bad boy off unless we get an indication that they might be playing it out tonight. But most likely they'll be coming back tomorrow at this point as Ashy boy picks up the ace-king suited and hearts. Sure, eat your heart out. James Ops has decided to call from the small blind with king-queen. And Tim Masters also picking up a hand, the queen jack, I should say, of spades. He's got 7 bigs left.
Comes along.
Tim saying he's having a little bit of difficulty seeing the board from seat 2. First time we've heard about that. Flop comes 9-10-7. Big help to Tim Masters, who picks up the up and down draw. James Ops with a gut shot. Ashy boy, the ace king of hearts. No help for him on that particular flop. Goes check all the way around. Here comes the turn. Brings in the 5 of spades. No help to any of the players. It's going to go check. Tim Masters might come out with a bet here. It looks like he's grabbing some of his chips. He's just moved into seat 1 to see the cards a little bit better. Ashy boy's going to fold the ace king. James Ops with king queen high and that gut shot to the straight. Is he going to peel one off here with king queen high? Here's in front, as you can see. Quite dominant favourite here, 82-18%. Calculated in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen underneath the cards that they are holding.
Thinking about this one.
Decides to put it in the bin. Well played from Tim Masters there. Did flop the up and down draw. Checked all the way around. Does bet out the turn. And that gets the job done. So, there you have it. Dan Mayer on the rail there. Who just busted a few hands before with the jacks. No, I think he doubled through with the jacks, didn't he?
Doubled with the jacks, busted with the ace 10 by that.
That's correct. It's the ace
raise
queen.
by the ace
Yeah,
queen.
that is correct from Hank. Good shout from you there, Cub.
Unbelievable by Hank there to sniff that out.
Mm-hmm. Is that a game change, I believe? Are we playing Omaha High-Low? It is, because there's 4 cards being dealt out. So game change now over to Omaha High-Low. Mr. Jetlag Fever saying, thought Obst would see a river there. I actually thought so too, to be fair. Oliver Gill's going to fold the King 8-7 single suited. Brad's picked up pretty decent hand in Omaha High-Low. Ace deuce of clubs. The 9-7 of spades working for him. So 3 cuts to a low. James Ops picking up the 5-5-3-2. Probably worthy of limping in there on the button in position. Round to Tim Masters. Might have a small issue with Tim Masters here because he has moved to seat 1 to see the cards a bit better on the flop, as Ashy also picks up an ace deuce 9-6 with the spades working for him. Spades would be a disaster for all the players here, as Ashy Boy would have the nut spades. And the flop comes Jack 6 deuce 2 diamonds. Ashy Boy picking up 2 pairs, 6s and deuces. Brad picking up bottom pair with a working 7 low. James Obst picking up bottom pair with a 5-3 working low. At the moment, the 5-3 working low is the best low. And he hits a set on the turn. What an interesting card that is. 5 of diamonds on the turn. So Obst picks up a set to go with his hand. Ash Gupta's going to bet 40k with 2 pair, and he has been counterfeited. Basically got a working card if the river can find some help for Ashy, as James Ops picks up a set on the turn. Bit disgusting of a card, actually, to be fair. Here comes the river down and dirty. 8 pills off. And as you can see, Ashy's going to scoop the low. Six deuce live ace. James Obst is going to show the set of 5s on the turn to win the high, and Ashy finding that 8 at the river is going to help his low. So pretty interesting kind of run out there, as you can see. Set of 5s on the turn for James Obst, and Ashy Boy, who had 6s and 2s on the flop, ends up backdooring, I should say, into the 8 of diamonds on the river to complete the low side of the hand there and chop that pot up. The game you're watching here is Omaha High-Low, the O portion of the acronym HORSE. Hold'em, Omaha 8 or better, Razz Stud, and Stud 8 or better. This is the Omaha High-Low portion of that variant. My favourite game, to be totally honest with you. I love Omaha High-Low. Does play slightly better pot limit, but any Omaha.
Pot limit's it's in the game tomorrow night if you he wants to come down for some PLO 8.
Yeah, have a look
it's in there tomorrow.
Yeah, beautiful. James Ops, we'll talk about a bit of the schedule coming up for tomorrow. That's a good shout by you, Cubby. James Ops picking up an absolute monster here. Aces double suited 5-4. It's just an absolutely ridiculous hand. Hank's got a call out at the big blind. And yeah, sure, why not? Just flops top set. potentially a working 5. I could imagine James is just going to bet and Hank's going to have to put this in the bin. Doesn't have a hand to continue with. What would I know? Decides to come along with Queen 887.
The gutter in the 8 draw.
Yep. It's not even an 8 draw. He has actually made an 8-7 low already. James James Ops obviously is now turned to full. Can't be quadded in this hand because he's got a 40s hand. Hank's going to come along. River brings in the 5. Pretty decent card for Hank just quietly. It does make that straight. Obviously it's dead. But it makes it a lot easier for him to check bet call. This is part of Omaha High-Low that kind of sucks a little bit. James Ops with an absolute monster is going to get just half of it in this particular spot with the running cards of 4 on the turn, 5 on the river. Hank's actually going to make the worst low possible just quietly. Pretty close to it anyway with the 8-7-6-5 ace. He's going to chop it up. He must be pretty happy with that, Hank, because that usually should be beat.
Yeah, you got away with it there.
Definitely got away with it there, Cub. So a little bit of information coming in from Simon Shaheen, who we thought just snapped, quit, and left the building. He's messaged me directly on the phone. He just wants me to make sure that there's a bit of clarity for those people who thought he might have just didn't say anything to any of the players, didn't shake any hands and just left. He's got basketball at 10 p.m.
What?
Yeah, he busted at 9:31 p.m. He's got basketball at 10. It's a 26-minute drive to basketball from Playlive. He's asked me to put that into the chat just in case people are thinking he just, had a bad attitude about losing the hand. So I just got a little bit of clarification there from Simo. Simo's not that type of bloke. If you know Simon Shaheen, he's an absolute gentleman. So I'm just clarifying that for Simon Shaheen, Wahesh lovers. He busted, said, thanks very much. I got to get to basketball. Basketball game on at 10. Busted at 9:31, 26-minute drive. So he got straight in the car and went down there. As we get back to the action here, Tim Masters flopping second nut low. Jason in there with a gut shot, bottom pair. Hank in there with basically none of it. Going to be a bet from Tim, call from Jason. There it is. Turn card brings in the jack of clubs. Badoogie showing on the board. Tim Masters, obviously, with the second nut low. He's also got an up and down draw to go with that second nut low with the 6-4. Jason's got bottom pair. Here comes the river down dirty. Brings in the 3. What a card there for Tim Masters. Makes the nut low, the wheel, and the nut high just quietly. So he's got nut here. 6-4 makes the nut straight to the 7. And ace-4 makes the wheel.
Absolute gin.
Absolute gin card at the river. Unfortunately for Jason, he might have to actually call this one off, which is a bit dirty. He's got the second nut low with the ace-6. So check from Jason, round to Tim Masters, who's picked up gin on the river, making nut. Don't see that very often in Omaha High-Low, but perfect card. Jason might have to call this one off with second nut low. And there it is.
Yep.
Tim Masters going to show nut. As Ashy Boy says the same comment. Nut. Pretty good. That will get that done. Not just pretty good. The absolute stone cold nuts both ways there. That's exactly the hand for those guys who are watching the stream. That's exactly the hand that you want to try and play. A hand that's strong enough to win both the high and the low. Obviously, that card at the river brings in the absolute pure nut straight and the wheel. That's why you play these types of hands in Omaha High-Low, trying to have enough power to win the high and the low. And in that particular situation, the 3 of clubs on the river brought in the nut for him. making a straight to the 7 for the high and the wheel for the low. And that is what we call a scoopity booper.
He's left Ollie there alone with the short stack. Tim's chipped up. Can sort of breathe now for a bit. Ollie's under the gun.
Ash, I swear to God, it's almost like he can hear me. He's called out exactly what I commentated on just then, the scoopity booper. That's what we call it when we play Omaha High-Low. So I'm not sure if he's can hear me downstairs. I guarantee you he can't. He's playing on the table, so can't hear me, but basically commentating it the exact same way as I am up here in the box with the big man Cubby sitting next to me. Everybody's going to fold. Round to the small blind. Jason's picked up a hand this time. Ace-Jack 5-2. Worthy of a raise all day long. And there it is. He's going to raise up, make it 40k to go. Oliver Gill has to come along too with the Ace-Queen 8-3. Suited to the spades. Off to the flop we go. Oh, hold on a second. Oliver Gill is actually 3-bet it. 4-bet from Jason. Back round to Oliver Gill. Have a look at this. So Oliver Gill's happy to play for stacks with this particular hand. Oliver Gill looking at 1.5 bigs as the flop comes down 9-5-8. Pair for Oliver Gill, pair for Jason, nut low draw for Jason. Second nut low draw for Oliver Gill. So Oliver Gill is pretty happy in this position because he's got a pair asking for a deuce ball. And the turn card brings in a 10. Still out in front, Oliver Gill here. Needs a high card. The 7 comes in, so chop it up, buttercup. Jason there making the nut low with 8-7-5. Deuce ace. And Oliver Gill winning the high with just a pair of 8s, believe it or not, on that particular board. Gets it done. They're going to chop that bad boy up and move on to the next hand. Oliver Gill got overly excited there when he saw the flop there, Cub.
Yeah, all that for a chop pot though. They just split the small blind and ante. Well, there's no ante in this, is there?
No, no ante. So just chopped it up straight down the middle. Oliver Gill, bit of a larrikin, likes a story, likes a bit of a chat. Talking about if it goes above 200k his stack, he might be able to take this bad boy out. James Ops is going to fold the 10-9-4-3. Tim Masters with the Queen Jack 10-6. Round to Ash Gupta. He's picked up a monster here. Ace 3-5-10. It's a monster 7-handed in Omaha High-Low.
With the hearts especially. The Ace 3 of hearts.
Have a look at this. He's not even raising this up. He's just flattered. Sure, okay. As the blinds have gone up to 25-50 just quietly. Oliver Gill's going to fold. Round to Brad. Have a look at Brad's hand.
Wow.
Ace, deuce, deuce with a suit. Brad's going to raise. Ashy asking him, are you all right or what? But actually, Brad has got the best hand. Aces with deuces. With nut spades working for him and the nut low draw. Flop comes King, Queen, 4. No real help to any of the players. Ash Gupta has a gut shot to the jack. Jason's picked up no part of it except for bottom pair of 4s, but he's playing the 7s in his hand. Brad's obviously going to have to bet out with his aces and the deuce. Jack comes in for Ash, if you don't mind. What a card. Hits a gut shot on the turn. Poor old Brad here. Picked up a monster pre-flop, but here comes the raise from Ash Gupta for sure. Wow, he's just got a flat. Yeah, I love this from Ash. That's fine. 6 of spades at the river. Beautiful card. Ash has got the nuts here. Oh, my God. I thought he was going to raise on the turn, Ashy, but he decides to flat. Brad's now going to check. Ash has to put in the bet. And I'd imagine that Brad is thinking about potentially calling. He can't believe he's been sucked out with aces and deuces with the nut spades in his hand. I think he has to put this in the bin. US Brad and Ash have played so many hands of poker together. It's crazy. So Brad kind of knows that Ashy most likely is going to show him the absolute nutter butters, which is what he has with the ace-10.
Good fold, Brad.
Brad folding the aces. Ashy boy's going to show him the ace-10, 5-3. What a bink on the turn. As Matty Marshall comes into the com box just quietly to get an award for the most re-entries in the staff tournament upstairs. So 11 re-entries. Right, okay, there you go. So he was in for 11 re-entries in a $20 staff party tournament they had upstairs to give thanks to all the staff that worked the Playlive Melbourne Millions series. And he just wanted to come in here to let me know that he was in for 11 bullets. So shout outs to Matty Marshall doing his ass in doing his ass in the staff tournament. He did come second. What did you pick up for second there, Matty?
480.
480. Okay, so he got...
We chopped it 3 ways.
Chopped it 3 ways, sure. That'll work. So he got some money back and a bit of profit.
And a hat.
And a hat, sure. Yep, so he's done well, actually, for 11 bullets. Anyway, back to the action here. Raised to 80. I should say, pardon me. Raised to 50 by Jason with the 6-5-4-2. Oliver Gill is putting in 3-bet to 75K with ace-queen 5-2. Brad's going to fold the kings. James Ops is going to fold the queen 10 3-3. Back round to Jason. 6-5-4-2. I actually quite like these hands in Omaha High-Low because they can play quite well both ways. Oliver Gill, obviously, all in as Jason's going to put in a 4-bet to 100 and just basically put Oliver Gill all in. The flop comes down 9-7-5. So Oliver Gill shooting for the low. Jack of diamonds on the turn helps Oliver Gill a little bit more with the diamonds draw. And the river brings in the diamonds, so it goes nut for Oliver Gill here just quietly. Absolute nut. So he's made the nut flush for the high and ace deuce for the low. And that is nut. That's going to pick up that pot of 208K. Sure. And Oliver Gill making a comment just before, Cub, if you heard it on the table chat. He said, if I get over a 200K, I might be able to take it down. He's over 200K now. He's up to 208K.
That's the first time he's over start stack.
Great shout there from Cubby in the com box with me.
I'm bringing back Capital. Let's go. Been retired since the 2013 World Series of Poker.
He's a character.
He is a character.
Look what you did.
I'm not paying attention at all. I just want to go to bed.
So I believe we'll be playing this final table out into at least 11:35 before the players bag and come back tomorrow, unless something else transpires and they want to play it out, or we've got the means here at Playlive to be able to play it out. Blinds are going up quite quickly, so there is a possibility that these players might play this out and not come back tomorrow, but we'll find that out from the studio closer to end of day's play. As Ashy Boy here raises up the ace-king 6-5. 6-5 of diamonds. Folded around. Oliver Gill's going to fold the 6-6-4-2. Around to Brad. Got the jack 9-6-5. That's in the bin. Ops has picked up a bit of a hand, but he's going to put that in the bin. And Tim Masters picking up a monster here. Ace-king 10 deuce, double suited. Pretty good hand in the big blind just quietly. I don't want to get too far in front of myself and say it's a monster, but it's a pretty big hand in the big blind as the flop comes down. 10-8-4. Tim Masters picking up the nut low draw and top pair and the nut flush draw. So Ashy in a little bit of word of hurt here. Tim Masters going to check all of those draws and the top pair. Ashy's going to C-bet.
Diamond for a disaster there for Ash.
Tim Masters is going to raise it up and Ashy's going to call. Turn card brings in the straight. You can't make this hand up either. Ashy now picking up the straight on the turn. It is the third best straight available. Jack 9 and 9-6 are out there. Bet call, and here comes the river. Repeat 8 comes down. And this hand's going to be chopped up, believe it or not. Ashy hitting the 7 of clubs on the river. Oh, pardon me, the backdoor clubs has come in for Tim Masters. Pardon me. Tim Masters is going to scoop this. I only just realised that then. The 8 of clubs came in, so Tim Masters goes backdoor into the clubs with the nut low. And And that's a full scooper for Tim Masters. Pardon me in the chat. I didn't realise that the 8 of clubs hit and Tim Masters having backdoor clubs draw actually hit it. So Masters going to scoop that one away from Ashi Gupta, who was pretty good on the turn with third nut straight, drawing on a flush that was dead and some low cards that were also dead. Tim Masters picks up 10-eye flush for the high and the nut low with ace deuce, playing obviously 8-7-4 deuce ace as his low, also known as the nut low on that particular board. Gill seems to be a high-low specialist. Haven't seen him play many other hands. Good shout out there by Nick. Would tend to agree. I think he was kind of waiting for some community board games to come up, like Hold'em and or Omaha High-Low. Good shout out there. Well said.
Yeah, he did say earlier he was waiting for the split games.
Yeah, remember that? As all of a sudden we are on to hand one of Razzmatazz, also known as Razz, or Raspberry, as Ash Gupta and I like to call it.
So king there for Ash.
Does look like a king for Ash. He's going to make the bring in here, I should say. Not sure how much the bring in is there. Looks like 10K. I believe those blue chips are 5K chips. So it's been completed from James Obst with a 6 showing. It's going to take it down. So I believe those 5K, the blue chips, I should say, are 5K chips. Absolutely, certainly they are. James Obst is going to take that one down. Players obviously throwing in their antes for the next hand. Coming up to hand number 2 of Razz. As the graphics just catch up there.
Catching up, yeah.
So 3 players pretty short here. Jason, Brad and Oliver. Less than 15 big blinds. There's only 30 bigs amongst them. So we could see a couple of busts out pretty quickly. And then I'll find out from downstairs whether or not they're going to come back tomorrow. I'd imagine they probably are. It is on the schedule. So I'd imagine that Shannon Vandenberg's going to ask them to come back tomorrow at midday. Polish this bad boy off.
And is it hour blinds tomorrow?
Hour-long blinds tomorrow is correct.
Yeah.
So because of that, I'd imagine that we're definitely coming back tomorrow to finish this off because the levels do change from 40-minute blind levels to 60. However, there is a possibility that they might adjust the blind levels and try and play it out tonight. But it could be a late finish if that is the case. We'll give that information to you as soon as we can find that out. Change of game. We are playing Razz now. We have explained the rules of Razz a few times. Idea obviously is to make the lowest 5-card hand possible using your board. Out of 7 cards that are dealt to you, 2 face down, 4 face up, and then 1 down at the river. So 3 face down cards or down cards.
Tim
And
got
4,
8. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and 4 up cards. Looks like a bet and a fold. Tim Masters is going to take that bad boy down. Shooting in an 8 low. Pretty good hand there. Jason picked up the king queen. Had to be forced to make the bring in with the king. Found a queen on 4th Street and that was all she wrote. So I was talking about a 5K bring-in. It's actually a 25K bring-in, just quietly.
No, I think that's the antes. I think it's wrong.
Yeah, so I think that the limits here are 25K, 50K with a 25K ante.
Yeah, but it's player ante, and they're all putting in 5. So I think that 25 is supposed to be 10 for the bring-in.
Makes sense.
Because he
That's correct. The bring-in
the
is 10.
odds.
Yeah, that's
that
the odds.
could be the odd structure.
Yeah,
they
sure.
had
So,
to change.
yeah, great call. So it's 25K, 50K with a 10K bring-in, I should say, and a 10K ante. Great shout out there from Cub. Picked up on that mistake by myself.
Because we were going to play this with the button ante.
Just quietly.
We couldn't get the software.
Couldn't get the software to go. Yeah, that's cool. Have a look at this particular hand here. We're talking about a couple of premiums here. It's Ace 4-5 versus Ace Deuce 4. Okay. Here we go. Have a look at Oliver's picking up the wheel draw on the 4th Street. Ace Deuce 4-5 versus Ace 4-5-9. Jason gets no help there, essentially, on 4th Street. As Oliver picks up an ace on 5th Street, and Jason picks up the 6. So believe it or not, at the moment, Jason is out in front with a 96.
Oh, great card there for Jason.
Huge card for Jason. He's now turned it into a 65 low. And Oliver Gill, who had 4 cards to the wheel on 4th Street, now behind to Jason, needs to find. Basically needs to find a 3 here, I believe. Doesn't. Finds the 10. Jason with a big check mark next to his name. Cannot lose this hand. And Oliver Gill is all in. And the 65-4 deuce ace will take this down for Jason. That will be showers for Oliver Gill. As we can see from Oliver Gill's 7th Street, he picked up a 10, couldn't improve. And he's got an 85. It is no good against Jason's 65. Jason making a 6-5-4 deuce ace low. And Oliver Gill is busted in 7th. So all of a sudden we're down to 6 players. Just like that.
Easy done with the blinds at this price.
Agreed. Limits here, as you can see, a 25K, 50K with a 10K ante, not a 25K ante.
Ace of spades. 7 of clubs.
Is that right for Jason?
7 of diamonds. King of spades.
Not sure.
Where's the king, is it? King for Brad. To bring in.
As PK says, sick ace 2 in the hole with 4-5 showing and he bricks out. Totally agree. But 3 pulls at it. Couldn't improve at all.
3 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Yeah,
So,
there's Jason up to 500 now.
So just quietly, I think I might have trumped myself here a little bit. So I believe the limits are 25K, 50K with a 25K ante, but a 10K bring in. Okay? Just for people at home. So those blue chips are 25K. Is that correct?
No,
or maybe I'm wrong there.
So
I'm not quite following the action here.
No, so the blues are 5. So it's a 5K
Ante
to each player.
Why is the pot so big though?
So there's the 25.
Yeah, but the pot can't be right just quietly. So because just before the pot in the bottom right hand corner, before 4th Street came out, the pot said it was 175K and it couldn't have been right.
Let's watch this next one.
Yeah.
So we'll see everyone throw 5K in the middle. See what that does with the pot.
Yeah, you have a look. I mean, I was looking at it. That's what's got me confused a little bit. 25K ante does not seem right at all. It should be 10K for sure, or 5K for that matter. Yeah, okay. So confirmation from the dealer. So those blue chips are 5K chips. So the ante is 5K. Do apologise for any misinformation I've given you there. The information on the screen here that we're commentating on is wrong. So we're just trying to bring you the right information. Good call from PK Spud. Need to get the chip colours on the stream. Agreed. See how the pot's 160K? Can't be. It's impossible. So a couple of technical glitches downstairs. Maybe the guys in the studio can update that. I think they're putting the antes as 25K when they should be 5K, hence why the pots are so much bigger than they should be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's throwing out the chip counts.
So just getting confirmation. It's a 5K ante, 10K bring in. If you wish to complete it to the structure, it would be completed to 25K. So apologies from us here. We are getting it, are telling the studio downstairs to update that information. There'll be a 20-minute delay before we actually get that, obviously, because they're hearing that information now, and you're watching this on a 25 or 20-minute delay, I should say.
Yeah, and the orange chips are 25K. 5K for the blues and 1K for the yellows.
That's it. Thought it was a pretty big ante and bring in if you got it as 25K when the limit's at 25K, 50K. Shannon doesn't make those types of mistakes. That's the studio downstairs telling us they're on it. So they're going to update those graphics shortly. So 5K ante, 10K bring in, and complete to 25K. There's the complete. Actually, Gupta putting in the bring in to 10K. He's been raised by Hank. He's got the deuce 3-5, complete to 25K. Round to Jason. King Jack 10's in the bin. Brad's picked up the ace deuce 6. That's a monster in this particular format.
Should get a tussle here.
Slightly behind, obviously, to Hank's 5-3 deuce. Hank's going to come in for another raise here. 3 cards to the wheel. Brad obviously can't go anywhere. He's got 4 bigs.
Yeah, he's short. I think ideally they just want to get it in early.
No doubt.
So how many bets did they put in then?
It looks like 3 bets, I believe, and called. So it's 3 bets to 75K and called. So, yeah, I am correct. 7 of diamonds for Hank and a 3 of clubs, it looks like, on 4th and 5th Street. So I believe he's made a 75, I think it might be. Brad's obviously drawing to a 6 low.
I think Hank's paired the 3.
So he's paired the 3, has he, on the 5th Street, and Brad's also paired the 4.
But Brad's got a picture card out there that's not up.
Yeah, it's not out there. So maybe it looks like 6 of clubs, Jack of hearts, 4 of clubs. So Brad's cards, or up cards, I should say, are incorrect on the stream. It's a 9 of diamonds, and it looks like a 6 of spades has peeled off for Brad. So Brad's paired up. Brad's all in, drawing to a 6 low, from my understanding, with 1 card to come against Hank, who I believe's made a 9.
Yeah, he's a 9.
Brad's just going to, like, turn it over. Makes a 7. Yeah, sure. Ace or a 4 for Hank. Picture dead. Nice hand.
Brad doubles.
Brad doubles through there. Gets a much-needed 7 on the river. Gets there with a 76. And he is going to pick up a pretty decent-sized pot there just quietly. Now, obviously, I don't want to say that the pot was 360K when it might not be, but...
Yeah, I don't think it was that much.
It does say that it was 385K, so that could be correct, but like we said before, we had some problems with the antes being listed on your screen as 25K when obviously they are 5K, so it's inflated the size of the pot quite significantly. Nonetheless, Brad did not bust in that hand. And he's picked up some much-needed chips there. He was all in, so this is hand number 7 of Razz. 7 players remaining. Sorry, pardon me, 6 players remaining, I should say. Figure up in the top right-hand corner is also not correct, so apologies to everybody watching at home. Brad's going to fold.
That was Jason with the bring in, was it? He had a 10. A lot of low cards out there. Hopefully we see some action.
Ops is going to complete. 25K. Foldathon going through. Back round to Jason with ace 3-10. He's going to call after completing it with a 10. off to 4th Street. Queen of Hearts, and it's like a 9 for James Ops. James is just going to bet the 95. Get that one done. Takes it away from Jason. He did have a 9.875, but 9.5 showing.
How many hands is that? She's changing the card. So moving to stud.
Into stud high, and number 1 of stud high now. Looked like we played 9 hands of each game there just quietly. Because when we came back to the feature table, I think there was 9 hands, or was there 8 hands of the games? It could have been 8 actually. Might be wrong. Nonetheless, we are trying our best here to bring you some commentary for this 10K horse championship. Monkey, you're killing it. Happy to learn with you. Appreciate that, Tommy. Trying my best in here with Cub.
Yeah, we'll see how many hands they play here with 6.
See
if they go 6 hands of each. I'm not sure.
This is hand number 1 of stud. We've just changed the game from Razz to stud now. So basically, Razz inverted is stud high. So now you're kind of trying to find the best 5-card poker hand using your board, the highest 5-card hand you can make. As Brad picks up 3 cards to a straight. Ashley's got King 7 in the hole with 7 up. So he's got a pair of 7s. Brad's going to come along. 3 cards to a straight. Tim Masters, who completed with the ace of spades, is coming along, obviously.
You're looking to get that steal there, Tim.
Big card. Yeah, big card for Brad, I believe. 8 of hearts. Yeah, I did hear that correctly. So Brad's got a gut shot now to make a straight. Obviously, a couple of 7s, 3 7s, in fact, are dead. You can see them, 2 of them in Ashley's hand and 1 in Tim Masters' hand. Ashley picking up an ace to go along with his 7. He's obviously in front of Tim Masters. So Brad's going to call and come along. Still 3-way action. So I think it went 3 of spades, deuce of clubs, 6 of clubs. If that is correct, that is correct. So Brad's now made a pair. Tim Masters has also got a pair of 3s. Ash Gupta with a pair of 7s. Which are out in front, but he's going to lay that one down to Brad. And Brad, who was all in no more than 3 hands ago, all of a sudden, second in chips with 585K. We will get these chip stacks confirmed shortly. But for the time being, let's work off what we've got. We are down to 6 players here, not 7 up in the top right-hand corner. You are watching the 10K Horse Championship brought to you by the Mixed Games Academy boys, Shannon Vanderberg and the alike. Putting on a pretty good show here today, to be fair. Shout-outs to the studio downstairs, working through a 10K horse event for the first time ever. They've done a pretty good job, to be fair. We have come across quite a lot of technical difficulties during this stream, but doing a pretty good job. Cub.
Very good, yeah. It's great to see.
It's not an easy task, just quietly. Brad's going to bring it in with the 4 of diamonds. James Ops raised it up. Split queens, so he's got a queen in the hole. Queen up showing. It's like Ashy's come along. We haven't quite seen his cards yet, unfortunately. What we do know is James Ops has got a pair of queens with the queen 10 showing up.
Can't tell if that's a jack or a king for Ash there.
I think it's a king for Ash. I think it's king 6-3. As you can see at the moment, James Ops out with the best hand. Might get Ashy Boy off this year. He might have started with like ace jack king, for example. Can't find an ace or a jack or a king for that matter to help his hand out as James Ops bets out, takes that one down. Up to 1.2 million. Not surprising for those people who are James Ops fans. For him to be sitting with a chip lead in a 10K event. Pretty stock standard for him. Down to 6 players nonetheless. Pardon me. And Ash Gupta is on the short stack at the moment, 9.6 bigs. But Ashy really never in danger playing mixed games. I've seen him run up stacks from 3 or 4 bigs, so 9.6 bigs for Ashy Boy is plenty.
That Brad with the bring in, yep. James lets the king go there. I think it was a king.
Let you call the action here just
well, this is
temporarily.
A sneaky one for Brad here. He's the bringing with the 4, but he's got queens in the hole.
Beautiful. You don't mind calling the action for a little bit here? Come, thanks, mate.
So Tim's completed the king up and the jack 9 in the hole. Call by Ash with the buried 2s with the 10 up. Quite sure what Tim caught then. Ash has caught a 4. Brad a 5, I think. Yep. Tim checks. Ash decides to bet. Brad just calls, keeping those queens concealed there. They're not going to put him on a hand like that. Well, Ash has paired the 4 here and elects to bet. Don't think Brad will fold. No. Wonder if this...
Ash
takes it down.
Yeah, 4s and 2s it looked like. Just had to duck out the room for half a second. Thanks for calling the action in my absence there. Appreciate it.
Yeah, interesting hand, that one. Ash paired the 4, which he got on 4th and 5th. I don't know if I would have had it in me to let the queens go there by Brad.
I'm just saying, like,
Probably not.
Stuck around if that was me.
He has played a lot with Ash, so wouldn't surprise me if Brad kind of made a home game read there against Ashy Boy.
Yep.
James opts bringing it in with the 3 of spades. Tim Masters with 3 cards to a flush. Jack high. We are playing stud high at the moment. Fold all the way back round to ops who can't continue. Hank equals an Aussie battler. Those people who don't really know much about Hank, he's got plenty. Don't worry about Hank. Absolutely plenty. Likes playing these 10K events for giggles. Great call from Nick Ferns there. Brad had a 4 as well. Surprised he folded. But Ash wasn't lying. He did have 2 pairs. Deuces in the hole and 4 showing on his board. But I actually agree with you there, Cubby. I'd imagine that Brad should have peeled one more off, I'd imagine. See if he could run Ashy Boy down, especially with the 4 in his hand, nonetheless.
And the 10 was his door card.
Sure. So Ash is going to make the bring in for 10K with a 3 showing.
So Ash looks like he's got a full stack of orange, which would be 500, and then 2 stacks of blue behind, so that'd be 700. Just got reading in the chat here that looks wrong. Yeah, up the top it says Ash has got 400. He clearly has more than that, so we are getting some chip issues.
No doubts about that. Good shout out by you and by the chat. Ash does have piles in front of him, so obviously I can't imagine he's got 15 bigs. We'll get some more information about it shortly. So we are on hand number 6 of stud.
Hank with the bring in.
Hank with the bring in, correct weight. It's going to bring it in with the 3 of spades. Jason's going to fold. Brad's going to fold. Ops with the ace 8-2. He's going to fold. 3 cards to a flush for Tim Masters. Pretty good starting hand.
Didn't catch how many diamonds are up.
I think there was 3, I believe. 2 and 1.
In the up cards? Not sure.
No, in the up cards, I think there was only 1, but there was 2 in the hole cards of the other players. Nonetheless, Hank has got 10s in the hole, 3 showing. He's going to 3-bet it to 75k. Tim Masters, 3 to a flush. And Ash is deciding to come along too with these ace 10-9.
King for Ash? Queen for Hank.
Ash, I believe, has picked up a king there. Is that correct? Yeah, ace king for Ash. Hank here has queen 3 showing with 10s in the hole. Tim Masters picks up a no help 8 of hearts on 4th straight. Here comes 5th straight. Ash now showing, I believe, ace king jack. Hank with 3 queen jack showing with 10s in the hole. Tim Masters trying to find a diamond. Can't find any on 4th and 5th straight. Funnily enough, he's now picked up a straight draw after trying to go for a flush. 7s and 6s help his hand out. I can't see any of them in any of the other players' hands, so might be able to find one here. 3 of hearts is still not going to help Tim Masters. So jack of spades for Hank, who now picks up 2 pairs, jacks and 10s. Ash picked up the 8 of spades. Doesn't help his hand. He is up and, well, does actually help his hand. He's up and down now. But he's looking down. He needs a 7 or a queen. He's going to come along. Throws them in there. Can Ashy get it? And as you can see from the card readers, Ashy's picked up the 4 of clubs. No help to him. So the jacks, 10s are going to hold for Hank. Hank actually makes 3 pairs, jacks, 10s and 3s, but that's good enough to get it done. Hank up to 809k or 32 bigs. It's kind of funny actually because I should actually have more bigs too.
That was 6 hands.
All said.
Switch into stud 8 now.
Mm-hmm. As Brian Nguyen's come back downstairs to help us out. He was upstairs enjoying the staff party earlier.
So we should.
Yep, totally agree.
Done a great job over the last couple of weeks here.
No doubts about it. Do we know what the payouts are? We do. I can tell you straight off the bat, the payouts are 68,000 for first, 42,000 for second, 34,000 for third, and 25,500 for fourth. We're paying the top 4 here. Very top heavy, but it is what happens when you've got 17 players in a 10k buy-in. Do we know what time is stumps? Great call from Graham Bennett. Stumps will be at 11:35 p.m. local, so approximately 40-odd minutes from now. The game is now stud high-low. Jason picking up a monster just quietly, ace 3-5, shooting for the wheel, which usually is enough to win the high and the low, if you've seen the movie Rounders. Brad's got a pair of 5s, 5-4 in the hole and a 5 showing. Ashy boy, queen's in the hole with a king up. 3-way action here, off to 4th Street. 3 of diamonds for Ash. Deuce of clubs, I believe. Deuce of spades for Jason and a 9 for Brad as the graphics now catch up. Ash is going to bet 25k. Jason's going to come along, drawing at the absolute stone cold wheel. 4-ball gets him there. Jack of hearts, no help to Jason. Ash picks up an ace 2, so he's going to bet out 50k. Jason has to come along here. Another ace for Ashy, now he's got aces and queens. What did Jason pick up there on 6th Street? If he's picked up the 4, Ashley's in a world of hurt. Check whatever comes. Jason picks up a 4 here. He'll make the wheel.
Need the upshot.
Yeah, and
on that table.
Unless Ashley's made a.
Oh, he's got the low, Jason.
So Jason looks like he's picked up a 7 there. So he's made a 7 low, and Ashy Boy, I believe, picked up an ace on 6th Street. So he had aces and queens, and obviously it didn't improve to a full house. He checked it anyway, regardless. So that was all she wrote. Aces and queens most likely for Ash. Jason obviously hit a 7 at some stage. I'd imagine the 7 came out on 6th Street. Hence the reason why Ash said check no matter what comes on 7th. Because he knew he couldn't win the low because he was shooting for the high. So happy just to check whatever comes and pay it off if the guy makes it.
Now what's happening with these antes? You got 10K now.
Definitely looks like the antes are now 10K. Those blue chips are worth 5K. The yellow chips are 1K and the orange, I believe, are 25K. Maybe the guys downstairs can help us out with that. I'm not sure why the 1Ks would still be in play.
Yeah, I can't imagine the ones.
Well, we haven't needed them for at least 2 or 3 levels, so unsure why they are still in play. Maybe for some later limits, but can't really see that being the case nonetheless. We're playing stud high-low, also known as stud 8 or better. The E part of the acronym HORSE. Lowest card will be bringing this in.
Looks like Tim.
Yeah, it looks like Tim bringing it in with a 3 of diamonds. I think it's very hard to call it from here, so it's a 10K bring in. With the 3 of hearts, pardon me. Ashley's going to fold the ace of hearts. Hank with 10s in the hole and a 9 showing up. He's going to complete it, make it 30K. So the blinds have gone up to 30K, 60K with a 10K there. It's a little bit better now. Limits are 30K, 60K with a 10K ante.
Put all these pairs in the hole.
And everybody's got a pair in the hole. Kings, queens, 10s. Sure. Why not? So now all of a sudden a 3-bet to 90K with kings in the hole. Hank's in the squeeze position with 10s in the hole with a 9 showing. Brad's got queens in the hole with a 5 showing. So
both of those raises are going to look very hidden.
You don't see this very often. Joel, go ahead. Sorry, Cub.
Given they've got the 3 and the 5 up.
I think Hank might be able to get away from this, funnily enough. Very unusual for somebody to be 3-betting. Yeah, great fold here by Hank. Very unusual for somebody to be 3-betting with a 3 showing. Brad's obviously going to come along with queens in the hole, so it's basically kings versus queens at this point. This is stud high-low. As Joel comes into the chat. Wow, hidden 3 pairs. Totally agree with you, Joel. 9 of spades, no help to Tim. 7 of clubs, no help to Brad. Tim still way out in front at the moment. Kings in the hole. Hidden to all buggery, I should say. Brad with the queen, so he's not going anywhere either. As Brad now picks up 2 pairs, and so does Tim Masters on 5th Street. So it's kings and 3s versus queens and 7s. Right, hold on a second. Hold your horses as Tim Masters is going to move it all in. Brad has to call. Brad can't believe his bad luck there. Queens and 7s versus kings and 3s. So Brad needs to find a 7 or a queen to outdraw Tim here. Here comes 6th Street. Jack of Hearts. And Jack of Diamonds. And then the last card. And he's made a full house, Brad. He's found the 7. You can't make it up. He's made a full house.
What's Tim's yet to peel?
So
he needs a king.
He needs a king ball. Brad's actually hit the full house. 7's full of queens. That's the second time Brad's actually peeled up a 7. He made a 7 low earlier, and that showers there for Tim's. Profanities in the chat.
Well,
Another
Tim has change.
Tim might have a little bit of change. What's he got? Like 50K, give or take. As I believe Brad was all in for 205 and Tim was in for 255. Is that correct?
The graphic's wrong because they've put the all in front of Tim.
Sure. So Brad hitting a 7 there. Believe it or not, just before, if you were watching, obviously, Cub, you've been in here with me the entire time. He hit a 7 before to make a low. Remember that? He was all in needing a 7 to chop that pot up. Found a 7, flicked it over, and all of a sudden, Brad, with a bit of a stack in this 10K horse championship, after basically being all in on 6th Street in stud high-low, needing to find a low card and peeled it off for half the pot, and then he came back and has built a bit of a stack out of absolutely nowhere. It appears that we have now lost Tim, who must have been all in because
lost Brad too, according to that up the top there.
Well, that's a good call too. We know that Brad's still in. We can see his hands slumped over his massive chip stack at the moment. But there are no chips in front of Tim, so it looks like Tim has busted here, and all of a sudden we are down to 5. It must be, because I know that Ashy's in, Hank's in, Jason's in, James Ops is in, and Brad. There's the 5 cards going out. So definitely lost Tim just then. So all of a sudden we are down to 5 players. Top 4 getting paid. As Lucas Durrani here, you can hear standing behind it, Ashy Boy, sweating it. So James Ops is going to bring this in with the deuce of spades. Bring in being 10K. Ashy Boy is going to complete it up to 30K with 3 clubs. Fold from Hank, back around to Jason. He's going to fold the ace-7-3. Or is he not? He's actually decided to call with the ace-7-3, I should say. He's stud high-low. So he's hoping he can shoot for the low hand. Ashy obviously shooting for the high. 8-4 when 8 low is usually not very playable. James Ops is out the way with Jack 3 deuce. So it's going to be Ash versus Jason.
But Ash's chip stack's not right.
That's correct.
He's definitely got more than that.
So Ash has picked up the 6 of spades. Now 3 to a low, shooting at an 86 at the moment. Jason picks up a 9 of diamonds. Check, check on 4th Street. Here comes 5th. Pair of 3s for Jason on 5th Street. Ace for Ashy on 5th Street. So now Ash is definitely shooting for an 86 low. Jason's going to bet into him with a pair of 3s showing in his up cards.
Not sure what's happening there. Waiting for the graphics to catch up, I think.
So it looks like it's gone bet call on 5th Street. We're about to see 6th Street. We do apologise for any interruptions here and delays in the cards. It does make it near impossible to commentate on and or watch. Jason's going to lead out on 6th Street. So we're playing catch up with the technology downstairs. Ash, I believe, has called. So 7th Street now. So Ashy, I believe, was shooting at, if my memory serves me correctly, he picked up an ace on 5th Street. So I believe he was shooting at an 86 low. And Ashy says he's got a flush and a low, which could be enough to be able to take it down Looks like it will be because Jason looking like he's about to muck his hand, and he does. He folds. So Ashy has somehow hit the flush and a low, most likely like an 86 low with a flush, maybe even an 87 with a flush. And Jason must have backdoored into 2 pairs and missed his low, because if he hit his low there...
He paired to 3, I'm pretty sure, Jason, so I'd say so.
Yeah, so he most likely made 2 pairs there, Jason. We can't quite see the cards at the moment, but Ashy did say he's got a flush and a low, so that was enough to scoop it. And we're going to be off to the next hand shortly. As we're finding out from the studio downstairs, there's a software bug on this hand too, so we're trying our very best here in commentary to call the action in 7-card stud for the first time ever on stream in a 10K horse championship with no graphics and some glare on the cards from the spot cam with the chip stacks also incorrect. So basically calling this one completely blind here, Cub. Not what you're after, but we're doing the best we possibly can with what we've got.
We're making it work.
Trying our best, absolutely.
What do we have?
So Ash will be the bring-in here for 10K with the 3 of clubs. I believe it was the Jack of diamonds. Hank's going to fold that Jack of diamonds. Jason is showing the 10, I believe, of diamonds up with ace 2 in the hole. Jason's going to fold the 10 though. Brad's got the Jack 6, 7. James Obst has the ace 4, 7. He's going to complete. Ashy Boy's going to come along. Heads up action here. Looks like the 10 of clubs for Ash and the 8 of clubs for James Obst. James Obst shooting for an 87 low. He's also in front with ace high. He's going to bet it. Ash is going to put it in the bin. Limits, as you can see, a 30K, 60K with a 10K ante and a 10K bring-in. We are down to 5 players here in the 10K Horse Championship, brought to you by Mixed Games Academy and Shannon Vanderberg, I should say, in conjunction with Playlive Melbourne at 129 York Street, South Melbourne. So once we find one more player bust, all players will be in the money. First is paying 68,000, second is paying 42.5, third is paying 34,000, and fourth is 25.5. They have been pinned in the Facebook live chat and pinned on YouTube. For those people who want to know what the payouts are for this particular event, James Ops picking up a monster hand here in stud high-low. 3 cards to a low and all in the same suit. Ashy Boy with split 10s. He's got 10 deuce in the hole and a 10 showing. And Hank coming along too with a 7-3 ace. So could see some fireworks here. Looks like a deuce of hearts for Ash, which it is. 6 of diamonds for James Ops. Huge card for him. King of diamonds for Hank. It's going to go bet from Ops, call from Ashy Boy. He's now picked up 2 pairs, 10s and deuces in the first 4. And Hank's going to come along as well.
Like another 2 there for Ash.
So Ash looks like he's picked up a full now on 5th Street. So deuce of diamonds, I think, was called. That is correct. So Ash has made a full after the first 5 cards here. And James Ops still shooting for that low. This would be a sick if he could find the 4 of diamonds to make a straight flush and hit the low too just quietly. That card is still in play.
And Hank's picked up that low draw as well.
And Hank has also picked up a 74 draw. So this could be a bit of a brutal run out for James. If he finds the 4 of diamonds, though, he'll be absolutely licking his chops, I guarantee it. James Ops betting 60K, called by Ashy already. Back around to Hank, who's shooting at a 74 low. So he's going to have to come along as well with 3 clubs in his hand. So he could backdoor into clubs as well. Coming into 6th and 7th Street. What a hand here we've got brewing. As Goose is in the chat, they're going, love your work, boys.
Yeah.
He's on his
Hank's
way home.
out.
Hank's going to fold.
Right on, Goose. Good dealing, mate.
Yeah, agreed. Ace of hearts for Ash. And it looks like the 8 of spades, I believe, is what was called.
Ace.
No, ace of spades. Pardon me. So James Ops has made his low now. A 76-5 3 ace. So can't lose.
He's got half.
He's got
really needs that 4.
4 diamonds would be absolutely brutal for Ashy Boy if that comes off, because James Ops would make a straight flush for the high with a low already locked up. Ashy, as you can see, has deuces full after the first 5 cards. Ash not too worried about his 7th card.
Yeah, I don't think he got it checked down.
James Obbs obviously not hitting the 4 of diamonds there. Otherwise, he would have come out with a big bet. He picks up the jack of clubs instead. We're going to chop this one up. So James Obbs there with the 76-5 3 ace versus Ashy's full house for the high. Deuces full. So chop it up, Buttercup. As Ash, you can hear on the table mic, asking for the 4 of diamonds for the straight flush to absolutely ruin his hand completely. But does not come. And we're going to chop it up. 9 of spades was Ashy's last card. Obviously doesn't improve him whatsoever. He still had a full house nonetheless. Guess you could say he could have turned it into a slightly bigger full house if he picked up a 10. 10's full of deuces, but nonetheless, full house will pick up the high hand of that stud, high-low hand, I should say. And the low going to James Ops, who is drawing absolutely unbelievable after the first 4 cards.
One more stud 8 hand, or they switch back to Hold'em.
Lord, there's no limit Hold'em. This is all fixed limit stuff. So horses all played in fixed limits. So it's fixed limit Hold'em, fixed limit Omaha High-Low, fixed limit Razz, and same with stud high and stud 8 or better. So a little bit of a different format here compared to what we have been streaming all week long, being no limit stuff or pot limit stuff. Pot limit Omaha and no limit Hold'em. James Ops folding 3 hearts with a queen showing. Pretty interesting. Ashy picking up the nut wheel draw and the Badoogie just quietly. Ace deuce 3. He's going to come in for a complete in this high-low. That's the perfect starting hand just quietly in Razz, and also a very strong starting hand in Omaha High-Low, but also in stud high-low, which is the format we're playing at the moment. Jack of spades, I should say, comes off on 4th Street. And have a look at Jason's hand just quietly. I just looked into that. He's picked up ace 3 in the hole with 4-2 showing, so he's drawing to a wheel as well. Ashley picks up another ace on 5th Street. He's going to have to bet it.
It says Jason's got a king, but I don't see that. I see a 3.
Not sure exactly what happened there. It looks like Jason might have bet out.
Yeah, I think that was wrong there.
Yeah, the king might have been a 3 instead. So Ashley, despite the fact he picks up aces, which I hope is correct on the graphics there on 5th Street, deciding to lay it down after Jason showing deuce 3, 4, I believe it might have been in his first 3 cards. It could have also been deuce 3, 3. Not sure what happened there. A couple of technical glitches downstairs, but trying our best nonetheless. Stream will be ending in approximately 20 minutes, give or take, as these players will bag up and come back tomorrow, from what we've been told. Background to Hold'em, fixed limit Hold'em. Game change, the easiest game to commentate on. As Jason picks up pocket 9s in the hijack. He's the guy there with the yellow jacket on. Pretty cool looking jacket, just quietly. Suits his style a little bit. Pick up the 4-side. the guys down in the studio can move that mouse cursor off our screen, that would be great. Can't quite see the cards when you got it there. Ashy Boy's going to call with King Queen off to the flop. Here we go. Flop comes Jack 10-7. 2 spades. Ashy Boy with the up and down. Jason with the gut shot to the straight and a pair of 9s, which is out to the lead. Jason's going to bet 30K. Ash is going to go absolutely nowhere. He's going to raise it up, in fact, and make it 60K to see the turn.
Do it here.
I think almost certainly Jason's not going to call, but what would I know as he slaps in a call? Off to the turn we come. Ash needing a 9, King, Queen or Ace. Turn card brings in a repeat 7. Backdoor clubs are now a potential. Double flush draw board. Huge by Matty Marshall, who just brings in a beer for me in the combox. And the 9 comes off on the river. Have a look at this river card just quietly. So Jason makes a full and Ash makes the nut straight. What a card at the river. Bet from Ashy with King Queen, who makes the straight. Here comes the raise from Jason. Ashy calls. Jason's going to show him the 9's full. You can see him laughing as he's peeled up the King Queen. What a card at the river for Ashy Boy. Makes the nut straight. Obviously, the backdoor clubs are down. What a brutal river card, obviously, for Ash. Thinks he's pure with the nut straight King Queen. 9 to King, and then all of a sudden, Jason just shows up with 9's full. A 2-outer hitting at the river there for Jason to take that one away from Ashy Boy. As you could hear in the chat and the table mics, he sort of laughed that one off. He couldn't believe that card came off. Spiritual Tradie Podcast says he can't make it up. I would tend to agree. Good shout out there, just quietly. I will plug our little podcast. Berkey and I do a podcast called You Can't Make It Up. Try to release new episodes every Monday. We are a couple of weeks behind due to the Playlive Melbourne Millions and this particular week of mixed game stuff. We do have a few players coming in. I should say, I was going to say players, probably not the right word. Some punters, some different guys, some guests coming in over the next couple of weeks. One of them might be Ash Gupta. I believe we've got the Shaheen brothers coming in next week. Wow. As have a look at this from Ashy Boy. Flops top pair with a nut flush draw. James Ops got nothing to continue with. Ash is going to lead out from the small blind. James Ops is going to fold. But if you like hearing Berkey and myself, who have been in the com box all week, talking with some special guests about some Can't Make It Up stories, we are You Can't Make It Up on YouTube, also out there on Spotify. And we have had some special guests come in over the last 10 weeks. We're going to try and do some back-to-back or double episodes over the next few weeks to make up for that lost time. So if you want to like and subscribe to our channels, we would very much appreciate that. We are still playing Omaha High-Low. Or are we playing still Hold'em?
Still Hold'em.
Pardon me. Apologise. Couple more hands of Hold'em. I thought the dealer had changed it over to
Not sure if they're doing
new
5
game?
hands now that there's 5 players.
Hank picks up the ace-king off. Yeah, sure. James Ops decided to raise it with the 9-7. Small tiger if you play Baccarat. No. Grahimi Bennett in the chat plays a bit of Baccarat. So small tiger with the 97 suited versus the ace-king. Flop comes Jack 8-5. Gut shot for James Ops. He's also got, well, technically he's got a double gut shot. Can hit a 10 or a 6 to make a straight. Hank's going to bet his ace-king. Going to Ops. Double gutter. He's going to raise with a double gutter. You can also take this one away from Hank. If it's a 9 or a 7, the out's in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Hank, though, at the moment, out slightly in front as the 3 of diamonds comes in. So a huge card for James. Even more outs. Almost too many to fit on the screen. He's now picked up 19 outs cold. James Ops is going to bet 60K. Back round to Hank. He's only got ace-king high here. Surely James Ops should be able to find one of these 19 outs. As you can see, ace-king high, smallest of favourites, 52% to 48%. So even though James Ops only has 9 high at the moment, with 19 clean outs, it's almost a 50-50 chance of taking this away. It's almost like a coin flip as to who will win this hand. Obviously, Hank with a slightly more edge, but only a little bit. He is facing a bet here from James Obst. 60K. Hank's going to let it go, rightfully so. Nothing more than ace king high on that board. James Obst had basically the entire world. I have seen 19 outs lose many times before. The too many out syndrome, when the blank 2 comes off at the river, like the 2 of spades or something like that, and you think to yourself, how is it possible I've missed? But nonetheless, the bet gets it done for James Obst from Adelaide.
There's no real short stacks now. I don't see the bubble bursting tonight.
Good
What
shout.
do you reckon?
Yeah, good shout by you, Cub. Good call. Ashy boy, if those chip stacks are correct, is the short stack, but I don't know if that is accurate. Might be wrong. 100.
Yeah, I reckon
400.
he's got about 500.
Yeah, looks about 500 something. But we might be wrong, as Hank raises on the button. Jason the small blind with pocket sixes. He's going to fold the sixes there, Jason. Okay, fine. Brad's going to come along with the natural. Queen 9 versus King Queen from Hank. The flop comes down. Ace Queen 6. And actually, Jason would have flopped a set here against 2 players that also flopped a pair. So pretty interesting, as Hank's talking about how many hands we're playing. Obviously, there's 5 stacks in play, so 5 players. Hank having a bit of a laugh. Hank's going to bet. Brad's going to raise. Rightfully so, with second pair. Hank has to call. Off the turn we go. Brad needing one of the 2 remaining 9s in the deck. And
Wow.
unbelievable. Just binks it on the turn. If you play Baccarat, this is why you play natural 9s in Hold'em, because the 9s do hit quite a lot. He found the 2-outer on the turn, and all of a sudden, Hank is up against it. Needs to find an ace, a king at the river. Here comes the river down and dirty. Brings in the jack. Brad's going to absolutely drill this one against Hank, who had him absolutely crushed on the flop. King Queen versus Queen 9. And have a look at this from Brad. He's going to check it and see if he can lay the trap against Hank. And Brad's not going to, sorry, Hank's not going to fall for that one. Brad's going to show him the Queen 9. Hank a little bit dirty on that turn card. So 2 out of 2 just quietly with one of the 9s folded. As Brad picks up a few more chips to go to his chip stack. So it's anyone's game, pardon me, at this point. Hank getting outdrawn there quite brutally on the turn. But to be fair, Brad would have been a world of hurt if Jason decided to call with his pocket sixes from the small blind. He would have flopped a set. That would have been big fireworks, I would imagine.
Mm. I'd like to get a good look at Hank's stack there.
So off we go to the next hand of Hold'em. Spiritual Tradie podcast saying he's sharp tonight. He called for a jack and came on the river. Not sure how he folded pocket sixes either, but Jason wins and makes final tables quite a lot. So obviously he felt like sixes in Hold'em in the small blind there was a fold, but what would I know? 3 bet from Brad. Pocket 9s, picked up another natural, but Jason's got the Queen 9. It just won the last 10, so it's 9s versus Queen 9 now. And the flop comes 6 jack 8. Gut shot for Jason. 9's out in front for Brad. Brad's going to bet 30K, which is the maximum you can bet. Limit poker on the flop here. He can bet 60K on the turn. Can Jason hit the 10 ball on the turn? He can't.
Wow.
We're calling cards left, right, and centre. The 10 ball comes in. Jason makes the nuts on the turn. Brad also now up and down. Brad's going to check it. Jason absolutely spiking the 10 of clubs on the turn. Badoogie down on the board. So this is about as pure of a turn card as you can find with Queen 9. Jason's now going to bet out 60K. Can Brad find the fold here? He's up and down with his pair of 9s. That Queen to roll off at the river would mean that they would chop it up. That would be a pretty disgusting way to chop this hand up, but Brad getting outdrawn on the flop, or sorry, on the turn, I should say, as a 5 of spades comes off on the river. Brad's going to check it. Jason obviously going to bet the nuts. And Brad's got a decision to make here with pocket 9s. Jason just bets 60K. Obviously the only bet he can make. It's not no limit hold'em where you can jam it all in or raise more than the structure. And Brad's going to fold the 9s there. Good fold there from Brad. Jason spiking the 10 on the turn. Eat your heart out.
He's been pretty good with his reads, Brad.
So it appears that we're going to be playing 3 more hands for tonight before everybody comes back tomorrow at midday. Lord 911 saying, how old is Jason? I can't tell if he's 25 or 45. Yeah, good shout there, 911. See if I can get that information for you. He's definitely in that range, I would imagine. As Hank picks up Jack 6 of hearts under the gun, he's going to fold that down to Jason. Picks up the 98. He's going to put that in the bin. Brad's going to fold on the button with a 6-2. Round to James Ops with the Queen 10. He's picked that up a few times, Opsy, in the small blind. With Queen 10, he's going to raise up and make 60K to go. Ashley's going to come along with the 5 deuce in the big blind. Ashley needing to find a 5 or a deuce on this flop, I'd imagine, to continue. Or wheel. As the board comes Jack 3-10. James Ops flops second pair. Third best kicker. James Ops going to bet. Ash can't go anywhere with 5-2. He's got that little smile. He's thinking about making it a play. He's showing the rail he had 5-2. He's got to put it in the bin. Thought for a second there Ash might have tried to make a play, but the only person on the table you probably don't want to be making a play against is the chip leader and the most dominant poker player probably in this field in terms of tournament winnings, in that of James Obst, outside obviously of Carol Burns, who busted in 10th earlier today.
Someone said in the chat earlier Hanks won a WSOP bracelet. Didn't confirm that.
No, that is true. I've actually seen the photo of the winner's photo, so I can confirm he has won a bracelet before.
Do you know what he wanted here?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. Might even do that. Actually, as a matter of fact, there's only 2 more hands to play. So we have now changed the game over to Omaha High-Low. Jason's going to raise it up with the ace-10, 8-3, 10-3 of diamonds. So second nut low potential. The ace-3. Fold, fold, fold. Round to Hank, who's picked up the queen double 5-3. Is he going to call out of the big blind here? He's on the short stack. 8.5 bigs or 254K. Shout out to Jessica, Rick's wife. Sure, why not? Shout out to her, Jessica.
2 bracelets for Hank, apparently.
Have a look at this flop for Jason, just quietly. He picks up the second nut low draw. And 3 of a kind 8s. Hank actually can't go anywhere either with a flush draw. Here comes the turn. Brings in the flush for Hank. Takes the lead away from Jason. Jason also has the ace of clubs. Pretty dirty card on the turn, to be fair. Hank's going to bet at 60K. Back round to Jason, who has 3 of a kind 8s in the second nut low draw. Can also fill up the river, so I can't imagine Jason's going to go anywhere. And he calls. Off to the river we go. Can Jason fill up? No, he can't, but the low comes in. So this one's going to be chopped up. Hank actually making a flush at a 5-3, an 8-6, 5-3 low. Flush good enough to take the high. Jason's going to scoop it. The low with second nut low, ace 3. Pretty dirty card on the turn, just quietly. Don't you think, Cub?
Yeah. Bit of a letdown on that river, though.
Yeah, a little
All that
bit.
hard work by Hank.
All that hard work to get half of it back.
Yeah.
So this is the final hand of tonight's stream for the 10K Horse Championship. Players will be back tomorrow at midday to polish this bad boy off. There's a couple of little notes coming in from the studio downstairs. Pretty funny stuff. We won't say what they told us in the notes on the stream, but get round to James Obst here in the cutoff, picking up Ace King 10-6. Some diamonds working for his hand, nut diamonds. Ashy boy, double suited. Ace King 6-6. Last hand of the night. How does Ashy feel about this particular hand? Looks pretty. Playability is a bit crappy, so he's going to put that in the bin. Hank's going to fold round to the big blind. Jason has got the Queen Jack 9-7. That's going to go in the bin. And that was the last hand of tonight. So just before we wrap up for tonight, we are down to 5 players here in the 10K Horse Championship, brought to you by Mixed Games Academy. Shannon Vanderberg, I should say, the Prince of Poker. They'll be coming back tomorrow at midday. We'll probably be streaming from about 12:30 onwards, or 12:20, between 12:20 and 12:30. I'd imagine most likely closer to 12:30, as the Shetland Pony event is still running downstairs. So thank you very much for joining us today. We do apologise for all the technical difficulties we've had. It's been our first time streaming a horse event. This is the 10K Horse at the Playlive Melbourne headquarters at 129 York Street, South Melbourne. That is all she wrote from me, Josh Monk, in the booth, alongside the big man, Cubby. Thank you very much for looking after me today.
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure. Ciao.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Oh, Terry's already on it, don't worry. I will do the ceremonial pour.
Oh my god. So funny.